Hello. Hello. Check. Check one. Hello. Check. 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 Check one. Check. 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 Check one. T. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello.
Council, SOCHM Gujarat, and CMD Abhyuday Group, Shri Pranav Doshi, Director Gujarat Infrastructure Mega Food Park. We welcome our knowledgeable speakers at this particular plenary session. I request Shri Manoj Joshi to act as moderator for this particular session, and I invite him for his expert views. Shri Manoj Joshi.
Good morning, and this today's session on food processing uh, in entire agricultural value chain, particularly for perishable products. Food processing plays an extremely important role, and in particular for fruits. There have been a lot of work on dairy side, some work on fisheries side, but fruits is one area where not much has happened in the country in terms of processing. And there are many factors, including logistics, including high prices, including low yields, pressure from imports. Put together, food processing as of fruits in particular in India is a very nascent stage compared to the rest of the world. Next. These are the data which you keep seeing about where India stands in terms of different fruits and vegetable productivity and production. Could you go to next? In our ministry in food processing in Government of India under Operation Greens, we identified a few important fruits and vegetables where the processing takes place in India. We have mango, guava, pomegranate, lychee, apple, oranges, amla, banana, pineapple, top crops, tomato, onion, potato, peas, cauliflower. These are I think the items or fruits and vegetables where processing takes place in India. In particular, I would like to focus this uh, since we are in Anand, we are in Gujarat and talking about. So I think I would focus more on the fruits which are in Gujarat. Do you go to next? Banana, particularly, I went to Surat, and yeah, that's the region for banana cultivation in Gujarat, and with a lot of surplus going to Delhi and other markets. Very little processing takes place in banana by the very nature of consumption, which but there are a lot of logistics issues in banana. Ripening chambers obviously would be located near the markets, say near Delhi, in Haryana, and all those places. But agri logistics, I think the requirement of Kisan Rail as well as proper packaging, which is leading to a lot of damages, is something which we need to work with the FPOs and Indian Railways to smoothen the logistics part and packaging part in case of banana, particularly. This is what I felt uh, in case of Chhattisgarh as well as in case of Gujarat. Tomato, it's grown all over Gujarat, but Gujarat is not really a major cluster, uh, except for Anand and Sabarkantha. But yeah, AP and Telangana, Karnataka, MP are a much bigger clusters of tomato. And that's one area where processing takes place, but almost 50% of the pulp is still imported in India. One is because of bricks content, because of color, and also because of prices. So if the prices fall below rupees 5 for tomato, then it's viable at present for processing. Above that, Indian processing units prefer imports. So and there are a lot of tomato pulping units in Andhra, Karnataka. which are old, based on old canning technology, and then they are closed. So there is a need for a lot of new type of tomato processing, pulp making units to come up all over the country. I think under Operation Greens, our ministry is providing support. More than 50% grant is being provided. But that is one area, along with the uh, improvement on varieties, which improve the bricks content, which improve the color, which is very critical because there are a lot of ketchup manufacturers who still prefer even tomato from Pakistan because of bright color, which you don't find in India. So I think we need to work on tomato both on the shifting of varieties and then local pulp making units. Here are two areas, as well as I think logistics and tomato plays a very, very important role. Like this year, we have seen prices hovering around 100 rupees in retail markets for tomato because of some crop damage. And again, the agri logistics movement, either by Kisan Rail or otherwise, and proper packaging plays a very important role in tomato. Next. I think mango is a very, very important crop for Gujarat. Kesar, we saw the irradiation center has come up in Ahmedabad for exports to US and other markets. But again, in mango processing mainly takes place in Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka, Maharashtra for Totapuri variety. Some processing takes place for some blending purposes for Alfonso, but because of high prices, it's much more limited. So I think the critical issue in case of mango is proper packaging and export, and also both in Gujarat and in UP, I think the high level of pesticides which farmers are using, it's not really good. I think we need to work on that area of high pesticide usage, which is not there for the export market, but for domestic market. I think similarly in case of I think rejuvenation of orchards is very, very important in mango. It's a very old orchards, very low productivity, being given on contract basis for 1 year, 3 year. Farmer is not really interested in improving the orchards. I'm not very sure what is the position in Saurashtra, Kathiawad area. But UP, I think the rejuvenation of orchard and pesticide usage, proper packaging, availability of crates, and logistics, very, very important because again, Kesar is not a variety which is going to be processed a lot, but logistics for moving to the market, I think it's a very important issues. Onion, yeah, Maharashtra obviously is the leader with MP, Karnataka, Bihar being the Gujarat. It's mainly Amreli, Bhavnagar, where the white onion is grown, and which is I think Gujarat is the only place where onion is processed. Other onion is a table variety and not really processed. I think the onion, with the price fluctuations happening in the country, becoming a political consumer, all types of issues. I think the key for onion is of the crop and storage, and we have been storing it without any cold storage, without the normal aerated or non-aerated storages. Crop would last for 1.5 months, and then the damage starts. So by the time September comes, prices shoot up, and uh, then we start saying we rush to get imports and all. But that's I think the in case of onion appropriate storage, which I think Institute of Onion and Garlic in Pune had developed with Jain irrigation. I think storage for maintaining it from 23 to 27 degrees Celsius, uh, where the germination doesn't happen. I think we need to move forward along with NAFED and other organizations in that direction because that's the only solution which would work for onion. Processing is increasing in Gujarat. A lot of plants are coming up in Mahua. It would be a very small part of the total consumption, which is predominantly, other than Horeca segment, it's predominantly fresh. Horeca segment is increasing of onion, so processed onion consumption is going up. Next. Pineapple is mainly Assam, Bengal, Northeast. Uh, Issues of logistics and local pulp processing are there. Potato, yeah, that's a success story for Gujarat with Mehsana, Himmatnagar, Sabarkantha, Banaskantha. almost, I was told 30% of the potato is processed, and very good modern plants exporting French fries have come up. I think probably rest of the country needs to learn. Western UP, MP need to learn from Gujarat what to do on potato. That's one area. But even in Gujarat, I think proper handling of potato is still an issue. It's too manual, and the modern industry requires a much more mechanical handling of potato. I think we need to work on that. Yeah, but export market for French fries and other potato products is really growing. Next. Yeah, dates is a one area of, I think Kutch has really done well with the table variety. There's a lot of date is grown in Jaisalmer and other parts of Rajasthan in the dry belt. Uh, Again, the logistics issues need to improve for farmers to get better price on case of dates. Pomegranate, I think the after Nashik belt, it's a Banaskantha, Kutch adjacent Rajasthan belt, which is has last 10 years has really come up. But there are multiple issues of, I think, lack of a local mandi where farmers can get a good price, no local processing. So we are persuading Banas Dairy to put up a pulping unit, which our ministry would provide support under that scheme as well as under many schemes, and proper logistics. I think that would improve uh, price realization to farmers. Otherwise, they're just sending the trucks to a number of places in Delhi and other markets, but not getting good prices. So a lot of local processing is required along with involvement of FPOs and cooperatives and Amul and other players. Next. Yeah, apple and lychee are two major processing items in India, which are not there in Gujarat. And again, the issues are lychee, particularly logistics and processing issues are multiple. You would like more rejuvenation to happen, old orchards, better logistics, better FPOs, and much more processing. Next. Orange and guava, again, the similar issues are there, which are described in other areas. Next. Amla is an increasing item of processing in India, particularly UP and other areas in Chyawanprash and juices industry. Next. We have a scheme called Cold Chain Scheme and Operation Green Scheme in our ministry, which provides support almost to 50% for putting up processing plants, and we would like to increase that happening much more. Next. Yeah, so under Operation Greens, we provide support for short-term price fluctuation for transportation and storage, and also processing. And we would like really industry to come forward along with cooperatives and FPOs to put up a pulping units across the country in this scheme, as well as next in PMFME scheme for local pulping units at the block level, district level. We're providing very large subsidy and would like that to happen a lot. Next. PLIS, we have sanctioned almost 60 cases in food processing, 33 cases in case of fruits and vegetables, and we would like to see that happening much more in the country. And this is only for much more domestic processing happening. With that, I would close my remarks. But yeah, fruits and vegetable processing is one area where Gujarat is a leader, and particularly say in pomegranate, we would like to see much more movement happening in case of Gujarat and much more investment. Though large industry is willing to put up juice plants and all, but processing, making pulp is something which can only be done locally by cooperatives, by small investors, which make pulp and sell it to large juice manufacturers like ITC and Dabur and Pepsi. So this is where I think local investment plays a very, very important role in the role of FPOs and cooperatives. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Director, Agriculture and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority.
Thank you very much, respected Manoj Joshi ji, Mahesh Singh ji, distinguished panelists on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I will be more concentrating on exports point of view as far as agriculture and processed food exports is concerned. हमें खुशी है कि हिंदुस्तान आज नेक्स्ट स्लाइड हिंदुस्तान आज दुनिया के एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पटल पर है एज फार एज एक्सपोर्ट्स ऑफ प्रोसेस्ड फूड इज कंसर्न 2.1% शेयर है दुनिया में, इंपोर्ट भी है 1.1% और दुनिया में हम 9th नंबर पर आते हैं। अगर हम यूरोपियन यूनियन को एक 1 सेगमेंट मांगे तो अगर उनको करें तो 12वें नंबर के आसपास हम लोग आते हैं। ये कब? जब 1.3 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन को अपना ध्यान रखने के बाद। तो इसके लिए हम अपने किसान भाइयों को, अपने एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को, अपने साइंटिस्ट को, अपने सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को नतमस्तक हैं कि आज उनकी वजह से हम लोग यहाँ तक पहुंचे हुए हैं। लेकिन अभी मंजिल और आगे है, बहुत आगे जाना है हमको। नेक्स्ट स्ट्रेंथ है हमारे प्रोडक्शन बेस है और अब डिमांड भी बढ़ती जा रही है। नेक्स्ट में अब एक विषय ये भी रखा गया था कि वाई प्रोसेसिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड, तो थोड़ा सा टच करता हूं। हालांकि मनोज जी ने अभी आपके सामने भी बताया कि कितनी जरूरत है। मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण देता हूं। हर चीज की ABC वैरायटी होती है, वो सभी कंज्यूमेबल है, लेकिन टेबल वैरायटी जरूरी नहीं कि हो। A वैरायटी और B वैरायटी तो टेबल वैरायटी है, हंस के बिक गए, व्यापारी ने खरीद लिया। अब C वैरायटी का क्या करेगा? तो वो प्रोसेसिंग में भी अगर चली जाए तो किसानों को और दूसरे जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनके 100% प्रोड्यूस का दाम मिलेगा। ठीक है, एक का XYZ दाम मिलेगा, सभी चीज बिक जाएगी और बाकी इकोनॉमी के लिए फायदा है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट होती है, शेल्फ लाइफ बढ़ती है, ये सारी चीजें जो हैं वो उसके साथ एडेड एडवांटेज है। तो प्रोसेसिंग बहुत जरूरी है और अभी हमें प्रोसेसिंग में बहुत और आगे जाना है। काफी हुई है डेवलपमेंट, इसमें बहुत डेवलपमेंट हुई है, लेकिन और इसमें प्रोसेसिंग जाना है। दिस इज नीड ऑफ द आवर। नेक्स्ट चैलेंजेस भी काफी हैं। अभी आपके सामने मनोज जी ने बताया कि अभी वैरायटी ही नहीं ग्रो कर पा रहे हैं हम लोग। पोटैटो में सिर्फ बानसकांठा और दूसरे एरियाज में है। वेस्टर्न यूपी में पोटैटो दबा के ग्रो कर रहे हैं। जब पूछते हैं कि भैया प्रोसेसिंग वैरायटी चाहिए तो है नहीं है। तो बहुत से चैलेंजेस। पहला, प्रोसेसिंग वैरायटी नहीं है और यील्ड भी जहां जरूरत है, बहुत जरूरत है कि कई जगह पर यील्ड बढ़ने की जरूरत है। दुनिया में क्वालिटी कंट्रोल स्ट्रिंजेंट होते जा रहे हैं। एवरी डे दे आर चेंजिंग द गोल पोस्ट। आज वो कह देते हैं एक्स का लेवल ऑफ डिफॉल्ट है, टुमारो दे विल फाइंड आउट एंड दे विल से वाई इज आल्सो लेवल ऑफ डिफॉल्ट। To export grapes to European Union, we are testing on 390 parameters. You can imagine how much is the cost and the compliance level which is there. The consistency issue related to food safety. We have to ensure that we are able to meet the food safety requirements. Very important is traceability. Now the traceability is need of the hour. हर कोई चाहता है दुनिया में कि भैया फार्म से लेकर वहां तक गया, मुझे कंप्लीट ट्रेसेबिलिटी चाहिए। ये ट्रेसेबिलिटी अब हम इंश्योर ग्रेप्स में कर दिया, हमने कुछ जो वेजिटेबल्स जा रही हैं उसमें कर दिया है। ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट्स जो हमारे जाते हैं उसमें कंप्लीट ट्रेसेबिलिटी है। ट्रेसेबिलिटी होने से बेचना आसान है, खरीदार भी ढूंढता हुआ आपके पास आता है, लेकिन हाँ उसके लिए थोड़ा सा एक हमें ट्रेसेबिलिटी के लिए काम करने की जरूरत है। दिस इज नीड ऑफ द, बच नहीं सकते हम लोग। हम सोचेंगे बचेंगे, नहीं बच सकते, ट्रेसेबिलिटी तो लानी ही पड़ेगी। मार्केट एक्सेस का भी बहुत बड़ा इश्यू है। अब मार्केट एक्सेस में जब नेगोशिएशंस होती हैं तो अब ये भी हो रहा है, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान भी एक बहुत बड़ा बाजार है। हम जब मांगते हैं हमें एक चीज दे दीजिए, वो कहते हैं हमें आप हिंदुस्तान के लिए चीजें दीजिए। तो एक मार्केट एक्सेस, जरूरी नहीं कि मार्केट एक्सेस बेस्ड ऑन रिस्क असेसमेंट है, दिस इज नॉट नेसेसरली दैट, लेकिन एक ट्रेड बैरियर भी क्रिएट किया जा चुका है। नेक्स्ट, स्टैंडर्ड्स दुनिया भर में कोशिश हो रहे हैं कि यूरोपियन यूनियन के स्टैंडर्ड्स ही फॉलो कर लिए जाएं। कोडेक्स के स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं जो कि एक एग्री करते हैं, उसके बावजूद यूरोपियन यूनियन के या कुछ कंट्रीज के स्टैंडर्ड्स एक लेवल ऊंचे हैं। अब मिडिल ईस्ट ने भी सो मोटो यूरोपियन यूनियन के स्टैंडर्ड्स लेने शुरू कर दिए हैं, तो कंप्लायंस जो है वो बढ़ती जा रही है। जैसा मैंने कहा था, अभी उदाहरण दिया आपको ग्रेप्स का, मैं चावल के लिए बताता हूं। हम लोग चावल में टेस्टिंग कर रहे थे, लेकिन पता लगा कि उसमें 3-4 और ट्राइसाइक्लोजोल, बुप्रोफिजीन और ऐसी चीजें लेकर आ गए कि इसके लिए भी लेवल ऑफ डिफॉल्ट चाहिए। क्यों लेवल ऑफ डिफॉल्ट चाहिए? हमारे यहाँ रजिस्टर्ड नहीं है, नॉट नेसेसरली रिस्क असेसमेंट, लेकिन लेवल ऑफ कंप्लाइंस कितना बढ़ जाता है, क्योंकि तब हमें फार्मर से जाना है, उसको वहां से समझाते हुए, और फिर हमारी वैसी लेबोरेटरीज को प्रोटोकॉल डेवलप करना है। नेक्स्ट है, अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी बहुत सारी हैं, बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी है हमारे पास। सबसे अच्छी बात मैं बताऊं कि डिमांड बढ़ती जा रही है। हिंदुस्तान में कोविड के बावजूद हम लोगों ने 29% ग्रोथ दिया लास्ट ईयर से। 29% ग्रोथ काफी अच्छा ग्रोथ है, और इस साल भी जब हम क्विक एस्टिमेट्स देख रहे हैं, हमें 26% के आसपास अभी तक ग्रोथ मिल रही है। तो डिमांड हमारे प्रोड्यूस की बढ़ती जा रही है। अच्छी बात क्या हुई है कि कोविड के टाइम में हिंदुस्तान ने, हमारे एक्सपोर्टर्स ने, हमारे सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स ने इंश्योर किया कि हमारा, और गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज ने भी इंश्योर किया कि हमारी सप्लाई नहीं रुके। चाहे लॉकडाउन था, कुछ भी था, तो भी सप्लाई नहीं रुकने दी। जिस कंट्री की डिमांड आई, उनकी फूड सिक्योरिटी नीड्स को फीड करते हुए स्पेशल चार्टर्ड प्लेन से भी माल भेजा, और उससे भरोसा बना है हिंदुस्तान का। तो एक अच्छी बात है कि हमारे लिए डिमांड बढ़ती जा रही है, गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज बड़ी कंसिस्टेंस है, एक सहूलियत की आ रही है, अब फैसिलिटेटिंग होती जा रही है। बहुत से प्रोडक्ट्स का सी प्रोटोकॉल भी बनाना क्यों अच्छा जाना शुरू हो गया, क्योंकि अब हमारा सी प्रोटोकॉल डेवलप हो गया। ग्रेप्स हमारा सी प्रोटोकॉल होगा, आम की तरफ लगे हुए हैं, बहुत से सी प्रोटोकॉल डेवलप हो जाएंगे, तो उससे जो है वो हमारा कॉस्ट ऑफ लॉजिस्टिक्स काफी कम हो जाएगी। और इसके अलावा हमारे आईसीडी पोर्ट्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। कितना आसान है कि हम लोग जहां पर माल बेच रहे हैं, बना रहे हैं, उसके घर के पास ही जो है हमें आईसीडी मिल जाए, बस सौंप दे माल और हमारी बेफिक्री हो जाए। तो बहुत सी अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं। क्या करने की जरूरत है? जरूरत है एक बहुत बड़ा प्रमोशन करने की जरूरत है, इंडियन ब्रांड इस्टेब्लिश करने की जरूरत है, बेजर दुनिया भर में शोर मचाने की जरूरत है कि हिंदुस्तान का ये ब्रांड है। दोनों तरीके से, एक हिंदुस्तान का ब्रांड भी और हिंदुस्तानी का ब्रांड भी, क्योंकि इंडियन कंपनीज का भी ब्रांड जाना बहुत जरूरी है। आज भी हम लोग 80% अपना माल प्राइवेट लेवल में या कमोडिटीज के तौर पर बेच रहे हैं। एक ब्रांड को इस्टेब्लिश होना है, क्योंकि माल तो ब्रांड वाला खा जाता है। हमसे यहाँ लिया 50 रुपए में, वो 100 रुपए में बेच रहा है, 50 रुपए सिर्फ ब्रांड के खा गया। ये हमें बेचना एक बहुत जरूरी है, एक इस्टेब्लिश करना है और प्रोडक्ट डेवलप करने हैं। जितने ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्रोडक्ट करें, प्रोडक्ट डेवलप करने हैं। मूढ़ी, चावल की मूढ़ी बना ली, वो तो मैं खाता हूँ, आप खाते हैं, एथनिक पॉपुलेशन खा ली, लेकिन चावल की वो चीज बनानी है जो वो लोग खाते हैं, ताकि मेन स्ट्रीम तक जाए। जब तक मेन स्ट्रीम के अंदर नहीं घुसेंगे हम लोग, तब तक हम अपनी जो है वो रीच को और एक्सपैंड नहीं कर सकते। एथनिक पॉपुलेशन तो ठीक है, हमारी सपोर्ट है ही है, हमें जो है वो इसके साथ साथ जो है हमें सारी एजेंसीज को कन्वर्जन करके चलना है। गवर्नमेंट अब इस तरफ लग भी रही है, काम ही कर रही है, और बहुत जरूरी है ट्रेसेबिलिटी लानी है, क्वालिटी की तरफ काम करना है। और जो पेस्टिसाइड रेजिड्यू, अभी मनोज जी ने कहा था कि बहुत बड़ी समस्या आती जा रही है, ये समस्या हिंदुस्तान के लिए भी है, सबकी सेहत के लिए भी है, एक्सपोर्ट के लिए है। पेस्टिसाइड रेजिड्यू की बहुत बड़ी समस्या बनती जा रही है, हमें अब उसको तरफ ध्यान देना है, एक्सपोर्टर फार्मर से लेकर पूरे स्टेक होल्डर्स तक, क्योंकि स्टेक होल्डर भी जरूरी है। वो स्टोरेज में छिड़काव कर देता, फार्मर ने जरूरी नहीं किया हुआ, एक इथिलीन ऑक्साइड करके आया, इतनी बड़ा इश्यू बन गया यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ, क्योंकि वो जब स्टोर होता है उसके माइक्रोबियल कंटेंट्स को कंट्रोल करने के लिए स्टोरेज में वो कर देता है वहां स्प्रे। तो वो भी एक, हर स्टेक होल्डर्स को, हम किसानों को तो ब्लेम कर ही रहे हैं, हर स्टेक होल्डर्स को इनका पता लगना है कि भैया हमें जो है वो किस लेवल तक जाना है, ताकि हमारे पेस्टिसाइड रेजिड्यूज जो है वो कंट्रोल में आए। और इसके साथ साथ ही मार्केट एक्सेस से लड़ना है, गवर्नमेंट लड़ रही है, जितना ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो सके हमें मार्केट एक्सेस लेना है। R&D बहुत ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है, और हमारे रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स काम कर रहे हैं, और अधिक, जितना अधिक हम काम करेंगे और चलेंगे। बहुत आगे हम आ गए हैं, बहुत आगे अभी और जाना है, सबको साथ मिलके हम लोग जा सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक्स अ लॉट।
Thank you, Dr. Tarun Bajaj, for your inputs. Now I request Shri Mahesh Singh, Managing Director, Gujarat Agro Industries Corporation, Gujarat.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। बातें कुछ हुई कि क्या करना है अपने आप को, बातें कुछ और भी होंगी, कहाँ आगे जाना है अपने को, लेकिन प्रयास तो आप सभी को करना पड़ेगा। किसान, जिस तरह हम देखते हैं किसानों को, जिस तरह इनका लिंकेजेस है इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ, उसमें वास्तव में बहुत कुछ करने की जरूरत है। ये कोई यूनिलिनियर फंक्शन नहीं है जिसे हम डिफाइन करें और करते चले जाएं, ऐसा संभव ही नहीं है। मल्टीपल एस्पेक्ट्स हैं, बहुत सारे पहलू हैं। वो चाहे किसी क्लस्टर में एक चीज का डेवलपमेंट हो, उसका विस्तार कहीं और ले जाना हो, या फिर न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी हो जिसको आपको इंप्लीमेंट करना हो, हर जगहों पे चैलेंज है। कहने को तो फूड प्रोसेसिंग हमारा वे ऑफ लाइफ है, वो चाहे फर्मेंटेड फूड हो या घरों में अचार बनाने की कला हो, है क्या वो भी तो एक फूड प्रोसेसिंग ही है जिसे हमने वर्षों से संजो के रखा है। चाहे वो बारबेक्यू हो, चाहे वो ड्राइड करने का कोई सिस्टम हो, सन ड्राई हो, है तो फूड प्रोसेसिंग ही। लेकिन सबको कैसे कोलेट करें, कैसे एक साथ आगे चलें? जहां तक गुजरात का सवाल है, अक्सर आपने ये शब्द सुने होंगे कि गुजरात इज ए लैंड ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज। गवर्नमेंट इज प्रोएक्टिव, people are having penchant for entrepreneurship, people are having cooperative nature, they believe in partnership. So all the elements of development is available in Gujarat. So why Gujarat should not take lead in this? This is the land where non-cooperation movement was there, and this is the land where cooperation movement is there. This is the land when we challenged through non-cooperation movement to the mightiest empire of the world. And this is the land when we started cooperation, we reached at the apex and we shown to the world that how Amul can function. And this is the land of Amul. So let us pledge to imbibe the element of Amul movement of cooperatives, to extend these facilities to our farmers and create an environment, enabling environment, so that all the stakeholders can come together and work together. थोड़ी सी बात दोहराता हूं मैं, काफी बातें तो अभी वही चीज हुई हैं, फिर भी फॉर द सेक ऑफ कन्विंसिंग यू आई एम रिपीटिंग दैट. Like we have 225 very active APMCs. These APMCs are dealing with more than 60 commodities. They are dealing more than $60 million business in these sectors. But the contribution of food processing in this is very less. We are not able to export the way we should have. I personally feel that if there is export pull, as Mr. Bajaj was telling, that still we have share of export through food processing only 2 to 3%. Looking to the world market and looking to the variety of Indian produce, looking to the diversity of food grains, diversity of fruit and vegetables available in this land, this contribution in export is very less. Countries like very small countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, they have much more percentage in their export in food processing produced than us. We are maybe highest in production, but still we are having very poor contribution in exports. So this is one field. If we are able to somehow capitalize this issue of export, this will work as a pull factor. And then our people will come for the different processing units. I still remember that almost 10 years back, one gentleman from Banaskantha has come to me and he wanted a water connection for their pulping unit in pomegranate. उस समय ये सोच के कि एक छोटे से गांव में एक आदमी आए और वो पोमोग्रेनेट के पल्पिंग यूनिट के बारे में बात करे, मुझे भी थोड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ था. बहुत दिनों के बाद मैं से फिर से मिला, मैं किसी और सेक्टर में था, फिर भी उससे मुलाकात हुई. कि टोल्ड के साथ मैंने शुरुआत तो की थी, बट सक्सेस नहीं हो पाया उस समय. बहुत ज्यादा एनालिसिस मैंने नहीं किया क्यों सक्सेस नहीं हो पाया, बट सोचो अगर 10 साल पहले आदमी सोच सकता है कि हम पल्पिंग करें और कुछ उससे आगे बढ़ें, आज तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज बढ़ गई हैं। शायद उस समय एक्सपोर्ट चैनल उतने अपने स्ट्रांग नहीं थे, मल्टीनेशनल कंपनियां इतनी ज्यादा पोमोग्रेनेट पे जोर नहीं देती थी। जूसेज वगैरह में अब जाके पोमोग्रेनेट का काफी बड़ा रोल आ गया है। तो अगेन ये कि ऐसा सेक्टर है कि जहां से हम जो ऑक्सिलरी इंडस्ट्रीज हमारी हैं उनको डेवलप करें और उनसे हम टाई अप कराएं किसी तरह से बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ। सिमिलरली जैसे द वे वी आर फार्मिंग एफपीओज एंड पर्टिकुलरली जो गुजरात में एफपीओज का नया गठन हुआ है वो सारा का सारा इधर ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग पे या नेचुरल फार्मिंग पे है। एक इतना बड़ा मैन पावर और इतना बड़ा एक मार्केट के लिए एक जो प्लेटफॉर्म मिलने वाला है और वो भी गारंटीड और ट्रेसेबिलिटी के साथ। इसमें इंश्योर है कि ट्रेसेबिलिटी प्लस उसकी क्वालिटी के लिए लैब एनालिसिस करके सर्टिफिकेशन सहित। एक स्टेप और आगे जाऊं तो ये भी इसमें इंश्योर्ड है कि जो भी फार्मर है उसका एक जो प्रोसेस ऑर्गेनिक सर्टिफिकेशन का दैट इज आल्सो इंश्योर्ड। ओनली थिंग कि ये शुरुआत अब है और कंप्लीट प्रोसेस करने में समय जाएगा ऑर्गेनिक प्रोसेस सर्टिफिकेशन के लिए। ऑलरेडी वी आर रिक्वेस्टिंग नीति आयोग दैट फॉर दिस नेचुरल फार्मिंग दे शुड बेसिकली चेंज द आई थिंक इट अगेन विल गिव अ बूस्ट टू गुजरात फार्मर्स। तो एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म मिल रहा है, एक नई चीज अपने को मिल रही है। अगेन मैं वही बात करता हूं, फिर से एक लिंकेज की जरूरत है। इस फील्ड में चैलेंज तो बहुत सारे हैं, बहुत सारे चैलेंज मैं रिपीट नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन जरूरत इस बात की है कि जो टेक्नोलॉजी इनपुट है उसमें भी वी आर समहाउ वीक। जब गुजरात की बात करता हूं तो फिर भी कुछ दिखता है कि टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंपोर्ट है, कुछ लोगों ने अच्छे यूनिट्स लगाए हैं, मल्टीनेशनल्स ने लगाए हैं, लेकिन लोकल लेवल पे अगर देखें आप तो जिस तरह की मशीनरी, जिस तरह का हाइजीन, जिस तरह का लैब वो आज भी नहीं है। इवन गुजरात में नहीं है तो बाकी स्टेट्स की क्या बात करें। शायद किसी ने कभी आह्वान किया कि जब ऑफ सीजन होता है उस समय पोटैटो की प्राइसेस बहुत हाई होती हैं और जब मेन सीजन होता है तो बहुत ही डाउन होती हैं। अब आज देखिए, अब आप पोटैटो की प्राइस ऑलमोस्ट स्टेबलाइज कर गई है। रीजन ये फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज ही हैं। जब मेन सीजन होता है आइदर थ्रू कोऑपरेटिव फार्मिंग और थ्रू देयर डिफरेंट वेयरहाउसेस नेटवर्क दे परचेज लॉट ऑफ क्वांटिटी और वो क्वांटिटी ये धीरे धीरे यूज करते हैं फॉर प्रोसेसिंग। लाइक दे स्टार्टेड मेकिंग पोटैटो पाउडर्स। ये क्या करते हैं, कोल्ड स्टोरेज से जब मटेरियल निकलने वाला होता है और जब वो मटेरियल ऑलमोस्ट इस लेवल पे आ जाता है कि अब नाउ बियॉन्ड इट सर्टेन लिमिट दे विल नॉट बी एबल टू स्टोर, दे सेल टू दीज कंपनीज एंड दे यूज इट। सो सी हाउ गुड अरेंजमेंट दे मेड। जब आपकी जरूरत है तो आपने यूज किया, जब आपकी एस्टेब्लिश कर लें जिस तरह हमने पोटैटो में एस्टेब्लिश किया है, तो आई थिंक नथिंग लाइक इट। आज ये जो पोटैटो पाउडर है वी स्टार्टेड एक्सपोर्टिंग, we are supplying throughout the country. For Gujarat, it is export. You know that I think we in Ahmedabad is the only district in the country where we have almost all the facilities for the export, cargo export. We are having irrigation plant, we are having pack houses, we are having cooling units, we are having chain, entire cold chain we are having. In Corona time, you see that the way we have exported dehydrated onions and garlic. Only 2 months back, I was there in Mahua. They said that in these 2 years, if they were not able to export, they would have died. This is the scenario. Like pharma, we exported during Corona time. Similarly, we exported garlic and onions. So friends, time has come when all the sectors, including government sectors, we are having a lot of schemes. I do not mention that all those things, but we have a lot of schemes to support our entrepreneurs. We are having a lot of schemes to support the farmers. So time has come when all the stakeholders should come together, work together.
Thank you, Shri Mahesh Singh ji, for your valuable inputs. Now I request Mr. Garth Atkinson, Chief Technical Advisor, Atkinson Consulting Services. He will be joining virtually.
Well, thank you very much. Excuse me. I'm based here in New Zealand, a long way from India, but I have worked over the last 40 years in 26 different countries throughout South Asia, Southeast Asia, the South Pacific, Australasia, and West Africa. So agribusiness is my passion. It's what I do. It's what I live for. And I am working with Grant Thornton as part of their team. And I'll tell you a little bit more about our project as I get towards the end of the presentation. So first slide, please. First slide. Okay, first slide. Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here, but have you got my presentation? Do you have my presentation?
Yes, yes.
Okay, are you able to put it up on the screen? It's okay. Have you got my presentation on the screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm not seeing it so far. Here we go. Right. Okay. So I'll just start again there. My name is Garth Atkinson. I'm a agribusiness consultant working with Grant Thornton in Maharashtra. And at the end of the presentation, I'll come back to the work that we're doing there. So what I'd like to talk about today is strategic strengthening of value chains. The theme of the summit here is on agro-processing. To support the agro-processing sector and to become more competitive, we must have good value chains that produce high quality produce. It's no longer a question of being able to eat what you can and can what you can't. We have to produce high quality products. Next slide, please. So if we look at the current approach, the value chain approach that we often adopt when we're trying to improve the horticultural sector, the current approach is very supply driven. We look at value chain mapping, product flow from supply to consumer, and we look at the price build up as we go through that process. So it goes to the farm gate through various intermediaries, traders, if you like, and then it goes to wholesale markets, retail markets, perhaps it goes to processors as well. So it's a price build up and it's a systematic look at it, but it is driven from the production end. Then we look at interventions for improving the value chain and we look at improving production efficiencies. getting higher yields, lowering the costs. We look at reducing post-harvest losses, and we look at improving logistics. And all that is very good, but when we're looking towards the future, we're looking more at a market-driven approach. Now, this is quite a different way of doing things. First of all, we need to analyze the global trends and how they're likely to evolve. We need to do an analysis of the market by consumer requirements, and that means market segmentation, and that's where I'm going to be going in this discussion. And then we look at the interventions, and to do that, we need to shape the value chain to meet specific market segments. So it's a little different from in trying to improve an existing value chain. It's about shaping a value chain to make sure that we get what the market needs, whether it's for processing or whether it's for fresh product. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's look at segmentation. If we look at the fresh fruit and vegetable market and the processed fruit and vegetable markets, we have two areas in each of them. We have price-conscious consumers, and we'll call that, for the sake of this discussion, A1, and we have quality-conscious consumers, and we'll call those A2. And for the processed fruit and vegetables, we have B1, who are price-conscious, and we have B2, who are quality-conscious. So 4 segments for those two chains. Let's look at the characteristics of A1. So these are price-conscious, fresh consumers. Freshness is not a factor, price is. And margins along the value chain are low, high number of intermediaries, in other words, lots of traders along the chain, no differentiation in product. Competitive rivalry is low because there are very low barriers to entry. So there's always a threat of new entrants because there is low investment in technology. And consumers often switch to other products that are cheaper. We need high volumes to make a profit at all, and there's high waste. And that is typical for fresh produce value chains in many countries throughout South Asia and Southeast Asia. They tend to fall into that A1 characteristic, price-conscious, fresh consumers, not so much interested in the quality, they are interested in the price. We look at A2, and the market characteristics here are quality-conscious, fresh consumers. So price is not a factor, quality is. They want certified produce, organic or GAP certified. They need specialized and organized logistics, e.g. cold chains. Competitive rivalry is low because entry barriers include the cost of quality inputs, the need for quality standards, great opportunities for higher margins, and they usually have higher margins along the value chain between each of the actors. And producers have higher bargaining power because of the cost of inputs. And next slide, please. And we look at B. Okay, you are still back at A1, you need to go to next slide. And the one after that. And we're on to B2, right, B1 rather. So B1 is about processed products. Quality is not a factor once again, the prices. Here we have informal processing by small shops and roadside vendors. Margins are low, competitive rivalry is high because entry barriers are low, low cost of equipment, large number of processors, and the products are not differentiated. High waste and bargaining power producers is low because consumers may shift to another product or synthetics. And that's typical of what we see in small shops or roadside vendors that may be making a juice on the side of the road. Next slide, which will be B2. That's it. Market characteristics here. Here we've got a premium price for quality processed products. Price is not a factor, quality is. It's high-end processing. Quality is judged by what inputs are used, e.g. organic or GAP certified, by the lack of additives, environmental and social responsibilities along the value chain, traceability mentioned by one of the earlier speakers. Margins are in the final product, not in the production. Competitive rivalry is low because entry barriers are high, high cost of equipment, and products are usually highly differentiated. low waste, bargaining power of producers is medium because they often sell products that are not suitable for the fresh market. So that's the absolute premium product of the value chains for either the fresh or the processed market. Next slide, please. So let's look at the value chains here. For A1 and B1, remember these are the price sensitive but not quality sensitive value chains. And if we look at the production, they typically use off-the-shelf inputs, e.g. Standard seeds and fertilizers, nothing specific there. And they try to do that to increase their yield. Yield is important because that's where they get their margins from. They don't care too much how they do it. Limited use of technology, low skills, no certification, weak linkages to the markets and to research. That's the production side of it. At post-harvest, no temperature control, high losses, poor logistics, processing, low level of technology, no quality control, and a short shelf life. And for marketing, high number of intermediaries, no branding and no product differentiation. So that's for our price sensitive, but not quality sensitive value chains. And the next slide, please. A2 and B2, these are quality sensitive, but not price sensitive. So these are characterized by research and extension where development of varieties are aligned to the consumer tastes and quality requirements. And that was a point made by an earlier speaker as well, particularly where it relates to the EU markets. And a lot of this is really looking at the high-end export markets, but also the domestic market in India. We have the rising middle class getting bigger and bigger, and they want a lot more. Input supply, reliable certification of nurseries and planting material, organic chemical-free biopesticides. In addition, we are looking at environmental responsibility, water and chemical use, and regenerative farming. And when we get over to production and processing, we've got certification, high-tech production, near-farm infrastructure, cold chains, restricted use of additives, high-tech processing. And here, consumers these days are all wanting to look at social responsibility, financial and working conditions. So it's not as simple as just putting it in a can and sending it off. Next slide, please. I mentioned before that I'm working with Grant Thompson and we're working on a project which we call Magnet, the Maharashtra Agriculture Network. This is a project jointly funded by the government of Maharashtra and the ADB and implemented by Grant Thornton. And the Magnet aims to improve the competitiveness of horticulture value chains in domestic and international markets. And we are adopting this segmentation approach when we look at what sort of interventions we want to put in place in the value chains to strengthen them, make them more competitive, and ensure that the product that we put that comes out at the other end is what the market and all the consumer wants. Next slide, please. So we regard Magnet as a transformational agent, converting A1 and B1 value chains to A2 and B2 value chains so that there's a higher margin, a higher return to all the people along the value chain. And to do this, we are introducing technology for producers, smart irrigation systems. In other words, we're cutting down on water use, being environmentally responsible. We're using drones for pest and disease control, precision agriculture. So we're lowering the amount of tillage that we do and how much fertilizer we put on. We're using evaporative coolers to try and get that field heat out at the farm gate. For processing, optical graders, modified atmosphere packing, pre-cooling with solar and CoolBot, processing of pomegranate and custard apple, solar fruit dryers, and importantly, digital supply chain management. For logistics, ice batteries to maintain the cool chain, digital supply chain management, and for marketing, blockchain technology, so that any contractual arrangements between the end user and the producer can be followed and adhered to. So that's where we're heading with Magnet, and this is where value chains in general throughout the world are heading. They're becoming socially and environmentally responsible. Consumers are wanting to see that everyone's looked after, that the producers are getting a fair price, wanting to be able to trace the product back through the value chain, so that if they look at a QR code, for example, they can see where the product has come from, how it's been produced, what varieties they're eating, and what sort of production management system has been used to produce it. And that's the conclusion of my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Now I request Sachin Sharma, Vice President Channel, ITC Limited.
Thank you. Can you put up the size, please? Thanks. Good morning, Shri Joshi ji, Special Secretary Government of India, Shri Mahesh Singh ji, and other dignitaries on the dais. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this chance of sharing my views, and I represent ITC Limited. I am going to share some of my views on the subject. Many of these points have already been covered by esteemed speakers, and my reiteration of those points will add to the relevance probably and the need of our. I will, next slide. To start with, I will not focus much on the opportunity scan of the agro processing. भारतवर्ष में अगर आप देखें मिल्क, फ्रूट एंड वेजिटेबल, सीरियल ग्रेन्स, पल्सेस, मैराइन और एग एंड मीट, ये मुख्य एग्रीकल्चर और अलाइड सेक्टर्स हैं. Within that, Gujarat has a leading presence in milk. The Amul movement has been globally famous. In fruits and vegetable, Gujarat is leading producer of say banana or kesar mango, okra, onion, potato. These have been success stories. Cereal and grains, Gujarat is a leading producer of groundnut. Wheat exports, Gujarat has very say a leading place in the recent wheat exports which is happening. Marine, the coastline gives a lot of opportunity. And with this background, there is a lot of change in the consumer preferences which is happening, especially post-COVID. That's also another change which is actually driving some of these opportunities in agri and food processing. Next slide. So when we look at actually challenge, I could see the challenge in 4 blocks. First is the farm level or farming level challenge. And this is, I personally feel is the most relevant. One is in India and also in Gujarat, our land holdings have been smaller. So the unit economics of production and then taking this production for processing has been not very efficient in most of the crops. So there is a scope of improvement. नेक्स्ट इज द लोअर प्रोडक्टिविटी. चाहे आप गेहूं जैसी फसल की बात करें जहां इंडिया वन ऑफ द लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर है लेकिन उसकी उत्पादकता कम है. Similarly, apple is one of the crop wherein, like for example, why we are not able to do processing, because our productivity is 6 to 7 tons per hectare, while globally it is more than 20. So what happens that our prices of the crop itself become higher. So किसान की इनकम नहीं बढ़ती है और इंडस्ट्री में प्राइस कम्पिटिटिवनेस नहीं आती है प्रोसेसिंग के लिए. नेक्स्ट विच इज बीन टॉक्ड अबाउट अ लॉट इज इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ द प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड वेराइटीज. जैसे हमने देखा गुजरात में आलू की सक्सेस स्टोरी की बात हुई, उसमें बहुत सारे एलिमेंट हैं, लेकिन एक मुख्य एलिमेंट है कि जो प्रोसेसिंग वेराइटीज यहाँ डेवलप हुई जिसमें इंडस्ट्री ने, किसानों ने और बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स ने, रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट ने काम किया. तो आज आलू में आप देखेंगे चिप ग्रेड की वेराइटीज अलग हैं जो यहाँ प्रोड्यूस होती हैं. अगर आप फ्रेंच फ्राइज वेराइटीज देखेंगे वो वेराइटीज अलग हैं. और एक सिमिलरली इफ यू लुक एट व्हीट टुडे, the variety development in wheat is largely oriented towards optimizing the production but not optimizing the process oriented say requirements. So this is one of the major gap which cut across is like tomato. We have spoken that high lycopene content tomato is required, so our tomato paste is not having those characteristics which can compete globally. Supply chain post harvest losses high hai. Gujarat is also having the similar challenge. Another important thing is quality oriented infra. So in exports and food processing, quality and traceability is very important. मैं गुजरात का एग्जांपल देना चाहूंगा. जैसे क्यूमिन है यहाँ पे और कोरिएंडर मुख्य क्रॉप है, जिसमें कि फूड सेफ क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन नहीं हो पाने के कारण से ग्लोबल डिमांड होने के बाद भी हम लोग एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर पाते हैं। आईटीसी खुद प्रेजेंट है, हम लोग काफ़ी काम करते हैं इस क्षेत्र में और बढ़ावा देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो हम एक पूरा फूड सेफ प्रोग्राम चलाते हैं, क्योंकि क्वालिटी ओरिएंटेशन नहीं होने की वजह से, पेस्टिसाइड रेजिड्यूज हाई होने की वजह से एक्सपोर्ट्स पॉसिबिलिटी नहीं बन पाती है। और लास्ट एक्सपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है। इंडिया में पोर्ट्स हैं, गुजरात में भी कई पोर्ट्स हैं, लेकिन आप देखेंगे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एट पोर्ट कैन इंप्रूव। कंजेशन रहता है बहुत सारे पोर्ट्स में, तो जो कंटेनर का मूवमेंट का टाइम है उसमें बहुत टाइम लगता है, और इस सबसे पूरी जो इकोनॉमिक्स है कॉस्ट की वो बढ़ जाती है और कहीं ना कहीं कम्पिटिटिवनेस घटती है। तो ये मेन चैलेंजेस हैं एग्रो प्रोसेसिंग के। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। तो क्या सजेशंस हैं जो ऑलरेडी डिस्कस हुए हैं? पहली चीज तो हमको फार्म लेवल कम्पिटिटिवनेस बढ़ानी बहुत जरूरी है, उससे किसानों की आमदनी बढ़ेगी और साथ में प्राइस कम्पिटिटिवनेस आएगी। तो सबसे मुख्य स्तंभ जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का है प्रोसेसिंग में, वो मुझे लगता है फैक्ट्री से ज्यादा फार्म की कम्पिटिटिवनेस है। नेक्स्ट चीज है कि एक क्लस्टर बेस्ड अप्रोच बनानी पड़ेगी और एफपीओज को सेंटर में लेके आना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इंडिविजुअल फार्मर वो सारी चीजें नहीं कर पाएगा, लेकिन अ ग्रुप ऑफ फार्मर, farmer producer organization can actually do all those things like demand based planning, production, say traceability, handling, right way of farming, which is required for export, growing those varieties which are required for exports. Then integrated varietal development, R&D, ICR-led R&D has to take this task that in each segment, along with the industry, the varieties should be developed which are oriented towards processing and give high yield and productivity to the farmer. Post harvest infra already been talked about. We need cold chain, but most important, low cost cold chain solutions, like some solution talked about, like ice batteries or the small solar based solutions, which are not very cost prohibitive and they work at a unit, small scale. I would like to give an example in milk. Like milk, rapid milk chillers are becoming very, very popular because they don't need power and they work at a small scale. So a lot of milk now can get chilled in the village itself, maintaining the quality. While if you put a BMC in the village, not every village will have that much milk that you can have a feasibility of BMC. So post-harvest infra, but a low-cost post-harvest infra is critical. Quality assurance, traceability, and human capital. And when I talk about human capital, right at a farm level, the capability development at a factory level, at a quality assurance level is also another critical thing. Last but not the least is leveraging technology. Today, if you want to build a traceability, you want to customize advisory to farmer, you want farmer to grow a right variety in right way, technology can do wonders. A lot of agtechs have come in this space. Industry is also coming in this space. But this is going to be equally important thing, to boost up the agro processing. Next slide. So what can be the model? Next click, please. So one is that we need a strategic framework. I talked about these things, that crop planning and production has to be demand driven and a cluster approach has to come. Wherever this has come, like lychee cluster in Muzaffarpur or say banana cluster in couple of states or mango cluster, this has done wonders. Then post-harvest infrastructure. Can actually do all this at a last mile the way FPO and agri entrepreneur can do. And what should be the enablers? Digital platforms, as I talked about, can actually reduce the cost, can enable the whole transition and can address various bottlenecks. Next is a very centric infra which is in cluster, which focuses on collection centers, quality testing, and so on, supported by very enabling policies which can strengthen the FPOs. Like for example, should a FPO take a mandi license today? It's not required, but many states it is been enforced. So we have to enable FPOs and create a enabling environment for them so that they can do their job better. Next slide. And just do 2 double clicks. So this is the current chain wherein click. You see there are typical supply chain wherein there is a challenge which is there. Click. Yeah. So I will not talk about this. Farmer on an individual basis is having challenge of credit, market access, fragmentation, which I talked about. Now imagine, click, a FPO-centric supply chain wherein farmer, click, can actually get a lot of these, enablers through FPO as a farmer group, and these FPOs can directly connect with the food processing units run by agri-entrepreneurs, agripreneurs, and the whole chain can be supported by a digital platform. I think if collectively industry, government, farmers, FPOs work on this kind of model, we should be able to address a lot of these challenges, and India can further improve its competitiveness in domestic as well as international exports, as well as the food processing, which is need of the hour. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद श्री सचिन शर्मा। अगले वक्ता हमारे बीच उपस्थित है श्री चंदुभाई वीरानी, फाउंडर एंड मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर बालाजी वेफर्स। उनसे निवेदन है हमारे साथ बालाजी वेफर्स का इतिहास और उनके अनुभव शेयर करें। श्री चंदुभाई वीरानी।
मंचस्थ महानुभाव, आमंत्रित गेस्ट एंड स्टूडेंट, गुड आफ्टरनून एंड जय श्री कृष्ण। मैं एक जामनगर जिले का धुंधोराजी स्मॉल विलेज गांव का एक वतनी हूं और किसान का बेटा हूं। तो यहाँ जो गांव है आनंद के आसपास, ऐसा वहाँ नहीं है। वहाँ हमेशा पानी की समस्या उसी टाइम रहती थी और 1974 में हमारे गांव में पावर भी नहीं था। तो कृषि आधारित जो कुदरती आधारित जो बारिश पड़ती है वही कृषि हमारे लिए थी। और हर 3 साल में वहाँ बारिश भी नहीं होती थी। तो चिंतन करके हम राजकोट आए और वहाँ सिनेमा के अंदर नौकरी की और वहाँ ये स्नैक्स, नमकीन और चिप्स बेचते थे। बेचते बाहर से लेके हम घर में बनाने लगे। घर में 1982 में ये बनाते कैंटीन में बेचते बाइक से बाजार में बेचा, रिक्शा से बेचा, टेम्पो से बेचा। बेचते आगे बढ़ते गए। 2-4 आदमी से शुरू किया था, आज 7000 एम्प्लॉय हमारे प्रीमाइसिस में काम कर रहे हैं और 2-4 सप्लायर थे, आज 2000 सप्लायर है और करोड़ों किसान हमारे साथ है। और किसान के खेत तक मैं पहुंचा हूं। तो ये हमारे साथ एक आलू है और अदर काफी किसान हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और जो रॉ मटेरियल भेजते हैं। और हम हमारे राजकोट एक फैक्ट्री है, एक वलसाड़ है, एक इंदौर है, कहीं बड़ौदा में है। तो 4-5 फैक्ट्री है और अभी यूपी में हम डालने वाले हैं। तो ये टोटल हमारा इन्वेस्ट 1000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्ट है। और वहाँ जो सारे ये रॉ मटेरियल कृषि आधारित प्रोसेस हो रहा है वो 15 राज्यों में हम बेचते हैं और बेचने के लिए 15 बड़े सोल डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर है, 600 ट्रकों द्वारा वो 15 राज्यों में पहुंचाते हैं। वो 1200 वहाँ डीलर है और एक डीलर है, छोटा डीलर है 5 रिक्शा है, बड़े डीलर है 100 रिक्शा है। वो अपने अपने एरिया में डिलीवरी करते हैं। वहाँ 10-12 लाख है दुकान है और वहाँ से आप जैसे कंज्यूमर खरीदी करते हैं। एक गांव का बंदा, मैं तो पढ़ा नहीं हूं लेकिन पढ़ना नहीं समझ आई तो गिनने की समझ करते करते एक इंसान के साथ जुड़ते लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को जोड़ा। ना कोई किसी को टारगेट देते हैं, ना किसी को कोई स्कीम देते हैं। खुद हम सेल्फ इंसान के साथ कैसे जोड़ा जाए ये बताते हैं। आप अपने कोई भी एरिया में दुकानदार है उसको पूछेंगे तो उसको कभी हमने स्कीम नहीं दी, कभी उसको हमने 5 पैकेट ज्यादा नहीं दिया। लेकिन हमने हमेशा ये देखा कि कंज्यूमर कंज्यूम करेगा तो ही हमारा ये सारे जो बीच वाले लोग हैं वो जुड़ सकेंगे। तो पहले क्या किया, अच्छी प्रोडक्ट बनाई हमने, क्योंकि मैं खुद परचेस करने जाता था, खुद प्रोसेस करता था, खुद एक कंज्यूमर को कैंटीन में बेचता था। तो मेरे पास एजुकेशन नहीं है लेकिन मेरे पास प्रैक्टिकल ज्ञान है। तो मैंने क्या किया, प्रैक्टिकल ज्ञान के साथ मैंने प्रोफेशनल ज्ञान को परचेस किया। इसके बाद मेरी न्यू जनरेशन आ गई, उसको मैंने जोड़ा, वो प्रोफेशनल में प्रैक्टिकल। तो हमारे साथ सारी शक्तियां है, प्रैक्टिकल भी है, प्रोफेशनल भी है, दिल से भी बात करते हैं, दिमाग से भी बात करते हैं। तो हम क्या है, किसान के साथ कैसी बात करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं किसान का बेटा हूं, तो किसान को अच्छी तरह मैंने जोड़ा। आपको शायद ये एरिया में मालूम होगा, चकलासी आलू हमारे यहाँ मिलते थे, आते थे, लेकिन आज की तारीख में बिल्कुल हम यूज नहीं कर रहे हो आलू, और काफी कम हो गया, क्योंकि बदलाव आया, ज्यादा लोगों ने फर्टिलाइजर डाला। तो हमने क्या किया, बिल्कुल कुछ सालों तक चिप्स आलू यहाँ 1-2 महीने ही लेते थे, बाद में हम आगे चले गए, एमपी में, हिमाचल में चले गए, बेंगलोर चले गए। आज सबसे ज्यादा आलू जो प्रोसेस आलू पक रहा है वो इंडिया में गुजरात में पक रहा है, और चिप्स में जो सबसे ज्यादा आलू पक रहा है, तो ये हमने सब जड़ तक पहुंचे हम, और अच्छी तरह से उसको समझाया, और वही प्रोसेस करके हमने अच्छी क्वालिटी बनाई, उसका अच्छा पैकिंग किया, अच्छी सर्विस दी। लेकिन आप पूछेंगे एक दुकानदार को, एक नेस्ले की या बड़ी कंपनी की इतनी सर्विस है, तो नहीं, ये सर्विस नहीं है, उसके सेल्समैन आते हैं, आपके कोई सेल्समैन पूछने नहीं आते हैं, सिर्फ आपका लोडर माल देने आता है। अच्छी बातें करने कोई तुम्हारे यहाँ से नहीं आता, लेकिन अच्छी सर्विस देते हैं, अच्छी प्रोडक्ट देते हैं, अच्छा पैकिंग आता है। पैकिंग देखने में अच्छा नहीं, पैकिंग मतलब लीक नहीं होता, ऊपर पैकेट के ऊपर आदमी खड़ा हो जाए तो भी वो पैकेट टूटता नहीं है। तो हमने क्या किया, समय के साथ टेक्नोलॉजी में बदलाव किया। आज मेरे पास ये जो रोबोट कार्टून में भरने वाला है, शायद वर्ल्ड की नंबर 1 कंपनी के पास भी नहीं है। तो क्या हम पढ़े लिखे नहीं है तो समय के साथ नहीं चल सकते हैं? चल सकते हैं। समय को रिस्पेक्ट देना हर इंसान का काम है। अगर समय को रिस्पेक्ट देंगे तो समय उसको रिस्पेक्ट देंगे। तो मैं भी समय के रिस्पेक्ट के साथ देने के साथ बोल रहा हूं, क्योंकि ये 47 इयर्स की हिस्ट्री है। मैं ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा, लेकिन कुछ आंकड़ों में बात करूंगा। 2004 में पहले हम लोगों और ज्योति आलू और लोकर यूज करते थे, तभी 850 हेक्टर में 25,000 मेट्रिक टन, और 2005 में मैं और सुरेश भाई, हमारे जो पोटैटो के साथ सप्लायर है, हम हॉलैंड गए। वहां से हमने पता चला कि एलआर प्रोसेसिंग आलू के लिए बहुत अच्छी किस्म के आलू उस समय उनकी डीलरशिप पुणे की एक माहिर कंपनी में थी। तो हमने इस किस्म के गुजरात के विभिन्न किसानों को कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कमी के जरूरी विकसित किया। शुरुआत में 3,000 मेट्रिक टन आलू उत्पादन 1,000 हेक्टर में किया। प्रोसेसिंग आलू की खेती में मुख्य रूप से पानी समस्या आती है, जिसके लिए लोगों को, किसानों को ड्रिप स्प्रिंकलर अपनाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित किया, क्योंकि अधूरे ज्ञान के कारण उत्पादन के शुरू में कम था। हमने उन्हें उसको मूल्य और आवश्यक ज्ञान प्रदान किया। 2005 से 10 में 8,000 हेक्टर में 2,25,000 मेट्रिक टन का उत्पादन किया गया था। 2015 में 25,000 हेक्टर में 6-7,000 मेट्रिक टन आलू उत्पादन किया गया। तो ये हमने आज गुजरात में, पूरे इंडिया में जो चिप्स लाइक जो जब सबसे क्वांटिटी और क्वालिटी आलू बनता है वो गुजरात में है, क्योंकि हमने किसानों के वहां जाके देखा उसको क्या क्या समस्या है। तो किसानों ने बताया कि ये अभी तो 45 mm से बड़े आलू आप प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं, बाकी के आलू हमको क्या कभी कभी फेंक देना पड़ता है। तो उसी टाइम हमने यहाँ आनंद में वो जमीन कृषि की थी, तो मेरे नाम पे लेके वहां हमने गुजरात में फर्स्ट जो पोटैटो प्रोसेसिंग का जो छोटे आलू किसानों को फेंक देना पड़ता था, उसका हमने प्रोसेसिंग किया, और आज 90,000 मेट्रिक टन हम आलू यूज कर रहे हैं। जो गुजरात में फर्स्ट प्लांट ये पोटैटो प्रोसेसिंग फ्लेक्स का डाला, दिल्ली में 1-2 प्लांट बंद थे, कलकत्ता में 1-2 प्लांट थे, पंजाब में 1-2 प्लांट बंद थे, फिर भी हमने यहाँ एक फर्स्ट गुजरात में जो पोटैटो फ्लेक्स का प्लांट डाला। आप रास्ते में आएगा, देख सकते हैं। तो ये हमने क्यों किया कि किसानों को छोटे आलू का दाम नहीं मिल रहा था, फेंक देना पड़ता था। आज भी बड़े हमारे साथ किसान है, इसको कम प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन आज भी छोटे छोटे जो किसान है उसको आज अच्छे सीड का प्रॉब्लम है, जो पोटाश उसको चाहिए उसका प्रॉब्लम है। तो हम उसको छोटे किसान के लिए भी क्या कर सकते हैं? तो किसानों के साथ साथ जो ये पोटैटो की बात की, बाकी तो ये समय की पाबंदी है। हमने काफी जो हम आज 2 लाख मेट्रिक टन आलू खुद यूज कर रहे हैं और बाकी के जो 5-6 लाख जो यूज कर रहे हैं वो मतलब गुजरात से बाहर भी 3 लाख टन तो गुजरात से बाहर जा रहा आलू। पहले हमने काफी टाइम तक बाहर से ही गुजरात में आलू लाए, जो प्रोसेस आलू की बात कर रहा हूँ। खाने का आलू ठीक यहाँ पक रहा था। और आपके एरिया में क्या पक रहा था? लोग चकलासी बोलते थे, वो पक रहा था। आज क्या है? तो मतलब वो किसान चेंज नहीं हुए। तो हमारे जो मेन किसान कहाँ से, जो हिम्मतनगर, मोड़ासा, धनसुरा, कंपा, तो वो जो किसान थे उसके बेटे भी अच्छा पढ़ाई करके समझदारी से काम किया, तो हमको भी फायदा हुआ, हमारे इंडिया को भी फायदा हुआ, गुजरात को भी फायदा हुआ। और सबसे फायदा किसको हुआ? जो बालाजी को, कि आज गुजरात में आपको ज्यादा से ज्यादा चिप्स किसकी खाने को मिलेगी? जो बालाजी की। तो ये कौन? एक मैं हूं। मैं कौन? एक इंसान। मेरे पास कुछ एजुकेशन नहीं है, लेकिन इरादा है। इंसान को इरादा है तो कुछ भी कर सकता है। हम इंसान एक ऐसी जीव है, ना हम कभी छोटे हैं ना हम कभी बड़े हैं, हम एक इंसान है। हमको इंसानियत में बड़ा होना है। ना हम कभी गरीब है ना हम कभी अमीर है। मैं एक बाइक लेके बेचने जाता था, मैं कभी फेरिया नहीं था मन से। मेरे लिए कोई काम छोटा नहीं है, कोई काम बड़ा नहीं है। आज भी मैं पानी पी लेता हूँ, हाथ से पीता हूँ, कभी किसी को ऑर्डर देके पानी नहीं मांगता हूँ। तो मैं कभी बड़ा बनूंगा तो इंसानियत से बड़ा बनूंगा। हमारे यहाँ एम्प्लॉय को आप पूछेंगे, छोटे छोटे एम्प्लॉय को, कि तुम्हारा बॉस कौन है, तुम्हारा सेठ कौन है, तो इसमें मेरा नाम नहीं आएगा। अगर आप वो पूछेंगे कि पिताजी की तरफ कौन है, भाई की तरफ कौन है, तो वो आपको मेरा नाम देंगे। कोई भी आप मेरे फैक्ट्री में आ सकते हैं, क्योंकि मेरी फैक्ट्री में 7-8 लाख स्टूडेंट आ चुके हैं। शायद इसमें से काफी स्टूडेंट आ चुके होंगे। तो मैं खुद उसको समझाता हूँ, और किसी स्टूडेंट को मैं ये नहीं समझाता हूँ मेरी प्रोडक्ट खानी है। मैंने कभी मेरी प्रोडक्ट के लिए पब्लिसिटी भी नहीं की थी। ये 47 इयर्स में मेरे जो न्यू जनरेशन आए हैं, वो पिछले साल जो 47 इयर्स में मैंने खर्च नहीं किया था, उसने 1 साल में किया। फिर भी मैंने मना नहीं किया, क्योंकि वो साहूकार बाप के बेटे हैं, मैं साहूकार बाप का बेटा नहीं हूं। तो मैं 1 रुपया मेरे लिए कीमती है, वो करेगा, क्योंकि वो भी आज बाप बन गया है। तो मैं ये भी समझता हूं कि मैं कभी बाप बन के ये मतलब ये ईगो नहीं रखता। आज वो भी बड़े हो गए हैं, आज सारी चीजें हमारी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन चला रही है। तो क्योंकि उसकी एक्सपायरी लंबी है और न्यू जनरेशन है और समय के साथ चलना जानता है, चाहता है, तो इसीलिए आज पूरा 16 साल से छोड़ते छोड़ते आज मैंने पूरा छोड़ दिया है। मैं तो ये अभी जो बोल रहा हूँ ये सोशल काम कर रहा हूँ, मैं कोई बिजनेसमैन नहीं हूँ। ठीक है, आपकी नजरों में बिजनेसमैन हूं तो हूं, क्योंकि मैं गुजरात में पूरी स्नैक्स इंडस्ट्री में सबसे ज्यादा टैक्स भर रहा हूं, और राजकोट में मेरे जन्म से पहले बिजनेसमैन है, वहां भी मैं टैक्स पेयर नंबर 1 हूं। तो दुनिया की नजर में मैं एक बिजनेसमैन हूं। लेकिन मैंने तो नारायण नारायण किया, लक्ष्मी अपने आप आई। થેન્ક યુ, આભાર.
Now I request Shri Dhaval Rawal, Chairman, CMD Abhyuday Group.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Shri Manoj Joshi ji, Special Secretary MOFPI, Shri Mahesh Singh sir, MD Gujarat Agro, Shri Dr. Tarun Bajaj ji from APEDA, Shri Sachin Sharma ji from ITC, and the captains of the food processing industry from Gujarat, Shri Chandubhai and Shri Paranubhai, and various industry captains from agro-food processing sector, representatives from the farmers, FPOs, cooperatives, Honorable Shri Nalin Upadhyay ji, Secretary Animal Husbandry Gujarat, आप सबका मैं एसोचैम की ओर से यहाँ पर स्वागत करता हूँ. It is our privilege that in 101st year of our establishment, ASSOCHAM is a national partner for this vibrant Gujarat Summit. आपको जैसे पता है ASSOCHAM एक ट्रेड और इंडस्ट्री प्लेटफॉर्म है और पिछले 100 वर्षों से हम इंडस्ट्री को और बिजनेस को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. आज जो हमारा विषय है वो एग्रो एक्सपोर्ट्स में हमें कैसे शिपिंग और लॉजिस्टिक कैपेसिटी को बढ़ाना चाहिए, इस बारे में मैं बात करूंगा. नेक्स्ट. जैसे कि डॉक्टर तरुण बजाज जी ने बताया कि हम लोग एक्सपोर्ट्स में वी आर ग्रोइंग वेरी वेल, वी आर ऑन द 9th इन द वर्ल्ड मैप. लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि we are the largest producer in the milk, in second largest producer in the various fruits and vegetables, और अभी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी मंजिल बाकी है. हमें अगर हम हमारे संसाधनों का उपयोग करें तो भारत जो है टोच के जो लीडिंग कंट्रीज है 1 से 5 नंबर में आ सकता है, क्योंकि हमारे पास हमारी जो जमीन है उसका 60% जो लैंड है दैट इज कल्टीवेबल, एंड वी हैव मेजर 15 एग्रो क्लाइमेटिक जोन्स. पूरे दुनिया के देशों के पास यह नहीं है जो हमारे पास एक कुदरती संसाधन है. नेक्स्ट. जैसे कि आप सबको पता है कि पोस्ट कोविड ये जो शिपिंग लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट है, यानी कि जो कंटेनर का शिपिंग कॉस्ट है, दैट इज रीजन वेरी शार्पली. जैसे कि ये ग्राफ में हमें दिख रहा है कि पोस्ट कोविड जो है वो अभी करीब करीब $12,000 तक पहुंच गया है, जो पहले 2 से 3,000 US डॉलर के बीच में था. मैं जो बात कर रहा हूँ ये हमारे साउथ ईस्ट एशिया से यूरोप और नॉर्थ अमेरिका के जो शिपिंग है, क्योंकि वहीं हमारा ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट है. और इंटरेस्टिंग ये है कि जो डिमांड है वो 5% ही बढ़ा है, और हमारा करीब मोर देन 80% ऑफ दी जो भी मर्चेंडाइज एक्सपोर्ट है वो शिपिंग के द्वारा सी रूट से होता है. इसलिए ये जो शिपिंग कॉस्ट का बढ़ा है उसका बहुत ही लंबा असर हमारे एक्सपोर्ट पर होने वाला है और हुआ है. नेक्स्ट. वेरियस एक्सपर्ट्स ने जो दे हैव स्टडीड दिस कि भाई क्या वजह है कि $2-3,000 का जो एक कंटेनर का शिपिंग कॉस्ट था यहाँ से अमेरिका यूरोप का वो इतना बढ़ गया. तो कुछ रीजंस है, जैसे कि डिमांड स्पाइक ड्यू टू कोविड, क्योंकि कोविड में बहुत सारा लोगों ने पैनिक बाइंग किया, बड़े बड़े रिटेल्स जो फॉरेन के उन्होंने बाय किया, इसलिए थोड़ा डिमांड बढ़ा. दूसरा है कि कैपेसिटी शॉर्टेज ड्यू टू एम्प्टी वेसल्स शॉर्टेज. तो जनरली जो ये जो कंटेनर एम्प्टी वेसल्स होते हैं वो हमारे पोर्ट पे आते हैं और हम उसमें अपना स्टफिंग करके बाहर भेजते हैं. तो एम्प्टी वेसल्स का अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं होने की वजह से भी ये प्राइस बढ़ी। तीसरा है कि इक्विपमेंट एंड मैन पावर शॉर्टेज, जो जी हमारे जो पोर्ट है या जहाँ पे हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं वहाँ पे ड्यू टू कोविड मैन पावर का शॉर्टेज रहा, लॉकडाउन रहा, इसलिए भी प्राइस बढ़ा। और कंजेशन एट द पोर्ट्स, तो बाद में जब भी लॉकडाउन खुला तो एकदम से वहाँ पर ज़्यादा कंटेनर एक्सपोर्ट के लिए पहुँच गए तो वहाँ पे कंजेशन बढ़ा। नेक्स्ट, लेकिन सब लोग ऐसा बोल रहे हैं कि जो शिपिंग कंपनियां हैं उन्होंने अपनी लाइफ में जितना पैसा नहीं कमाया था इतना ये 2 साल में उन्होंने कमा लिया। और ये एक वन ऑफ दी क्या बोलते हैं कि हमारा ऑब्जर्वेशन करने वाला पॉइंट ये रहेगा कि 1995 से लेके 2021 तक में जो छोटी शिपिंग कंपनियां थी उनका स्टेक जो है वो 56% कम हुआ, और जो 5 मेजर शिपिंग कंपनियां हैं उनका स्टेक है वो करीब 27% से 65% बढ़ गया। यानी ये जो बड़े लोग हैं वो अपना मोनोपोली बढ़ा रहे हैं, और हमारे पास ये 5 जो बड़े शिपिंग कंपनियां हैं उसमें से कोई भी हमारे भारतीय नहीं है, जनरली चाइना और यूरोपियन है। नेक्स्ट, हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट है वो बढ़ा है, और पिछले 1 साल में पोस्ट कोविड हमने अच्छा काम किया है। लेकिन ये पॉइंट भी हमें नोट करना चाहिए कि हमारा जो इंपोर्ट है वो भी उससे ज़्यादा बढ़ा है। यानी कि अगर 50% एक्सपोर्ट हमारा बढ़ा है तो इंपोर्ट हैज़ ग्रोन बाय मोर देन 75%। नेक्स्ट, जैसे कि डॉक्टर तरुण बजाज जी ने बताया कि हमारा एक्सपोर्ट जो भी है, जैसे कि राइस 13% बढ़ा है, फ्रूट वेजिटेबल 6.1% बढ़ा है। लेकिन एक जो अभ्यास करने जैसी बात यह है कि एज पर दी यूएन फूड एंड एग्रीकल्चर जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उनका जो रिपोर्ट है, तो उसके हिसाब से पिछले 1 साल में जो फूड प्राइस इंडेक्स है वो 30.8 पॉइंट यानी कि 31.1% बढ़ा है। यानी कि हमारा जो एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ा है उसकी वजह ये भी है कि ग्लोबल फूड प्राइजेस आर वेरी हाई। मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि एक जो एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड इंडस्ट्री रहती है, यानी कि एक एसएमई है या फूड इंडस्ट्री है, उनके लिए ये कंटेनर का हाई कॉस्ट जो है वो आज एक बड़ा चैलेंज है। आई रिसेंटली विजिटेड यूएसए, वहाँ पर मैं बहुत सारे फूड इंडस्ट्री से मिला, रिटेल जो बड़े वहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइज रिटेल है उनसे मिला। तो आई गिव यू द एग्जांपल ऑफ दी फ्रोजन फूड इंडस्ट्री। तो फ्रोजन फूड इंडस्ट्री में हमारे यहाँ से इंडियन फ्रोजन स्नैक्स है, सी फूड है, बहुत एक्सपोर्ट होता है। तो वहाँ पे जो लैंडिंग कॉस्ट था उनका, एक जो हम समोसा या उसकी बात करें तो समोसा का उनका लैंडिंग कॉस्ट जो था वो करीब 35 सेंट था फॉर द सेल। और आज की ये जो प्राइस बढ़ी है, अगर वो लोग वहाँ भी इवन यूएस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो हाई कॉस्ट है उसमें भी उनका मैन्युफैक्चरिंग आज की तारीख में 30 सेंट आ रहा है। यानी कि उनको वहाँ बनाना अभी सस्ता हो गया है ड्यू टू दिस हाई कंटेनर प्राइस। अगर हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं तो उनको वो महंगा पड़ता है। और जैसे आप देख रहे हैं कि हमारा सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट है वो करीब 11% कम हुआ है। और हमने बहुत सारा वहाँ पर इंटरेक्ट किया तो ऐसा एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे कि पोस्ट दिस क्या बोलते हैं कि फेस्टिवल सीजन वहाँ पे बहुत ही इम्पोर्ट होता है, मतलब दिसंबर जनवरी के लिए। और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट ईयर के जो 22-23 ये फाइनेंस ईयर नेक्स्ट ईयर के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स है उसमें ये प्राइस कम होगी ऐसा मानना था। लेकिन मैंने जिनसे भी वहाँ पे बात किया, वॉलमार्ट से किया और बाकी लोगों से, तो उन्होंने बोला कि भाई हमारा जो बॉटम है वो नहीं आ रहा है। आज भी उन्हें 50% दे हैव फाइंडिंग शॉर्टेज फॉर दी कंटेनर्स। नेक्स्ट, तो हमारे अगर हमें लीडिंग एक्सपोर्ट कंट्री बनना है एग्रो फूड प्रोसेसिंग में, इकोनॉमी को हमें बढ़ावा देना है, तो ये निश्चित रूप से हमें हमारा जो लॉजिस्टिक्स है और शिपिंग है उसको ज़्यादा ऑर्गेनाइज करना पड़ेगा, उसकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करना पड़ेगा। उसके लिए क्या कर सकते हैं, जैसे कि अभी एक ऐसा डेटा आया है कि अराउंड 25,000 to 30,000 एम्प्टी वेसल्स आर लाइंग इन वेरियस पोर्ट्स ऑफ आवर कंट्री। तो हमें उसको यूज़ करने से ये जो हमें बाहर से कंटेनर आते हैं उससे सस्ता पड़ेगा। दूसरा बहुत ही ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि जेएनपीटी और मुंद्रा जो है दैट काउंट्स अराउंड 65% ऑफ आवर एक्सपोर्ट्स लॉजिस्टिक्स। तो अगर हमें हमारे पास देर आर 200 पोर्ट्स जो मेजर नहीं है लेकिन माइनर पोर्ट्स है, ये 200 पोर्ट ऐसे हैं, गुजरात में भी ऐसे करीब करीब 40 पोर्ट है कि अगर हम उसे डेवलप करते हैं, वहां पर हम जैसे पैक हाउस है, कोल्ड चेन फैसिलिटीज है, वहां पर अगर हम जिसको बोलते हैं वेयर हाउसिंग और कंटेनर स्टफिंग की फैसिलिटी बढ़ाते हैं, तो ये जो मेजर हमारे 2 पोर्ट के ऊपर जो कंजेशन है, वहां पे जो वेटिंग पीरियड है वो कम होगा। दूसरा एक ऐसा अभ्यास में ध्यान में आया है कि जो बड़ी शिपिंग कंपनियां हैं, क्योंकि उन्हें चाइना इज अ मेजर बायर फॉर देयर एंड दे आर ब्रिंगिंग एम्प्टी वेसल्स फ्रॉम इंडिया टू अदर कंट्रीज, तो उसे अगर हम रोकेंगे तो भी हमें फायदा होगा। और अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि हमें सबको मिलके, अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री है उसके पास अगर एक चॉइस ये है कि भाई टू बिकम ए शिपर्स चॉइस, यानी कि यू शुड डू लॉन्ग टर्म कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स, ईयरली कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स विद द वेरियस लॉजिस्टिक कंपनीज इंस्टेड ऑफ डूइंग फॉर मंथली कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स। इसमें आपको कम से कम 20 से 25% का ये वो लोग डिस्काउंट दे सकते हैं अगर आप उसको पूरे साल का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करें। तो मेरा आप सबसे अनुरोध है कि इस विषय में आप अपना सुझाव दें और कुछ हम ऐसा करें कि जिससे हमारा एक्सपोर्ट और बढ़े। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Raval ji. Now I request Shri Pranav Doshi, Director, Gujarat Infrastructure Mega Food Park.
Dignitaries on the dais and in the audience, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be speaking about mega food parks today, which is a flagship system of the flagship Yojana of Ministry of Food Processing Industries. प्रधानमंत्री किसान संपदा योजना के ये मेगा फूड पार्क्स बनाए गए हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। मेगा फूड पार्क योजना की सोच ये थी कि भाई वैल्यू एडिशन मैक्सिमाइज किया जाए। We have a lot of losses in farming products, and that's where maximizing of value addition, minimizing of wastage, increase of farmers' income. सोच तो ये थी कि भाई 2022 तक फार्मर्स इनकम डबल की जाए। वी हैव अचीव्ड क्वाइट अ सिग्निफिकेंट टारगेट आउट ऑफ दैट, बट थिंग्स आर अंडर प्रोसेस एंड गोइंग ऑन, and of course creating employment. Food processing is the next largest employment creator opportunity after agriculture, and यहाँ अच्छा काम हो सकता है। हर एक मेगा फूड पार्क के लिए एक बेसिक बॉटम लाइन क्रिएट करी गई थी इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। सो 50 एकड़ एरिया चाहिए, आप 75 to 200 एकर्स का इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे, आप 30+ एकर्स ऑफ लीजेबल लैंड करेंगे। हर एक मेगा फूड पार्क में सिर्फ फूड प्रोसेसर आ सकते हैं। सो फूड प्रोसेसिंग की बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट करने का ये प्रयास था। स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट प्रोसेसिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काफी सारे फूड पार्कों में लगा है। 250 crores per mega food park is the expected industry investment. बाहर का इन्वेस्टमेंट 250 करोड़ कम से कम होगा। Benefits to approximately 25,000 farmers per mega food park, and 5,000 लोगों को डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया जाए। ये स्कीम का बेसिक प्रावधान है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। फूड पार्क का कॉन्सेप्ट जो है वो क्लस्टर बेस्ड है। उसमें मल्टीपल रोल किया जा रहा है कि भाई फार्मर के गेट तक हम जाएं, हम कलेक्शन एंड एग्रीगेशन सेंटर्स बनाएं, प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग करें। काफी ऐसी प्रोडक्ट होती है कि भाई वहां सेग्रीगेशन अगर कलेक्शन एरिया में ही हो जाए तो जो प्रोसेसेबल क्रॉप है वो पार्क में आ जाएगा, एंड जो मार्केट क्रॉप है वो सीधा मार्केट में चला जाए। तो दैट वे कॉस्ट थोड़ी रिड्यूस होती है फॉर प्रोसेसर्स. Processors are always very cost sensitive, so they have to be getting material at a proper cost. इसलिए टेबल वैरायटी का जो क्रॉप होता है वो मार्केट में चला जाए, ये एक सोच है. एंड देन फाइनली सेंट्रल प्रोसेसिंग सेंटर है जहां मेजॉरिटी ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट किया जाता है एंड वहीं से ही सारा फ्रेश प्रोड्यूस प्रोसेस होके आगे जाए, ये सोच है. नेक्स्ट. In India, if we see 41 mega food parks have been sanctioned. 22 are already operational. Cumulative project area 3000 एकड़ है, जिसमें से 1500 एकड़ में इंडस्ट्रीज लगेगी, ये सोच है. Almost 4200 crore की लार्ज इन्वेस्टमेंट है टोटल मेगा फूड पार्क्स में से, जिसमें से गवर्नमेंट की बहुत ही लार्ज सपोर्ट है. More than 1850 crores they are going to pay as in terms of grant, out of which अचीवमेंट भी काफी सारा हो चुका है. 1400 करोड़ रुपया ऑलरेडी दे दिया गया है. नए पार्क्स जो हैं उनका यहाँ कैलकुलेशन बाकी है, उनको लगभग 8 से 9 पार्क को काफी पैसा देना बाकी है. बट इट इज इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट टू नोट दैट प्राइवेट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स एंड गवर्नमेंट आर ऑल्सो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स आर इन्वेस्टिंग 2750 crores for this effort, which is quite a substantial amount in the Indian context. Next, please. There is a very good geographical spread in mega food parks. North and central में 12 parks हैं, west में 7 हैं, similarly east में 12 हैं and south में 10 हैं. Of course, the list is available, but if anybody needs the presentation, it is available with the organizers and you can contact any of us. We'll be able to support that. Thank you. Next. पर मेगा फूड पार्क में मैंने आपको जैसे बताया सारे डिटेल्स अवेलेबल है, बट अगर इसको पूरे देश में देखा जाए तो द इम्पैक्ट इज सब्सटेंशियली लार्ज. लगभग 1000 फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट लगेंगे, 4300 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगा फूड पार्क के अंदर, और 10,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा आए द फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स विल पुट अप. Employment will be 2 lakh people, which is quite a substantial number, and we'll reach out to more than 10 lakh farmers. Of course, each mega food park takes next 5 to 7 years to establish. शायद सोच मिनिस्ट्री की ये थी कि भाई थोड़ा जल्दी किया जाए, इसलिए गोल पोस्ट टफ थी, बट अनुभव से ये देखा गया कि 7 से 8 साल में फूड पार्क अच्छे से एस्टेब्लिश हो जाते हैं और वी आर एबल टू ब्रिंग द नेसेसरी रिजल्ट. अगर आप देखें तो प्रोडक्ट डाइवर्सिटी मेगा फूड पार्क के आने से बहुत अच्छी हो गई. तो ऑफ कोर्स बेल बज गई है, तो आई विल फिनिश इट इन नेक्स्ट 2 minutes. 10 सेगमेंट को हमने टच किया है. सो प्रोडक्ट डाइवर्सिटी एंड लोकेशनल डाइवर्सिटी बहुत अच्छी है. नेक्स्ट. We can process more than 40 lakh tons of raw material, so that's a huge help to farmers in the local area. Food processing sector is expected to employ 9 million people, and we as food parks will be doing about 5 to 7% of that in the next few years. 10 लाख फार्मर्स को लिंक करा जाना है, जिसमें से 2 लाख तक के फार्मर ऑलरेडी लिंक करे जा चुके हैं. एंड लोकेशनली एज आई सेड एवरी स्टेट हैज 1 मेगा फूड पार्क ऑलमोस्ट, ऐसी हालत है. केस स्टडी एक छोटा सा दिया जाए ऑफ सक्सेसफुल मेगा फूड पार्क्स, तो आई विल स्टार्ट विद गुजरात, because Gujarat is a forerunner in most things, and hopefully this is the case in food parks too. Next slide, please. So we have an investment of 122 crores, out of which we have 38 acres of leasable land. We'll be putting, already we have 20 units and 10 से 15 यूनिट और आने की क्षमता है. गोल पोस्ट ये थी कि 250 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट लाया जाए, बट एट 60% ऑक्यूपेंसी गुजरात में ऑलरेडी 400 करोड़ का यूनिट्स का इन्वेस्टमेंट आ चुका है. वी हैव अ प्रेजेंट एम्प्लॉयमेंट ऑफ 800 पीपल एंड वी आर श्योर टू हिट द टारगेट ऑफ 5000 within a very short time. We hope that it will be done in 1 year. Next please. And ऐसा कहा जाता है कि भाई फैक्टर्स ऑफ इंपॉर्टेंस, इंपैक्ट कैसे क्रिएट होगी फूड पार्क से, तो वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर इज लोकेशन. सो जैसे विद्या बालन जी ने एक रिसेंट मूवी में कहा था कि भाई फिल्म को सक्सेसफुल करना है तो एंटरटेनमेंट एंटरटेनमेंट एंटरटेनमेंट. ऐसा ही कुछ यहाँ है कि लोकेशन लोकेशन लोकेशन. आप लोकेशन बढ़िया चुनो तो अपने आप बाकी सब फैक्टर्स आ जाते हैं. So in our case, we have fantastic availability of raw materials. We have 66% of fruits, 22% of vegetables, very near proximity to Maharashtra border. वहाँ से भी vegetables आते हैं. So we are actually well located. Export का अच्छा potential है. 7 करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा Indian population का access है, who are very knowledgeable and affording. So yes, I mean we score well on the locational part. Next, please. Next. Next. There are many advantages to come to the food park. Each of the food parks, state governments are also supporting. Next, please. The second study is Patanjali Mega Food Park, which is doing exceedingly well, especially in terms of farmer outreach. Next. उनका प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट था लगभग 100 करोड़ रुपया, वो 6 साल पहले एस्टैब्लिश हो चुके हैं. उनका लीजेबल एरिया सिमिलर है, यूनिट्स 20 से ज्यादा हैं, 500 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, बट दे हैव रीच्ड आउट टू मोर देन 50,000 फार्मर्स, व्हिच इज द रियलिटी, एंड दैट इज हाउ दे आर द सक्सेस मॉडल्स टू फॉलो इन टर्म्स ऑफ फार्मर आउटरीच. शायद आज का माहौल भी ये है कि फार्मर्स को कैसे कनेक्ट किया जाए, तो दैट विल बी हेल्पफुल. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. India Food Park Karnataka, which was put up by Future Group, is another such example. Next. Project cost was 144 crores. 70 acres का leasable area है, तो उनका काफी बड़ा area है lease करने को. अभी 20 यूनिट आए हैं. अभी कुछ I think 300 crores का investment आ चुका है. And 20,000 farmer को गए हैं वो लोग outreach करने. They have done a good work in tomato. Next please. There's a lot of support and growth in food processing sector. Everybody knows that. And government has really laid out the red carpet for food processing industry. Next, please. जिसमें कि PLI स्कीम में 10,000 करोड़ दिया गया है. फार्मर आउटरीच के लिए 1,60,000 करोड़ जितनी बड़ी लागत गवर्नमेंट ने प्रॉमिस की है in a very short time, in next 2 years. Once these things happen, I'm sure that India is on a great growth path. We are growing at more than 14% every year in food processing industry, and we'll do a good job. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're waiting for tea, and let's finish it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Pranav Doshi ji. We'll take a quick 2-minute session for question answer. If there is any question from the audience. It's going. Mic up.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Genzik. I live in India since 70 years. My aim is to transfer technology to India, which I did with a factory of bulk milk cooler in Halol. For the fourth time, I have taken the delegation of Vibrant Gujarat to France and organized a meeting with French companies willing to invest in India and in Gujarat. So my question now for many of them is that, what we're saying, Mr. Atkinson, there is no real certification. We had a long conversation with Mrs. Badal as well. We signed an MOU with Gujarat for laboratory. We can see that all the test and certification is always is not made in India, which is to me and to us from our experience in France and Europe not costly. What is costly is the loss of product and raw product. When you see 70% of food processing from the field to the consumer is made of cold chain. Only 30% is then health, hygiene, good seeds, and so on. My great time here, this second day, is what is being done at the roots. Yesterday, I had the chance to test tomato and strawberry from Kutch. Same I have in France. It's the first time. Although I buy my vegetables from Food Hall, which is one of the best known. So now my real question, is India willing And Mrs. Badal said one day to me, I realized in France that vegetables after 8 hours, are not fresh anymore, and they lose their nutriment. We know that pasteurization 1, 2, 3 times also is making milk losing nutriments. So is there a way India adopts some certifications that will help the transfer of technology and know-how? I'm Indian in India with my technology. And that is my question.
Thank you very much. As you rightly said, we are traveling. India is growing and towards the required certification which is required at the international level. Starting from GAP, which is Good Agriculture Practices from the Farm, BRC, and then also whatever are the required. And all our export-oriented units, they are mandatorily HACCP and ISO certified. So food safety, international food safety management systems are gradually followed. What is a problem? Let us express. The problem is every day the private standards are developing. And this is not a problem India is facing. This is a problem universally all are facing. Every day, a supermarket chain, they develop their own private label, private standards, and they enforce on the suppliers to follow it. All the suppliers world over, including India, we are ready to follow the required standards which are there. I have mentioned if they are codex, okay, or which is universally accepted. Okay, the European Union has a little higher standards, still we are following that also. But making everybody to follow all the types of private label standards is little difficult. Still, we are following and our exporters are trying to follow it, because if they want to reach to that chain, it is mandatory that they have to follow those standards also. Everyday standards, you name it, fair standards, other kinds of standards. Then some of the countries are introducing social security standards, environmental standards. All these are coming up, but I just want to tell you, we are following standards, whether it is exports. Otherwise, our exports would not have grown to the level of 43 billion US dollars. We are ready to follow it, but we do need some kind of a consensus at the at the international level, that there has to be a limit to following the compliance. In my presentation, I did mention the cost of compliance. The cost of compliance is now started pinching everybody. And that is the thing, that we are ready to comply. I'm not saying we are not ready. We are ready to comply, but at the same time, there has to be some check and balances and some consolidation also, that what to comply and what not to comply.
So if I may say, at the moment, the vegetables and fruit, 46% is at loss in India, against 12% in France. I'm not selling my certification in France and so on. We have made Indian certification for milk, Indian standard for milk with BIS. You have BIS is supposed, and government is supposed to put them into place, and not everyone coming with a new certification, of course. They are international certification. The aim is what? I'll give you an example for milk. Without certification, and I hope we have signed an MOU with the government of Gujarat, I hope we will put the laboratory in place. What is happening? You have 500 bacteria in your milk, 5,000, I'm sorry, when I have 50,000. 5 million, I'm sorry, when I have 50,000 in France. What is the result? The result is that the milk can be procured here only once a day and collected once a day. In France, I can collect every 3 days. The result is that I save 60% of energy in that. Not only that, the quality of the milk is such, because we have the certification of the bulk milk cooler, and that every industry has to follow, then we give and we provide to a milk producer better revenue, as well as for dairy. It is your benefit, but you make your own. 5708 is a world standard, but made by India with their own constraint that is recognized all over the world.
Okay, this is a specific issue. This is specific issue.
I think let Mr. Sachin Sharma reply to that with respect to domestic.
Yeah, so I think gradually the awareness of consumer in India is increasing.
Yes.
And consumers are also becoming conscious on the way food, processed food is being made and how it is been procured. So there are initiatives which are happening, which are improving the back-end infrastructure and also building assurance and a visibility. Now, is a ecosystem fully matured at this stage to work out standard? I'm not sure, but I can give you some examples. Like I mentioned very briefly in milk, like the last mile chilling of milk, which was not seen earlier, is slowly becoming a practice in India. So in village chilling itself, it is happening, and low cost chillers are coming, which are transforming the way chilling is happening. And a lot of say cooperatives and private organizations are working. Like I can give you one example. We have started one process in West Bengal, Calcutta, wherein a consumer can actually scan a code and he can see the history of the milk and the quality assurance system that milk which he or she is getting is followed. So there are initiatives which are happening. I think as the ecosystem matures, some of the standard practices may also come in. But I agree what Dr. Bajaj has shared, that India in exports is following a lot of global standards, and the entire ecosystem is gradually improving.
So you understand that what I'm talking about is that government being the one adopting, asking adoption of standard, because otherwise anyone does what they want. And it is what I see every day. Yes, I'm sorry.
Michelle, I think if you have more questions, you can discuss over the tea, because already we are late in that session by half an hour. Please.
Thank you.
Conclude that.
Thank you. At the end of this particular plenary session, acknowledging our knowledgeable speakers with the memento, I would like to request Director of Research, Junagadh Agricultural University, Dr. P.M. Chauhan, to please present the memento to Shri Manoj Joshi, Special Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India. He is the moderator of this particular session. I request Dr. M.N. Rambert, Principal and Dean of Veterinary College, Kamdenu Agricultural University, to present. To present memento to Dr. Tarun Bajaj, to Shri Mahesh Singh and Shri Sachin Sharma. I request Dr. M.N. Rambert to present memento to Dr. Tarun Bajaj. I again request him to present memento to Shri Mahesh Singh. I request Dr. Brambert to present memento to Shri Sachin Sharma, Vice President, Channel ITC Limited. I request sir to present memento to Shri Dhaval Rawal, CMD, Abhyuday Group and Chairman Agro Food Processing Council, Gujarat, SOCHM. I request him to present memento to Shri Pranav Doshi, Director, Gujarat Infrastructure Mega Food Park. Thank you. I request sir to present memento to Shri Chandubai Virani, Founder and MD, Balaji Wafers. Yes. I request all the speakers to come forward for the group photograph. We thank all the speakers for the valuable time. And there will be a quick break for 2 minutes for arranging the stage, and we'll continue with the plenary session 2, which will be on smart. Operating Officer, Cropping Technology, Shri Thekkapat Raman Kesavan, Group President, TAFE, Shrimati Nikita Nadkarni, Portfolio Director, Agritech Social Alpha. I request all the participants outside the hall to kindly take your seats. May I request Shrimati Shomita Bishwas for her expert views. Please, ma'am.
Good morning to everyone. मुझे बताया गया है कि the preferred language should be Hindi by the audience. तो मैं कोशिश ये करूँगी कि हिंदी इंग्लिश मिला के मेरे जो व्यूज़ हैं वो यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत करूँगी. सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी गुजरात जिन्होंने मुझे यहाँ पर इनवाइट किया और मुझे यहाँ अपने व्यूज़ रखने का मौका दिया. तो ये जो प्लेनरी सेशन है और उसके साथ ही साथ जो पैरेलल सेशन चलने वाला है वो है एक तो मैकेनाइजेशन पर है, मैकेनाइजेशन टेक्नोलॉजी और आईटी आईओटी से रिलेटेड सेशन है. तो मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि आनंद जो भूमि है वो मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटरवेंशन या जो भी कहना चाहे ये यहाँ की शुरुआत यहीं से हुई. जब यहाँ पर कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट चला और वाइट रिवोल्यूशन चला. दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टेक्नोलॉजिकल रिवोल्यूशन आई वुड से दैट टुक प्लेस इन आनंद. तो ये तो जन्मभूमि है टेक्नोलॉजी डिस्ट्रप्शन की. मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि और मैं अपने आप को बहुत सौभाग्यशाली समझती हूँ कि मैं यहाँ पर हूँ आनंद की भूमि में. और जहाँ तक टेक्नोलॉजी का सवाल है तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि हमारे पिछले कई दशकों में हमने देखा है कि कैसे जो एग्रीकल्चर का जो शेयर है जीडीपी में वो कम हुआ है. वो 16 से 17% तक आ गया अगर आज की डेट में देखा जाए. लेकिन 16-17% शेयर कम हुआ ये नहीं है कि एग्रीकल्चर का कंट्रीब्यूशन कम हो गया. ये इसलिए हुआ कि दूसरे जो सेक्टर्स हैं, सर्विस सेक्टर्स हैं या जो दूसरे सेक्टर्स हैं वो ऊपर आए हैं. और दूसरी जो बात जो हुई है इन दशकों में वो हमारे जो फार्म ऑपरेशनल होल्डिंग्स हैं उसका साइज कम होता चला गया है. सो जब साइज कम होता है तो नेचुरली टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंटरवेंशन ही कुछ ऐसा उपाय है जिससे कि फार्मर की इनकम जो है उसको हम बढ़ा सकते हैं. और इसीलिए टेक्नोलॉजी चाहे वो किसी भी तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे वो सीड टेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे वो फार्म ऑपरेशंस की टेक्नोलॉजी हो, ये सब के द्वारा ही हम फार्मर्स की इनकम को बढ़ा सकते हैं. इसके अलावा कोई हमारे पास उपाय नहीं है. यही एक मात्र ऐसा साधन है जो कि हम पर यूनिट एरिया से ज्यादा प्रोडक्शन भी बढ़ा सकते हैं, प्रोडक्टिविटी भी बढ़ा सकते हैं. जैसे कि आपको पता है कि अब जो स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर जो पहले हम कहा करते 2 हेक्टेयर से ज्यादा के कैटेगरी वाले फार्मर्स ज्यादा होते थे. अब वही स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स के पास ऑन एन एवरेज 1 हेक्टेयर के करीब जमीन रह गई है. सो ये सब चैलेंजेस को मीट अप करने के लिए हमें मशीनरी और टेक्नोलॉजी के सहायता से उनकी इनकम की हम बढ़ोतरी की सोच सकते हैं, जिससे कि जो हम इनपुट्स दे रहे हैं, इनपुट्स इन टर्म्स ऑफ फर्टिलाइजर, इन टर्म्स ऑफ पेस्टिसाइड, इन टर्म्स ऑफ हर्बिसाइड्स, इन टर्म्स ऑफ सीड, इसको हम प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर के द्वारा और भी जो मशीनरी तो है ही, लेकिन अब हम सुपर एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में भी बातचीत करना शुरू कर रहे हैं, जो कि आपको पैरेलल सेशन में सुनने को मिलेगा. प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर की जब हम बात करते हैं तो रोबोट्स की बात करते हैं कि कैसे रोबोट्स के द्वारा प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर को हम कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम ड्रोन्स के द्वारा प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर को कर सकते हैं. जब हम ड्रोन्स के द्वारा, जब सेंसर के साथ हम फर्टिलाइजर्स या पेस्टिसाइड का स्प्रे करते हैं तो पेस्टिसाइड की मात्रा में भी कमी आ सकती है. और दूसरी जो उसका दूसरा फायदा ये होता है कि जो ऑपरेट इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए मुझे लगता है मैकेनाइजेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी के पास ये ऐसा एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि जो फार्म इनकम्स को पर यूनिट एरिया में बढ़ा सकती है. दिस इज द ओनली वे टू ट्रांसफॉर्म एग्रीकल्चर. एंड एट द एंड आई वुड लाइक टू से दैट youth, rural youth, involvement of rural youth would be very critical. हमने देखा है कि यूथ आजकल एग्रीकल्चर से दूर हटते चले जा रहे हैं. दे आर ऑप्टिंग फॉर अदर वाइट कॉलर जॉब्स इन द टाउन एरिया. लेकिन ये टेक्नोलॉजीज जब आती हैं तो इससे कई दूसरे एवेन्यूज भी खुल जाते हैं. इसीलिए रूरल यूथ के पास ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है, ये पोटेंशियल भी है कि एग्रीकल्चर को एज ए एंटरप्रेन्योर आगे बढ़ाएं थ्रू दीज टेक्नोलॉजीज. So it also gives an opportunity for the rural youth. I request you all to join this parallel session on mechanization and technology. And once again, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your valuable input. May I request Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor Niti Aayog, for her expert views. Please.
नमस्कार, मेरे साथ इस पैनल में उपस्थित सभी फेलो पैनलिस्ट, आपने देखा इस सेशन का थीम है रोल ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इन ट्रांसफार्मिंग एग्रीकल्चर। तो ये कॉन्सेप्ट हम कंट्री में प्रोपोगेट कई साल से कर रहे हैं कि कैसे हम रूरल यूथ को जो आईटी की हमारी कैपेबिलिटी है उसको, या हमारे पास नेक्स्ट करिए प्लीज, या हमने जो अभी हम भारत 2 नेट करके नेक्स्ट करिए, नेक्स्ट करिए, अच्छा और नेक्स्ट करिए। हमारी जो टेक्नोलॉजी है हम देख रहे हैं कि आईटी में हमने अच्छा काम किया है, इंटरनेट का पेनिट्रेशन विलेज लेवल पे बढ़ रहा है। इसके अलावा हम गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भारत 2 एक ब्रॉडबैंड का हम पेनिट्रेशन विलेज लेवल तक ले जाने के लिए एक फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम है। और आपने अभी हमारे साथ पैनलिस्ट में इसरो से हैं, आईएमडी का नेटवर्क है, एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज का नेटवर्क है, केवीकेज का नेटवर्क है और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का अपना नेटवर्क है। ये सारी टेक्नोलॉजी जो अवेलेबल हैं, इनको हम कैसे न्यू आईटी, आईओटी, सेंसर ड्रिवन ड्रोन के साथ मैच करके हम फार्मर्स की लाइफ को इजी बना सकते हैं। और दूसरा है जो गांव में हमारे पास टैलेंट अवेलेबल है उनको हम इसके साथ लिंक करें कि जिससे कि फार्मर्स की जो कठिनाइयां हैं वो कम हो सके, उनकी खेती की लागत कम हो। और दूसरी बात है जो टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांटेजेस हमारी कंट्री में हो रहे हैं, इन बेनिफिट्स का भी हमारे लोग फायदा लें। इस कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ नीति आयोग ने कुछ प्रोजेक्ट कृषि न्यू करके शुरू किए थे और हमारा इसमें था आईटीसी के साथ हम ई चौपाल, बिग बास्केट के साथ प्राइस फोरकास्टिंग मॉडल, दूसरा मिल्क मंत्रा के साथ क्वालिटी ट्रेसेबिलिटी एंड ये असेसमेंट का सर्टिफिकेशन का, और अमूल के साथ हमारा डेयरी सेक्टर के लिए। तो ये एक्सपेरिमेंट हम लोगों ने नीति आयोग में किया जहां पर हमने मल्टी स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन किया और देन एक सोल्यूशन दिया और इसको एवेल्युएट किया रियली में एक हम ग्राउंड लेवल पे कितना चेंज ला सकते हैं। आई कैन टेल यू कि हमारा एक्सपेरिमेंट बहुत सक्सेसफुल रहा। ये हमारे मॉड्यूल्स ऑलरेडी रेडी होकर के फील्ड में इम्प्लीमेंट किया गया। इसके अलावा इन मॉड्यूल्स के अलावा जो नीति आयोग ने अपने लेवल पे प्राइवेट के साथ पीपीपी मोड में किया था, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ कर्नाटका का एक फ्रूट्स सिस्टम है, उन्होंने पूरे सारे अपने डेटाबेस को डिजिटाइज किया हुआ है, सिंगल विंडो सॉल्यूशंस है। फार्मर अपने मोबाइल पे या ऐप पे अपना नाम, आधार कार्ड डालते हैं, आपको सारा कुछ आपका डिटेल, आपके पास कितनी लैंड है, कौन सी क्रॉप है, आपने कितनी बेनिफिट अभी तक लिए हैं, और इसके बाद आपको मार्केट में आज प्राइस क्या है, आपके पास अगर मार्केट में कोई प्रॉब्लम हो रही है तो आपको साथ कौन सा कंसर्न ऑफिसर्स है। तो इस तरह के सॉल्यूशंस स्टेट लेवल पे भी ट्राई किए जा रहे हैं और सक्सेसफुली कर्नाटक ने सक्सेसफुली इसको किया है। तो हमारे अपने एक्सपीरियंस भी बहुत अच्छे रहे इस पे काम करने के लिए, और जो स्टेट के भी ऑफिसर्स जहाँ जो इनिशिएटिव्स हैं उसमें भी हम उनके साथ कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं। तो मेरा क्योंकि टाइम शार्ट है, मैंने सिर्फ इसलिए दिखाया कि आप लोग क्योंकि प्राइवेट से बहुत लोग हैं यहाँ पे, एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि आप नेटवर्क क्रिएट करके एक सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइडर्स की हम एक भूमिका अदा कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। देखिए कैसे हमने इस कृषि न्यू में एग्री इनपुट, ई नाम, वेदर डाटा, लैंड रिकॉर्ड, जो स्पेशल फार्मर्स क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री, वेदर इरिगेशन आधार, ये आर्किटेक्चर रहा। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। और ये डिलीवरी मॉडल रहा फार्मर्स के लिए, जो पूरी हमने इसको डेवलप किया और इसको कंट्री में टेस्ट किया और आगे भी टेस्ट कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ई चौपाल का जो हमने बता दिया आईटीसी के साथ। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट। ये एक नया सॉल्यूशन है, हमारे कुछ यंगर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स ने निंजा कार्ट करके शुरू किया क्योंकि मुझे यह ठीक लगा मॉडल। तो मुझे लगा कि ये सिर्फ एक एग्जाम्पल है, डिस्प्ले कर रहे हैं। इस तरह के हमें हंड्रेड्स एंड लाख इंटरवेंशन चाहिए हमारी टोटल एग्रीकल्चर के। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। अच्छा, जो लोग इस तरह का काम शुरू करना चाहते हैं तो उनके दिमाग में आता है कि फाइनेंस कहाँ से रहे। तो इस तरह के इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च एंड एजुकेशन थ्रू एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज, डिपार्टमेंट साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, इसके बाद MSME, SFAC, नाबार्ड और नीति आयोग में अटल इनोवेशन मिशन। हम इस तरह की फंडिंग न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट आइडियाज के लिए करते हैं, जहां पर एक सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइडर की आप भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। आपको इंक्यूबेट करने के लिए और भी कोई हैंड होल्डिंग चाहिए तो ये सारा ये इनके बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं जिसमें हम अभी पूरी कंट्री में इस तरह के इनोवेशन सॉल्यूशंस को हम इनकरेज कर रहे हैं, और उसमें आप लोग संपर्क कर सकते हैं हमारे साथ भी, या इनकी स्कीम्स के भी अगर आपको कोई जानकारी चाहिए तो आप इसके लिए ये बिल्कुल आगे आ सकते हैं और इसको आगे लेके बढ़ सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। थैंक यू। क्योंकि टाइम शॉर्ट है, लेकिन मेरा सब डिटेल अवेलेबल है, तो जिन लोगों को अगर कोई भी कहीं भी हिकअप्स आता है तो वो लोग इसके लिए कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, लेकिन एक सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइडर की भूमिका आप निभा सकते हैं और फार्मर्स की हैंड होल्डिंग कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, ma'am, for providing very important information. Now, may I request Shri N.S. Patel, State Marketing Manager, IFCO, to share his views.
Respected नीलम मैडम, स्पीकर, साथियों, प्रथम तो मैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात का आभार प्रदर्शित करता हूँ कि आप सबको मिलने का मौका दिया। टॉपिक है स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर में ड्रोन का यूज। आप सब जानते होगा, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री ने ऐलान किया था कि यूरिया का वपराश कम करें। देश में तकरीबन 350 लाख टन यूरिया का वपराश होता है और यूरिया का वपराश की वजह से बहुत सारे इशू मृदा में, हेल्थ में बहुत सारे इशू आ रहे हैं। साथ में हमें तकरीबन 80 to 90 लाख टन यूरिया बाहर से इंपोर्ट भी करना पड़ता है और उसके कारण एक्सचेंज भी देश को खर्चा करना पड़ता है। इफ्को ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत के अभियान के अंतर्गत कलोल प्लांट में NBRC की स्थापना की और अभी हम पर डे 1.5 लाख बोतल 500 ml की नैनो यूरिया बना रहे हैं। वो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो स्वप्न है उसी को और मृदा को बचाने के लिए, स्वास्थ्य को बचाने के लिए ये कार्य इफ्को ने शुरू किया है। इसमें जो मेजर बेनिफिट और जो हमारा मकसद है इफ्को का, तो मृदा का स्वास्थ्य बचाना है। मिस फार्मर्स को कम खर्चा लगे, उत्पादन ज्यादा मिले, क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट मिले, साथ में देश का जो पैसा है देश का पैसा भी बचे और फ्यूचर में मानो को हमारा हेल्थ अच्छा रहेगा तो फ्यूचर जनरेशन को भी बेनिफिट रहेगा। और 3 मकसद लेकर इफ्को के मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर यूएससी अवस्थी साहब इसमें आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। अभी हमने शुरू किया नैनो यूरिया 31 मई 2021 से कॉमर्शियल लॉन्च किया और उपलब्ध करा रहे पूरे देश में। नैनो यूरिया जो हमने बनाया, यूरिया नॉर्मली किसान जो खेत में छिड़क रहा है और उसके लॉसेस बहुत है, 30 to 40% उसका बेनिफिट मिल रहा है। इसके सामने जो नैनो यूरिया बनाया तो नैनो यूरिया की एफिशिएंसी 86% है। मींस 500 मिलीलीटर की नैनो बोतल 1 थैली यूरिया बराबर है। यूरिया की आज का आप इंटरनेशनल प्राइस देखोगे तो $885 आज की इंटरनेशनल प्राइस है। तकरीबन 70,000 रुपीज पर टन कोस्ट से यूरिया आ रहा है। सरकार सब्सिडी देकर तकरीबन 5,800 रुपया 5,600 रुपया में किसानों को उपलब्ध करवा रहा है। इसका मतलब तकरीबन 3,500 रुपया पर बैग सब्सिडी आज किसान को मिल रही है और उसका ओवर यूज या मिस यूज होगा तो देश को नुकसान है, हमें नुकसान है। उसी को ध्यान में रखकर इफ्को ने नैनो यूरिया बनाया है। नैनो यूरिया में जो देना है टोटल चेंज कर दिया सीन। इसमें हम मृदा में जमीन में खाद डालते थे, इसमें हम पाक पर छिड़काव करना है और जैसे छिड़काव करेंगे तुरंत उसका 4 घंटे में उसका यूटिलाइजेशन शुरू होता है। मगर उसको देने के लिए स्प्रेयर पंप से किसान जो देने जाएगा तो और इश्यू दूसरे भी उसके हेल्थ के सारे इश्यू आते हैं स्प्रे में। तो हमने एक नई टेक्नोलॉजी लेकर चले, ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी। आज उसका डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन भी है इधर, हमने वो भी रखा है इसमें। तो ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी की वजह से जो बेनिफिट है इसमें स्प्रेयर से नॉर्मल किसान है 3 से 4 एकड़ में छिड़काव कर पाएगा, ड्रोन से 30 एकड़ में एक दिन में छिड़काव कर सकता है। 1 एकड़ छिड़काव करने के लिए 5 मिनट लगेगा। दूसरा बेनिफिट है, स्प्रेयर से डालने जाएंगे तो पानी ज्यादा चाहिए, ड्रोन में पानी कम चाहिए, वो भी बेनिफिट रहेगा। थर्ड थिंग, जो नैनो यूरिया स्प्रेयर से डालने जाएंगे उसकी कंपैरिजन में ड्रोन से स्प्रे करेंगे तो उसकी क्वांटिटी 75% चाहिए, 25% यूरिया हम बचा पाएंगे, वो एडिशनल बेनिफिट है। क्वालिटी अच्छी मिलेगी, हम जो स्प्रे कर रहे हैं उसका रिजल्ट अच्छा मिलेगा, वो बेनिफिट रहेगा। साथ साथ में एक एडिशनल चीज है कि खेत पर हम जाते हैं, खेत में पानी भरा हुआ, यूरिया की रिक्वायरमेंट आई छिड़कने की, तो खेत में नहीं जा पाएंगे। ड्रोन मार्फत जीपीएस सिस्टम से हम खेत के एक साइड पर बैठकर पूरा कंट्रोल करके ड्रोन से यूरिया का स्प्रे कर सकते हैं। मींस वहां की फिजिकल कंडीशन भी हमें और ड्रॉबैक भी में से हम निकल पाएंगे। तो सारी चीजें पकड़ के हमने ये ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी प्रमोट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट भी इसमें सपोर्ट कर रही है हमें। इसमें हमने फर्स्ट बैच ड्रोन के पायलट तैयार करने का अभी एंड ऑफ नवंबर से 8 दिसंबर तक का गुड़गांव में हमने 34 पायलट को ट्रेनिंग दिया। 34 पायलट को ट्रेनिंग देने का मकसद है इसी में भी कि भाई युवान को रोजी मिले। इसमें हम ये लेकर चले कि भाई मानो कि बीएससी केमिस्ट्री या बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर को युवान है तो उसको ट्रेनिंग दिया, उसको ड्रोन उपलब्ध कराएंगे, उसको 10% खाली पैसा खर्चना है, 90% जो बजट है हम लोन थ्रू गवर्नमेंट के सपोर्ट से लोन थ्रू उसको बाकी का जो फंड चाहिए फंड उपलब्ध कराएंगे, तो उसको भी रोजी मिलेगी वो अपने इलाके में। और अभी जो टारगेट लेकर जा रहे हैं, एक ब्लॉक में एक पायलट तैयार हो। फर्स्ट फेज हमने 34 पायलट तैयार किए, दूसरे आगे चलेंगे। ये टेक्नोलॉजी लेकर हम जा रहे हैं जिससे किसान को बेनिफिट होगा, देश को फायदा होगा और फ्यूचर हमारी जनरेशन है उसको भी बेनिफिट होगा। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद श्री NS पटेल सर का। The next speaker is Dr. Bimal Kumar Bhattacharya, Group Director, BPSG Space Application Center, ISRO, Ahmedabad. I request him for share his expertise.
Good morning to all respected dignitaries on dais and off the dais. मेरा ये आनंद एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ रिलेशन जो है फॉर मोर देन लास्ट 2 decades, और यही ऑडिटोरियम में हम बहुत सारा कॉन्फ्रेंस और वर्कशॉप भी अटेंड किया। This session is for technology, how it can transform the life of Indian agriculture and farmers benefits. So space technology is one of the prime sector, and आपको पता ही होगा कि इसका जर्नी जो है ये चालू हुआ था 1969 से फ्रॉम एयरबोर्न सर्वे, फिर उसके बाद सैटेलाइट मिशन कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइज किया गया, 1988 में पहला इंडियन सैटेलाइट लॉन्च हुआ, और इसका जो सैटेलाइट का कॉन्सेप्शन से लेके डेफिनेशन से लेके इसका प्राइम यूसेज जो था ये एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर ही था। बट हम अगर देखें तो 2005-6 टाइम पीरियड तक जितना हमारा रिमोट सेंसिंग सैटेलाइट्स बना उसका प्राइमरी यूजर्स एक्चुअली पॉलिसी मेकर्स के लिए था, मेनली फॉर क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन फोरकास्टिंग और के फसल ये सब प्रोग्राम चला, और वो बाद में MNCFC मोहालानोविच नेशनल क्रॉप फोरकास्ट सेंटर के रूप में ऑपरेशनलाइज हुआ जो आज दिल्ली में सिचुएटेड है। लेकिन 2014-15 onwards our honorable prime minister has given us a lot of freedom to work and closely work with the different ministries, और उसके बाद हमने डिफरेंट मिनिस्ट्री के साथ फिर से चार्निंग किया और देखा उनका रिक्वायरमेंट्स क्या क्या है, और बेस्ड ऑन दैट हमने देखा कि अपार्ट फ्रॉम सेटिस्फाइंग द पॉलिसी मेकर्स रिक्वायरमेंट्स, देन देयर आर लॉट ऑफ रिक्वायरमेंट्स फ्रॉम द फार्मर साइड एंड आल्सो एग्रो इंडस्ट्री साइड। तो इसीलिए हम लोगों ने अभी नया एक प्रोग्राम चला रहा है जिसका नाम है सुफलम, कि स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे फार्मर्स को बेनिफिट पहुंचा सकता है, through agro advisory systems, rather enhancing the agro advisory system, जिसमें आनंद एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी भी शामिल है, बाकी भी यूनिवर्सिटी शामिल है, जिसमें ग्रामीण कृषि मौसम सेवा के द्वारा हम एग्रोमेट इंफॉर्मेशन डिसिमिनेट करते हैं फ्रॉम सैटेलाइट डेटा। और उसके अलावा क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस, जहाँ पे फार्मर्स का बहुत नुकसान पहुंचते हैं और फार्मर्स को और फॉर क्रॉप कटिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे हेल्प कर सकते हैं, ये सब विषय में हम काम कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने रिसेंटली शुगर इंडस्ट्री के साथ काम किया, हम लोगों ने काम किया अमूल के साथ, और उसके दौरान हम अमूल रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर का यहाँ पे एस्टेब्लिशमेंट करवाया अमूल कैंपस में, कि फॉडर का अवेलेबिलिटी कितना है वो उनको जाना है। बट हम देख रहे हैं कि डे बाय डे द डिमांड फ्रॉम द यूजर्स आर वेरी वेरी इंक्रीजिंग। वो सब हम हमारा नेक्स्ट जो पैनल सेशन है उसमें मैं कुछ एग्जांपल्स एंड सम सक्सेस स्टोरीज आई विल सेट इन। बट इस दिशा में जाते हुए मैं देख रहा हूं कि मेनी अदर रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैव कम अप लाइक प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर। तो जब भी हम प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर का बातें करते हैं, गिवन द लैंड होल्डिंग साइज ऑफ 1 हेक्टेयर एवरेज फॉर इंडियन फार्मर्स, क्या whether it is an utopia or reality, but for that actually government of India has come up with the nice scheme of the farmers producers organizations, जिसमें cooperative farming and contract farming के बातें होता है, और उसमें drone technology and space technology, two things actually merge together to give the proper precision or prescription on the input use efficiency। लाइक मैं अगर वाटर की बात करूं, वाटर यूज एफिशिएंसी मींस इनपुट आउटपुट रेशियो क्या है, देन न्यूट्रिएंट का रेशियो क्या है, क्या पेस्टिसाइड रेसिड्यू है, क्या ये सब चीज हम स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी या ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी से निकाल सकते हैं। तो दोज आर द मेनी चैलेंजेस ऑफ द फ्रॉम इसरो साइड, और इसरो सालों से कोशिश करते हैं कि टू डू वेरी गुड रिसर्च ऑन दैट एंड कम अप विद द स्टैंडर्ड methods which can be disseminated to the users. Users means I mean the industry, I mean the academia, I mean the different government agencies. अभी इसरो ने नया जो इनस्पेस बनाया, और उसमें आप देखेंगे कि देयर आर लॉट ऑफ स्कोप टू डायरेक्टली इंटरफेस विद द प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रीज, जहां पे हमारा पास भी बहुत तरह तरह की रिक्वायरमेंट्स आ रहा है। इवन वी हैव गॉट सो मेनी रिक्वायरमेंट्स फ्रॉम गुजरात एंड रिक्वायरमेंट्स अराउंड द कंट्री। तो ये सब रिक्वायरमेंट्स को देखते हुए वी आर एक्चुअली ऑलवेज डेवलपिंग द न्यू काइंड ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस, और ये रिक्वायरमेंट के तहत एक्चुअली फ्यूचर में कौन सा टाइप ऑफ सैटेलाइट सेंसर्स जाएंगे उसका तैयारी होगा, और उसका तैयारी ऑलरेडी है, लेकिन देयर आर लॉट ऑफ रिक्वायरमेंट्स, वो मैं अब नेक्स्ट सेशन में प्रेजेंटेशन में बताऊंगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी के दौरान स्पेशली फॉर एग्रीकल्चरल डेवलपमेंट, डिसीजन मेकिंग एंड द प्रिसीजन लेवल मैनेजमेंट, एग्रीकल्चरल मैनेजमेंट, ये सब दिशा में और एग्रो इंडस्ट्री के लिए बहुत ही बेहतरीन है। एक्चुअली विदेशों में जियो स्पेशल इंडस्ट्री इज ए वेरी वेल एस्टेब्लिश सेक्टर, बट इंडिया में ग्रेजुअली जियो स्पेशल इंडस्ट्री एक्चुअली ग्रो हो रहा है, और जियो स्पेशल बिल भी एक्चुअली पार्लियामेंट में ट्रेबल होने वाला है, जहां पे इंडियन सैटेलाइट डेटा भी एक्चुअली फ्री में मिलने वाला है टू फॉर एनी पर्सन in India as well as outside, maybe up to certain special resolution extent. तो जैसे ही वो जियो स्पेशल बिल हो जाएगा, I think the scenario will be total change from the Indian satellites perspective. तो मैं आशा रखता हूँ कि फ्यूचर there is a bright future for usage of this space technology. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Dr. Bimal Kumar Bhattacharya. May I now request Shri Kunal Prasad, Co-founder and Chief Operating Officer, Crop-in Technology.
Namaskar आप सभी को. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the panel. And thank you for the Gujarat government and the Department of Agriculture for calling us all over here and talking about our journey. Crop-in is a company, we are an agri-tech company. हमारी जर्नी 2010 में शुरू हुई थी, जब हमने डिजिटल और टेक्नोलॉजी, उस समय जब हम मोबाइल फ़ोन की बात करते थे तो वो बहुत लिमिटेड लोगों के पास रहती थी, पर अब जब हम अभी के समय में देख रहे हैं तो तकरीबन 40% ऑफ द रूरल फार्मर्स के पास उनके हाथों में स्मार्टफोन्स है और सबके फोन में एक एप्लीकेशन रन कर रहा है, राइट? स्मार्टफोन में आपका व्हाट्सएप है, बहुत सारे एप्लीकेशंस है। सो इन द लास्ट 10 इयर्स हमने क्या देखा है कि एक डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एक जर्नी हो गई है और लोग उसको अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं। तो किस तरह से हम उस डिजिटल जर्नी को और एक्सेलरेट कर पाएं, किस तरह से उसको और बेनिफिट कर पाएं, उसके पीछे हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन काम कर रही है। तो हमने एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया है और प्लेटफॉर्म जब हम बनाना शुरू किए तो हमने देखा है कि बहुत सारे नीड्स है फार्मर्स के। फार्मर्स को एडवाइजरीज चाहिए, फार्मर का डिजिटल रिकॉर्ड्स इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए, फार्मर को एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस चाहिए, उनको इंश्योरेंस चाहिए, इनपुट चाहिए, मार्केट चाहिए। और ये हम बात कर रहे हैं एक दो किसान के नहीं, हम बात कर रहे हैं तकरीबन 12 करोड़ किसान के अक्रॉस द कंट्री हु आर वर्किंग डे इन डे आउट। अब इस तरह के जो बड़े प्रॉब्लम्स हो रहे हैं उसको कैसे हम सॉल्व करें और सारे प्रोग्राम्स हम कैसे निट टुगेदर करें, उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है। तो अगला सेशन जो हमारा होगा उसमें हम ये प्रेजेंट करेंगे कि कैसे डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी जो कि फार्मर्स को कनेक्ट करता है अपने इकोसिस्टम की तरफ, कैसे हम अपने प्रोसेस की इनएफिशिएंसीज को कम कर सकते हैं। हमारा जो प्रोडक्शन है ग्लोबल एवरेज से बहुत कम है। हमारे किसान क्लाइमेट स्ट्रेस है, उनको नुकसान हो रही है, 20 से 30% नुकसान हो रही है बिकॉज ऑफ पेस्ट एंड डिजीज। उनको फ्लड आ रहा है, ड्राउट आ रहा है। कैसे हम एक टेक्नोलॉजी जो आप सुनते हैं मशीन लर्निंग या एआई, कैसे हम उसको एक सरल तरीके से निकाल के और फार्मर तक वो एडवाइजरी पहुंचाएं कि कैसे आपके एक हफ्ते के बाद ये पर्टिकुलर प्रॉब्लम आपके खेत में आने वाली है और कैसे आप उससे बच सकते हैं। तो ये सारे जब हम टेक्नोलॉजी से कनेक्ट करते हैं अपने डॉट्स को, तो हम अपने फार्मर्स के प्रोडक्शन को इंक्रीज कर पाते हैं, उनके रिस्क को रिड्यूस कर पाते हैं और उसके जो कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन है, जब उनके फाइनेंस को, इंश्योरेंस को, मार्केट को कनेक्ट करते हैं तो एक वंडरफुल सोल्यूशन बन के आता है। तो हमने अपने कंपनी के थ्रू तकरीबन 40 लाख किसानों के साथ काम किया है इंडिया में और ग्लोबली हम 50 प्लस कंट्रीज में काम कर रहे हैं। हमारी इनिशिएटिव्स को गवर्नमेंट ने भी काफी सपोर्ट किया है एंड थैंक यू टू द गवर्नमेंट इन टर्म्स ऑफ लाइक सपोर्टिंग स्टार्टअप्स एंड टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेयर्स। So it's one of the companies which is made in India but made for the world, and we are very proud to say that we are servicing almost 50 plus countries and सारे larger institutions, World Bank हो, IFC हो, जेफ हो, सारे हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म को यूज करके वो टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज कर रहे हैं। दूसरा चीज हम ये भी बताना चाह रहे हैं कि जो टेक्नोलॉजी होते हैं उससे वैल्यू एडिशन क्या होती है। तो हमने देखा कि फार्मर जब टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्ट करते हैं तो उनके रिस्क रिड्यूस होते हैं। तकरीबन 94% ऑफ द फार्मर्स जो हम हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म को यूज करते हैं वो बोलते हैं कि एडवाइजरी आपकी हेल्पफुल है। हम देखते हैं तकरीबन 3 साल के पीरियड में जब हमने वर्ल्ड बैंक के साथ काम किया था स्मॉल मार्जिनल वुमेन फार्मर्स के साथ, तो तकरीबन उनका प्रोडक्शन 32% बढ़ा, उनका रिस्क 18% रिड्यूस हुआ। तो टेक्नोलॉजी का रोल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और ये जब हम टेक्नोलॉजी को कनेक्ट करते हैं डिफरेंट टेक्नोलॉजी से, जैसे ड्रोन हो, सैटेलाइट हो, मोबाइल हो, वेब हो, तब वो एक और अच्छा आउटपुट लेके आता है ताकि फार्मर्स के कॉस्ट को और उसके सर्विसेज को हम और भी इम्प्रूव कर पाए। तो अगले सेशन में हम उसको डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे और थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ऑल।
Thank you, Kunal Prasad ji. Now, I request Shri Thekepad Raman Keswan, Group President AFL.
Good afternoon. Respected learned members of the dais and all my friends and farmer friends and students in this auditorium. मैं कोशिश करूंगा थोड़ा हिंदी में बात करने के लिए, थोड़ा मुश्किल का, सो ट्राई करने में तो कोई, सो आई विल डू अ मिक्स ऑफ इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी। See, we represent TAFE, but आज मैं TAFE कंपनी के बारे में नहीं बात करना चाहता हूँ, मैं फार्मर के बारे में बात करना चाहता हूँ। बिकॉज हम लोग कभी भी फार्मर का बारे में बात करके हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजी लेके आएगा, बिकॉज बेनिफिट फार्मर को जाना चाहिए। इफ इट डजंट गो टू फार्मर, ऑल द टेक्नोलॉजी व्हाट वी टॉक अबाउट में फायदा नहीं है। एंड में हम लोग देखते हैं दो चीज होता है, एक तो कंट्रोलेबल होता है, दूसरा तो अनकंट्रोल होता है, लाइक रिस्क मिटिगेशन। सी इफ यू, आप लोग तो कभी भी रेन आते ही रहेगा, आप कोई भी आपको फ्लड्स आते ही रहेगा, no insurance company is going to insure you. Tamil Nadu experiences you have to pay 74% of the value of the crop today for insurance. So those are risk mitigation, वो तो अलग तरीके से देखना चाहिए। मगर फार्मर का क्या जरूरत है? फार्मर का मेरे ख्याल से 5 चीज का जरूरत है, एंड फार्मर का कॉस्ट कटने में मेरे ख्याल से प्रिसिशन टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत काम में आएगा। क्वेश्चन इज, ये प्रिसिशन टेक्नोलॉजी करके हम लोग बोलते हैं, उसको भी एक्चुअली दैट होल थॉट ऑफ प्रिसिशन टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत चेंज हो गया। पहला प्रेसिडेंट टेक्नोलॉजी हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट के ऊपर बात कर रहे थे, बट वो इम्प्लीमेंट भी चेंज हो गया. सी नो मोर ट्रेडिशनल इम्प्लीमेंट विल हैपन व्हेन इट कम्स टू प्रेसिडेंट टेक्नोलॉजी. सो वेदर यू आज ड्रोन के बारे में बात हुआ रहा था, we have been talking also about the sensors, we have been talking about artificial intelligence. All these are going to change the way farmer can do. Let me now limit to the up to the farm gate. वो farm gate तक उसको कितना बचा सकता है वो farmer का pocket में जाने वाला है. So I think that is the most important thing. हमारे हिसाब से 6 चीज farmer का बहुत जरूरत है. एक तो है आपको seed है, fertilizer है, pesticide है, पानी है और power है और last is दो you talk about soil. इस soil को खराब कैसा नहीं करें. खराब करने के बाद उसके बाद सोच के बैठ के फायदा नहीं. हाउ डू आई अवॉइड स्पॉइलिंग द सॉइल? वो तो बहुत बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है. ये 6 एरिया के लिए which I call as the input to the farmer. आज if you have technology we can actually save, we can ensure that 98 to 99% of seeds will germinate. Today you are talking about 30% seed wastage, can also be 40% seed wastage, and ये wastage तो farmer का pocket में जाता है, pocket से जाता है. Same thing with fertilizer. आज ये fertilizer के बारे में बात कर रहे थे. पहले एक question पूछना ही, most of the fertilizers are not fertilizing the crop. You are actually spreading it so thin, and maybe only 30% of the fertilizer is genuinely needed for the crop. So how do I focus it? Same thing with pesticide. Can I avoid wastage of fertilizer? I mean, do I need a fertilizer? किधर जरूरत है उधर लगाओ. Don't put the fertilizer where you don't need it, because again waste for the farmer. The last but not the least, पानी. पानी आजकल हमारा दो चीज होता है, एक तो बहुत पानी, नहीं तो नो पानी. So दोनों टाइम में farmer is not bothered, because बहुत पानी है तो पानी का तो कुछ मकसद ही नहीं है. पानी हाई नहीं तो वो खाली रोना धोना ही होता है, कुछ नहीं होता है. So the question is, how do you conserve water? मेरे ख्याल से प्रेसिशन टेक्नोलॉजी में ये 6 चीज बहुत अच्छी तरह के कर सकता है, which I'm going to talk a little more in the next session. आगे सेशन में हम लोग बात करेंगे. दूसरा चीज है, one area which I'm going to warn everybody, because we work with the farmers. I've been in this system for 40 years with the farmers. Farmer gentleman, उसके लिए solution चाहिए. उसका वो कभी आपके पास रोना धोना करेगा तो when he has a problem. एक पेस्ट का प्रॉब्लम आएगा तो वो टाइम आपके पास आएगा. वो उसको इमीडिएट सॉल्यूशन चाहिए. Giving data, giving jnaan is not helping farmers. Farmer looks for a solution, and that is where I have a strong belief that you need a strong startup which can convert the data which people like Cropin are generating, people that the government is generating, and convert into a solution for the farmers. And that is where मेरे ख्याल से startup technology is going to go big if you can farmer के लिए solution दे सकते हो. तीसरा चीज होता है, which is I think is very important, is we talk about farmer का need. अब छोटा होता है farm. Every farmer cannot own a precision equipment. Every farmer cannot own a drone. So मेरा हिसाब ऐसा है, in 5 years time you will find service as the way to do agriculture. Because एक एकड़ फार्म में या एक हेक्टेयर का फार्म में आप लोग प्रेसिशन इक्विपमेंट नहीं डाल सकता है, because that is only used when समझो precision seeding, it may be used only for 3 days in a hectare. So unless this becomes a service model, and I think this is where we are going, and this also I'm going to talk in my next session, and service model in such a way that किसका पास है वो दूसरे को मदद कर सकता है, rather than putting new money, new this thing into it. Can we, the existing equipment, existing tomorrow's equipment, कैसा हम लोग सब किसान के साथ पहुंच जा सकता है, because that is going to cut down the cost of the farmer. Last with the least, I think इसका बारे में I recently talked in the finance ministry also. People think farmers and input of farmers, I think very important for some of you, the input traders, they are not considered an MSME. Believe me, it's a reality. Number 2 is the input traders are also not able to get low-cost finance, because many of the banks, they are not very keen to actually work with the small MSMEs, because the cost of
cost of taking care of MSME is much more than the affordable cost of the. But so they go to, instead of paying 11%, they are willing to borrow 24%. So one of the things, ma'am, both of you, I think Niti Aayog is here, we have Ministry of Agriculture, it may be willing to accept that, maybe go for a 15-16% loan, so that the banks will be happy to lend it, and still the Kisans will get, rather than going to a private financier. So I think this is one more area. So these are the 4-5 things. बहुत जरूरी है farmers के लिए. I'm only talking from the farmers side. So अभी मैं बंद करूँगा, and we will continue on the technology part of in precision agriculture. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Keshwanji. Now may I request Srimati Nikita Natkarni, Portfolio Director, Agritech Social Alpha, to share their viewpoints.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be a part of such an esteemed panel. And I'm actually very glad that I'm going right in the end, because I get to hear to all these amazing presentations and thoughts from a policy angle, from a corporate angle, from a startup angle, from a government department angle. And it's really good to be at a place coming from Social Alpha where we play a role of an ecosystem enabler. Within Social Alpha, we believe that science and technology innovations have the ability to solve some of the most pressing problems across economic, social, and environmental problems. Within agri-tech, we believe that our hypothesis is that we need to focus on smallholder farmers, because despite agri-tech, despite the policy level interventions being there, a very, whether looking at innovations that are happening not just at a startup level within agri universities, within engineering engineering colleges, whether it's happening at a corporate level, whether it's happening at at a micro enterprise level, just a jugaad innovations kehte hain. All of these are happening, but there's a way to all of it to come together, and that's the role that we play, to be able to work with these early stage entrepreneurs and innovators to be able to take them to the market. Agri-tech में हमारा जो thesis है is essentially focused on the smallholder farmers, because we believe that ये agri technologies जो हैं उनको पहुंच नहीं रही है. Either they have not been designed keeping them in mind, or even if they have been designed, affordability becomes an issue, accessibility becomes an issue, or they just the design itself is a little bit of a challenge, where they're not able to use it despite it actually being for a farmer to actually use it. So when we assess agri technologies, we say that it needs to be able to एक livelihood lens आ जाता है और एक climate action का lens आ जाता है. But ये agri-tech होता क्या है? And I think we've got a good sense of the kind of length and breadth of agri-technologies that we've seen here, right? There's, of course, on one end, you have nanotech, biotech, gene modification. On the other hand, you have data, AI, ML, IoT systems. You have sensors, real-time monitoring. You have remote sensing, spatial technologies, drone technologies, mechanization, automation, robotics, precision farming technologies that we spoke about, whether there are also farm management systems, livestock management, fisheries management systems. The idea is to bring all of these together to be able to actually service the smallholder farmer. And I think I had someone just before who spoke about how service becomes really important. Technology to ek cheez ho gaya, but how do you really use this technology to work back with farmers? And that's something that becomes important. Agri-tech from a Gujarat context, agar main thoda baat karu, to I think the factors that are Gujarat state and the agri-tech and the agriculture space in Gujarat is, I think, extremely conducive to technologies. Pehle to you have very well organized farmer groups, you have cooperatives, you have FPOs which are well organized, and they have some vintage in them to be able to absorb some of these technologies. There is focus on high value crops. There is focus on spices, for that matter, and these are also there are large commercial buyers. There are exporters यहाँ पे है. There are large centers in Ahmedabad, Baroda, Surat. That makes it really conducive as well. Also, agro-food processing is such an important area where technology can play a role, and especially pulping at a community level becomes a really important factor. Plus, internet connectivity, of course, for some of the digital technologies becomes really important. On the other hand, there is also a need to really innovate on some of the technologies, and especially from a Gujarat context, I think one is, of course, just say water resource hai, so how do you efficiently use water? How do you, and just say climate change, how are farmers adequately, unka resilience kaise hai against, unexpected weather changes or pest or other kind of very unexpected changes with respect to climate change especially. Also, I think there's a lot of potential on the fisheries front, coastal line hai. So both inland fisheries and marine fisheries, maybe we've come across interesting technologies that I'd like to share in the next session, which I think can really talk about how, even though we worked on a pilot scale, but how some of these, if scaled up, can work really well in improving, on one end, farmer profitability, then of course food security, and finally sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Srimati Nikita Nadkarni. We thank our all knowledgeable speakers for giving their expert views. And at the end of this particular plenary session, I would request Dr. R.S. Parmar to come up on the stage and present memento to all the dignitaries on the dais. I request him to present memento to Srimati Shomita Vishwas, Joint Secretary, MNT, RTI and O&M PG, Government of India. Requesting him to present memento to Dr. Neelam Patel, Senior Advisor, Niti Aayog, and moderator for this particular session. Present memento to Dr. Tarnendu Singh and Shri N.S. Patel, I request him to present memento to Dr. Bimal Kumar Bhattacharya. Present memento to Shri Kunal Prasad, co-founder and CEO, Cropping Technology. Requesting him to present memento to Shri Thekkapat Raman Keshavan, Group President, TAFE. Requesting him to present memento to Srimati Nikita Nadkarni, Portfolio Director, Agritech Social Alpha. Thank you all. I request all the speakers to kindly come forward for the group photograph. Can you please come with the memento just as a memory? Thank you all the speakers. We'll start with the second plenary session, which is on digital technology, drone, AI and IoT. The speakers for the next session will be Dr. Pramod Kumar Meherda, Joint Secretary, PP, Farmers Welfare and Digital, IT, Government of India. I request him to kindly come up on the stage. बेटा फटाफट पहले नेम प्लेट मूकी दो नेम प्लेट મૂકી દો બધી
Hello, hello.
फ्रैगमेंटेड लैंड लैंड होल्डिंग्स एंड पैच ऑफ लैंड ना मिले तो मशीन बैन फॉर्म ऑल फार्मर्स कैन नॉट नेक्स्ट स्लाइड मशीनों का जो वर्कफोर्स कम हो रहा है कहीं ना कहीं दूसरी जगह कुछ गांव से शहरों में दूसरे छोटे छोटे जॉब because as the 3.660% at the field level. So ये बढ़ता के लिए इंजन्स की जरूरत होती है इसीलिए इसका भी फार्म ऑपरेशंस होती हैं. So एक तो पहली होती है फिर फाइनली हार्वेस्टिंग का 3% मैकेनाइजेशन है. अदर क्रॉप्स में हार्वेस्टिंग में अगर कि वहाँ पर राइस का प्रोडक्शन काफी बड़ा होता है बिकॉज सो देयर उसमें हमें ज्यादा इक्विपमेंट या मशीनों की जरूरत होती. क्या उसका स्टैंडर्ड small or small scale industries and by way of support काफी टेक्नोलॉजी दिस ऑल्सो वी शुड कीप. लेकिन देखिए ट्रैक्टर हम 2009 केवल खुद ही उत्पादन नहीं करते हैं. ही वुड टॉक मोर ऑन दिस नेक्स्ट. यूएसए एंड चाइना बोथ ग्रेट थिंग इन करना चाहिए. नेक्स्ट so we have actually basically जो कि 14-15 से शुरुआत हुई थी ये थ्रू इट्स सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड आपको अपने स्कीम वॉज सभी प्रदेशों में भी दिस इशू इट नॉट ओनली सॉइल एंड SMAP, that submission. So क्योंकि जैसा कि हमने इसमें large huge investment लगा, high-tech hubs भी हैं जो कि बड़ी लागत improve जहाँ ऐसे villages को देते हैं इन schemes के अंदर. You know total कैसे seed germination rate requirement weed control में भी काफी with efficient machinery काम हो गया. उसके बाद labor time of operation है, women can use that time. Yeah. Next for the quality कैसे सुनिश्चित किया जाए you know so इसके लिए हमने कंट्री में ये होता है नॉर्थ इंस्टीट्यूट्स बोलते हैं कि यहाँ उनका हमारे ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल्स तो हैं वाज अ इनिशिएटिव फ्रॉम द मिनिस्ट्री था तो फिर हमने ये प्रोग्राम भी इंट्रोड्यूस भी हम ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं नेक्स्ट for stakeholders. So therefore we have gone identifying IIT Kharagpur is equipment and machinery. Thing shows. Next, food grain productivity and to compare ourselves with China. This also shows how the farm power availability. Organization is the key to success. It is also for the other countries. When we look at like this, and we are looking at innovation is the answer to all this. Storage facility, this I talked next. Agriculture, so next. You know, drone technology का use करके robotics. Government of India is focusing on and know that जब हम pesticide free and spray excess fertilizer spray is also you know stakeholders who are present here. Nutrient spray, pesticide spray, level in the soil. What is the health of? There will be a technology that will be coming with the pesticide. Futures to come. Next, more than 150 startups on drone high-end technology attract our youth, rural youth, as a business entity. This is what is the very conditions हैं. So that guidelines have also been being designed and exemption for we should gradually. So at the moment we should be working on. I thank you.
To feed and important farm equipment. And I think I'm going to take the area how the farm utilization is going. That with the technology coming, save the seed which Brown touched upon, my factor 10 sitting here, and my answer will be ideal for small farms. ये तो एक ही ड्राइवर से काम होगा, ये नहीं होगा, ये ड्राइवर को think so. एक चीज, the only thing which works for he plays a here. इसका you can modify the harvester. Transition से में बहुत काम किया है, मगर harvester के लिए तो वही से वैल्यू drones in one way or little work. अमेरिका से 5 साल या 10 ना पाए, this service work can work करेगा because not a company promoting. We have something. आगे next slide please. See. At this slide also I'm going to stay first because air which is less than 15 years. This works. Render मतलब इतना फार्मर है, उसको मालूम पड़ता है ये फलाना आदमी को तो जरूरत है. See, every farmer is not an entrepreneur. So even 82 lakh for a farmer, पूरा farmer नहीं आएगा जिन्हें. Next like this. Already about 500 crores have been earned by the farmers who are rented. Now just imagine एक farmer उसका पास एक tractor है. He can make 1 lakh in year additional. It is as good as giving back his loan amount. वो loan तो निपट गया. So this is something, so what you're really trying to do is, it already happens, tomorrow if you're next. I think मेरे ख्याल से बहुत काम आते हैं when you are talking about future. The next is, this the other thing is, so another very interesting thing is, COVID when we ran this surveys, teach how to do, not what to do. Instead of feeding a fish, we have to teach them how to catch a fish. That will be livelihood for his lifetime. So he is into that.
Countries in the world. But still, what are the challenges for our farmers? Agriculture value chain has is, if we act on these 2 parameters today, at least that we have today in our country. Click. As a corporate, 50% of the farm, India has seen tractorized. Next, please. We have R&D. How far has it reached? More than 40% of our increase per different problems that we need to in one minute months or farm hold. The corporate and the entrepreneur like Gujarat should, then there would be an appointment, and that would ultimately place the contract farming. I would request not only having presence, afford of participate in. We have a bigger role to play. Has started off with producing tractors. Of our farmers, guards, and convert them working to every farmer. Next, we are selling about 10 lakh tractors, but the mechanization, the tractor industry in most of the, again, with the customizing centers that we have already, and awares of tractor industry, were digitized process, about J-Farm also doing such things. Doing this, that itself is a challenge. Electric tractor cost, the battery cost, that we need to address as a whole, the expertise. How do we fill this? The institutions who are workers, click, please. So we need to the extension services, prices, Madam Mamas, more than 90, they are just following their own traditional, optimizing in inputs like agriculture, such precision. The government will play a major role in its life. Whereas hardly 5% focus on investing on farmers would be able to process the farmers can increase their yield. We have to focus about 30, more than 5 times, 6 times with latest techniques, native crops, and they are earning farmers and help them entry as well. Like for example, take inputs from failed processors. As a corporate, escorts has already issued and then propagate this income. Here, we create model farms adopting latest, create these, and experience Honorable Prime Minister. So to partner with lot of agree, this will definitely put us on as India is for giving this opportunity.
मार्केटिंग है, लेकिन मेरा जो कंसंट्रेशन है वो पूरा गुजरात के बाद लास्ट में सौराष्ट्र का फार्मर ने क्या किया, तो सलाइन हमारा ग्राउंड में वो भी रिड्यूस हो गई। 100 फीट तक का डेविएशन ज्यादातर मिल रहा था, तो एक्सेस काफी थाउजेंड्स हेक्टर ड्रेनेज का ड्रिप इरिगेशन सिस्टम है, स्टॉप द इंटॉप कर सकते हैं, रिड्यूस कर सकते हैं। एफिशिएंसी जो है वो इरिगेशन देना है तो हम इजीली इरिगेशन में हम जब फ्लड इरिगेशन देते हैं तो डबल पिकिंग है। यहाँ मैंने साइड में दिया है, यहाँ 59 फार्मर है दोनों मिला के। एवरेज प्रोडक्शन की बात करें तो ड्रिप इरिगेशन में ले रहे हैं, फार्मर ने लिया था 6, तो उसका 40% है, 40 टन हम काउंट करते हैं, इनकम होता है ऑलमोस्ट 4 लाख, और उसके सामने हम फ्लड की बात, ड्रिप इरिगेशन प्रॉफिट इसका सक्सेस मिला, तो आज की डेट में आप देखें रिड्यूस द कॉस्ट ऑफ कल्टीवेशन। अभी जो लास्ट 10 ईयर्स में देखें तो 20 लाख हेक्टर का हुआ है, 20 लाख हेक्टर का हुआ है, 21,091 हुआ है, तो ऑलरेडी 3 लाख हेक्टर का हुआ है। तो सब मिला सुरेंद्रनगर एसके थोड़ा जियोग्राफिकल जो एरिया है वो 99 लाख हेक्टर समथिंग MIS हो गया है। तो बाकी उसमें खास करके कैनाल इरिगेटेड एरिया जो है वो, तो इसके लिए खास करके प्रमोट ना तो जीबी के हद तक हम उसको और ओल्ड एंड न्यू की सिस्टम हो गई है, तो आई थिंक दे रहे थे, लेकिन अभी वो फार्मर स्प्रिंकलर से टाइप का लेवल बहुत कम मिल रहा है, तो उसको लेना चाहिए। इतना परफेक्ट वे से होगा, प्रिसाइजली होगा, इतना इन क्लोज पे इतना आगे नहीं आ रहा है, तो उसमें थोड़ा अगर फर्टिगेशन देना है, कब इरिगेशन देना है, और इनकम इंक्रीज हो सकता है। थैंक यू।
But always one thing comes to mind, exporting 3,000.
सब कुछ कवर हो गया, हमारा टाइम प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ी है। नेक्स्ट, समुद्र किनारे से लेके हिली लोगों ने, मतलब कि हम कह सकते हैं कि पूरे देश में ये जो मिकेनाइजेशन है, मिकेनाइजेशन जो गवर्नमेंट है वो यूएस के अंदर है, यू नहीं है कि जिस ढंग से मतलब हम ये था वो कम हो रहा है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। पर देखें तो सबसे ज़्यादा जो मिकेनाइजेशन है से कम अगर हम कहें तो वो सीडिंग से ही होती है। और अगर तो क्या है कि ज़्यादा है और अभी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ये जो के लिए इनके लिए जो सुविधा खड़ी हुई है उसका मतलब कि मेन रोल है जो ये। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। मिकेनाइजेशन आया है, मिकेनाइजेशन को प्लांटिंग करना है मट और वो सुविधा बढ़ने की वजह से मतलब प्लांटर हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं। लॉस है वो पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉस हम यहाँ पर ऑपरेशंस हैं वो ट्रैक्टर से मतलब इसी हम लोग अच्छी तरह से मतलब कि यूज कर दिया जा रहा है। वहाँ हालांकि तो ऐसे अगर छोटे। दूसरी बात ये आती है कि जैसे मैंने कहा कि हम ये कहा गया कि भारत विश्व में हो और वो हमारे देश में न हो, वो नहीं। आज मतलब इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हम नहीं, उनको सबको वही यूज़ करना है जो है मतलब कि लाइफ में ये हमारे डिपार्टमेंट पोस्ट बेस पे अगर बन सकती हैं तो उनके ऊपर भी हाउ वी कैन मॉडिफाई द क्रॉप होता है तो उसको भी मतलब मिकेनाइज किया जाए और उन्हें हैंडल हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। इसके बाद क्योंकि जैसे एक हेक्टर से को हमें थोड़ा सा मतलब इनेटिव पीपल हु आर हियर कि अब पे जाएंगे। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। नेक्स्ट आ रहा है और के लिए मैं ये कहूँगा कि भाई चीज़ को हमें बढ़ावा देना चाहिए और उस जो मतलब कि नीचे करके और उनको करें जो हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर बार करनी चाहिए। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। और रिसर्च में हमने ये मतलब कि नेक्स्ट मोनेटिक सिस्टम लगाते हैं उस फार्मिंग कर सकें क्योंकि फार्मर के पास उसमें थोड़ा ये मतलब कि इनोवेटिव करते हैं वो यहाँ फार्मर्स को रिकमेंडेशन दी जाएगी। ठीक है। और इसमें ताकि फार्मर इसको खुद यूज होती जा रही है कि माइक्रो गिर सकती है तो उसमें मतलब कि प्रोग्राम सेट कर दिया वो प्रोग्राम के वजह से मतलब कि अनमेंट जो के लिए बताया गया है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। लोगों का काम जो नेक्स्ट प्लीज कि मिकेनाइजेशन में फार्मर जो मतलब कहा जाए कि हमारे ठीक है कि ट्रैक्टर की कोई गांव में उसको कोई रिपेयर गाँव में ही मतलब की है करवा जाने की जरूरत नहीं रहे। तो इतना ही है
फार्मर्स फ्रेंडली एंड फार्म काफ़ी कुछ क्या है। इतना पावर ज़्यादा यूज पहुँच जाएंगे, टाइम कम लगेगा, जो लोग अपना प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा सकते हैं। सभी लोगों ने बहुत कुछ बोला है। चैलेंजेस बात करूँ तो प्लीज गो अहेड। टेस्टिंग डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन पे होना चाहिए, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को सहयोग मिल रहा सरकार से। एक चीज मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि किस सेक्टर के साथ चाहिए, इसीलिए जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट बट स्टिल वी डोंट हैव यहाँ में टोटली एग्री काम कर रहा है। आज 20 लाख तक पहुँचा दिया, आगे बढ़ पाएगा। नेक्स्ट। एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी में दिया गया एक टूल कैरियर के नाम से एक छोटा ट्रैक्टर लोगों ने अडॉप्ट किया और राज्य को थर्ड वर्ल्ड कंट्रीज में एग्रीकल्चर गैप बनाया। ट्रैक्टर ड्राइवर्स टूल में ग्राउंडनट टिगर है, ग्राउंडनट ड्रॉप इकट्ठा करना है तो उसके लिए सिस्टम बनाया। हमारे डॉक्टर चौहान साहब ने कर ली। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। प्रैक्टिसेस कम है और जो लैंड है उसका ये सब जो है ये इंट्रोड्यूस करने के बेलर बनाने का है। शक्तिमान ने डांगर जैसे ये उपयोग करो जो इसके लिए इम्प्लीमेंट एक प्रेसिजन प्लांट के बगैर किसान नहीं रह सकता है। कितने इम्प्लीमेंट करें सब अपने हिसाब से चलती है। ऐसा ही सब एग्रीकल्चर पता चलेगा जब नेक्स्ट में टर्न मार चल जाएगा। 5वें नंबर का मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं और मशीन मेकिंग कहीं फिट कर देना है इम्प्लीमेंट्स में। और हमने शुरू किया है, सबसे पहले प्रॉपर नहीं होती बिल्डिंग, दूसरा पहुंचते होंगे और हम लगा सकेंगे। इतने वाले लोग भी आपको पैदा कर ड्रोन बना दिया। ड्रोन इतना कॉस्टली स्प्रे करना है, कब तक कर से स्प्रे हो जाएगा, उसके चीजें लानी करती होगा। हमारे पास वैसे लोहार का लोहार हो गया, नया सिस्टम चालू नहीं किया। वो क्षमता होनी चाहिए कि हम वैसे रिपेयरमेंट मार्केट में चला गया, हमारे कॉलेज में ही है मैडम मिल रही, तो वो सब भी जरूरत है। कहने का मतलब चलिए नेक्स्ट ये हो सकता है ऑटोमेशन इन सोइंग में, सीडिंग में, सॉर्टिंग में, हार्वेस्टिंग में एक्सपीरियंस खा रहे हैं और कई लोग उसको विजिट भी कर सकते हैं। कुछ चीजें हैं जो वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग में हमने स्टूडेंट्स से बनवाई। आप देख सकते हो सब फार्म सेफ्टी फ्रॉम एनिमल्स, 4 सेंसर लगा। मैंने कहा एक
फट से अपने आप निकलने माइजेशन जरूरत है, टेक्नोलॉजी का सपोर्ट देना पड़ेगा। यू ट्राई टू एड इन दी, और इसमें फिर नेक्स्ट में वहां पर स्मार्ट वेंटिलेशन बंद हो जाएगा रोबोट से। फिर ये सब डिवाइसेस हैं, छोटे छोटे ड्रोन्स बनवाए हैं, चाहे वो फट से अपने आप अलग कर देगा। ये हमारे विद्यार्थी ने बनाया, तो ये सब जो है सिस्टम, ये बहुत पहले उन 2000 जगह में हमने सेंसर्स लगा, टावर दिख रहा होगा आपको, नेक्स्ट खेत में लगे थे, वो किट बहुत है, सॉल्ट मीटर, उसको कंप्यूटर में शिफ्ट कर इरिगेशन चालू कर दो, जब अपना खेत चला सकते हो। पहली यूएसए से मंगाया था, ये सब टेक्नोलॉजी भी मूंगफली का है, इतने खेतर में जाने जरूर नहीं, तुम्हें तुम्हारा घेर था वैसा, तुम्हें बधु सेंसर बेकार थी, सेंसर ना बने, टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई है। इनके साथ टेक्नोलॉजी है, उसके साथ पता चला जरा सी एक चीज खराब हो गई तो कुछ आगे बढ़ा, आइसीमीटर कितना टफ होता है, चलो, और उसका इवापोट्रांसपिरेशन इतना मॉइस्चर हो गया, जब वो कम पड़े, लाइसीमीटर जो लाखों रुपए का है, उसकी जगह जब चाहिए आपको 1 मिनट में 2 मिनट में उतने पता। स्मार्ट इरिगेशन सिस्टम है, तो हम छोटी छोटी टेक्नोलॉजी लगा, इफिशियंसी अच्छी मिलेगी। नेक्स्ट, डेवलपमेंट ऑफ लो कॉस्ट, you have to make such equipment जो किसानों के हिसाब से बनाते हैं, काम करने वाले, हाइट हेल्थ है, वो सारी महिलाएं, इसमें ट्रैक्टर कहलाता है, वो टफ है, ड्राइवर कोई नहीं है, कोई इसको ऐसे सेंटर खोल दो, यूनिवर्सिटी सीखेंगे तो कुछ करेंगे। तो ये पब्लिक प्राइवेट से फार्म मेकनाइजेशन से कहीं हो, हम इंडस्ट्री, उसके लिए आपको यूनिवर्सिटी को इन्वॉल्व करना पड़ेगा, जनरेशन ये सब काम करने के लिए जो उस बारे में जानता है, उस जगह लगेगा, कभी नहीं लगेगा, वैसा ही काम चीज पूरा कहीं भी जगह दिखी इधर से इधर बनता, बट देन फोकस ऑन जरूरी है, पेस्टिसाइड उतना ही उपयोग होगी, देखिए प्रोडक्शन तो जितना बनी है, प्रोडक्शन नहीं बढ़ेगा, चाहना पड़ेगा, प्रिसीजन करनी पड़ेगी। दो के साथ मैं अपना वक्त
the farmers problem. So may I request Dr. Dari College. Agriculture, now sorry, information and
Come all this session, a very important session on this value chain and different aspects. In fact, so just I don't take much time because we are also in fact lagging behind the times. Only thing, in fact, is my request to all the speaker that please adhere to the time. So whatever the time has been given, the 6 minutes. So hopefully, any bill is there?
Just ring a bell before 1 minute of completion.
Okay, so after 5 minutes, the bell will ring. So, and you are requested to sum up your presentation so that we maintain time, and further we will not delay the session. So thank you very much. Now I invite Shri Vikas Narwal, the Managing Director, State Agriculture Marketing Board, Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Narwal.
Respected dais, respected audiences, I thank Government of Gujarat to give this opportunity to me. Now, we are going to say something about high-tech mandis. हाईटेक मंडी अपने आप में एक बड़ा भारी सा शब्द लगता है, लेकिन देखा जाए तो अभी टेक्नोलॉजी ही एक ऐसी चीज है जो जितने भी मिसिंग गैप्स हैं एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में, पर्टिकुलरली जो पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट सेक्टर की जब हम बात करते हैं तो टेक्नोलॉजी के यूज से ही हम सारे धागों को एक साथ बांध करके एक कॉमन कंक्लूजन पे पहुंच सकते हैं। इसीलिए हमने एमपी में कोशिश की है कि हमारी जो एग्जिस्टिंग मंडीज हैं उनको पूरी तरीके से ट्रांसफॉर्म किया जाए।
इट इज बेसिकली आवर फूड ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन प्रोजेक्ट। हम पूरी वैल्यू चेन को ट्रांसफॉर्म करना चाहते हैं एमपी। इसीलिए हमने आत्मनिर्भर जो मध्य प्रदेश में हमारा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का जो विजन है, उसमें हमने हाईटेक मंडी की परिकल्पना की है। बेसिकली अभी तक हम एक्सपेक्ट करते थे कि किसान मंडी तक आएगा, लेकिन अब हम उसके बियॉन्ड जा रहे हैं। हम ये कह रहे हैं कि किसान तो मंडी तक आएगा ही आएगा, किसान के पास और भी ऑप्शंस होने चाहिए। मंडियां भी किसान तक जाएंगे, फार्म गेट परचेजेस होंगे, मंडी उसमें फैसिलिटेशन का काम करेंगे, वैल्यू एडिशन की फैसिलिटीज किसान को मिलेंगी, स्टोरेज की फैसिलिटी मिलेंगी, उस पे जो वेयर हाउस रिसीट होगी किसान पे को उस पे लोन मिल सके। अभी आप देखेंगे हमारे मध्य प्रदेश में लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ की जींस का ट्रेड होता है पूरे साल भर में, लगभग 75 लाख किसान उसको ट्रेड करते हैं। उसका अगर मैं 1% भी मानूं तो लगभग 900 से 1000 करोड़ रुपए होता है। कंज्यूमर को के एंड प्राइस को इफेक्ट किए बगैर अगर हम इस वैल्यू चेन के जो गैप्स हैं उनको एड्रेस कर लेते हैं, तो ही हम किसान को पूरे साल भर में उतना फायदा पहुंचा सकते हैं जितना प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि से उसको मिल रहा है। एवरेज जो बड़ा किसान होगा डेफिनेटली उसको ज्यादा मिलेगा। सो हाईटेक मंडी हमारी बेसिकली इट इज नॉट लिमिटेड टू मंडी, इट कवर्स एंटायर एग्रीकल्चर मार्केटिंग एरिया, इट अलाउज फार्म गेट परचेजेस, it has all marketing infrastructure needed, and the outcome should be that farmer should get the maximum price or optimum price for his produce. Next. So we are talking about entire improvement in the existing ecosystem. We want to come out of the role of the regulator. अभी तक मंडी बोर्ड, मंडी का लाइसेंस, एवरीबडी किसी भी ट्रेडर से बात कर लो ऐसा लगता है मंडी का लाइसेंस के नाम से खौफ खाता है। हम उस रेगुलेटर के रोल से हम फैसिलिटेटर के रोल में आना चाहते हैं थ्रू दिस कंसेप्ट। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये हमारी डेवलपमेंट स्ट्रेटेजी है कि कहां कहां हमें इंटरवेंशन करना है। कुछ हमें हमारी इमीडिएट इंटरवेंशंस हैं, कुछ मीडियम टर्म में करेंगे, कुछ लॉन्ग टर्म में करेंगे। अल्टीमेट एम क्या है? अल्टीमेट एम ये है कि देयर शुड बी ए ब्रांड एमपी डेवलपमेंट, कि मध्य प्रदेश की अपनी ब्रांडिंग क्या है। हम बहुत सारे क्रॉप्स में वी आर लीडर इन प्रोडक्शन, प्याज में, लहसुन में, धनिया में, ऑरेंजेस में, बनाना, सोयाबीन, बासमती, वीट, किसी भी जिन्स का नाम लीजिए मध्य प्रदेश में प्रोड्यूस होती है। अब हमें उसको आगे जाके उसकी सक्सेसफुल मार्केटिंग हमें करनी है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। सो हमारा फार्म गेट परचेज का मॉडल क्या है? बेसिकली अभी तक क्या होता था कि किसान मंडी में आता है, किसान मंडी में अपना एक गेट पास लेता है और अपनी मैनुअल प्रोसेस से उसकी ऑक्शनिंग होती है। हमारा कहना यह है कि इससे पहले किसान आए उसको एक ऑप्शन दिया जाए, उसको एक फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दी जाए कि वो अपने घर पे ही अपने प्रोड्यूस का बेस्ट प्राइस ले सके। उसको एक सिंपल सा रजिस्ट्रेशन करना है और उसके लॉगिन में हम जो भी प्राइसेस, बेस्ट प्राइसेस ग्रेड वाइज, जिन्स वाइज हम उसको दिखाएंगे और वो फिर अपना चूज करे कि वो किस प्राइस पे अपनी फसल को बेचना चाहता है। ये व्यवस्था रहेगी कि अगर उसको अपनी असेइंग करानी है, क्वालिटी सर्टिफिकेट लेना है, उसको वैल्यू एडिशन करानी है, ये सारी फैसिलिटी उसको मिलेंगी। नॉट ओनली इन द मंडी प्रेमाइसेस, बल्कि पूरा इकोसिस्टम डेवलप हो रहा है। हमारे कस्टम प्रोसेसिंग सेंटर हम लेकर के आ रहे हैं, जिसमें जो एग्री एंटरप्रेन्योर्स होंगे वो अलग अलग सेगमेंट्स में जाकर के, अलग अलग रीजन्स में जाकर के ये चीजें एस्टेब्लिश करेंगे। तो किसान को अगर अपना दाम अपने घर बैठे अपनी जगह से, अपने खेत से मिल रहा है तो उसे मंडी आने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। उसके बाद भी अगर उसको अपना दाम नहीं मिल पा रहा है तो मंडी ऑलरेडी फंक्शनल, वो पूरे आईटी एनेबल्ड प्लेटफॉर्म पे सारी मंडियां आ जाएंगी और वो अपना जो है कि प्राइस वहां पे बेस्ट रेट डिस्कवर करा सकता है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये मंडी परचेजेस का सिस्टम रहेगा और ये चीज अब टेक्नोलॉजी से ही पॉसिबल है, इसीलिए पूरा टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड प्लेटफॉर्म इसके लिए हम बना रहे हैं। इसका बेसिक सेगमेंट हमारा सौदा पत्रक एप्लीकेशन है, दैट इज ऑलरेडी इन प्लेस। 5 लाख किसान उससे लगभग 20 लाख टन माल पिछले 7 महीने में बेच चुके हैं।
नेक्स्ट प्लीज। बेनिफिट्स फार्मर्स को भी हैं, हमें भी हैं, ट्रेडर को भी है, सभी को अलग अलग किस्म के बेनिफिट्स हैं। फार्मर्स को ऑब्वियसली सबसे ज्यादा बेनिफिट है, ट्रेडर को सबसे ज्यादा बेनिफिट है। हमारे लिए बेनिफिट ये है कि हमें एक बहुत स्टेबल रेवेन्यू स्ट्रीम मिलेगी, हमारी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ेगी, जो अभी मंडियों में लोड है वो कम होगा, हमारे लोग ज्यादा बेहतर तरीके से काम कर पाएंगे, इनकम भी बढ़ेगी। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स हैं जिनका मैं जिक्र कर रहा था कि इन फर्स्ट फेज हम 30 हाईटेक मंडी हम ले रहे हैं। हमारी हरदा मंडी में ऑलरेडी पायलट बेसिस पे इसमें काम शुरू हो चुका है और वेरी सून हमारा पायलट फुल फंक्शनल हो जाएगा। सौदा पत्रक एप्लीकेशन के बारे में मैंने आपको बताया, इट इज द बेसिक वर्जन ऑफ आवर एमपी फार्म गेट एप्लीकेशन। जो एमपी फार्म गेट एप्लीकेशन है, इट इज गोइंग टू टेक अनदर 6 मंथ्स। जो सौदा पत्रक का एडवांस वर्जन होगा, 500 करोड़ की इन्वेस्टमेंट हम मंडी के थ्रू प्लान कर रहे हैं, by linking it with agriculture infrastructure fund, so that कि ये जितने भी पूरे इस सिस्टम को, इकोसिस्टम गवर्न करने के लिए जो भी इंफ्रा की जरूरत है उसको हम पूरा कर पाए। बाकी इंडिविजुअल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स भी काफी तेजी से इसमें काम कर रहे हैं। ऑलरेडी 1500 करोड़ से ज्यादा की इन्वेस्टमेंट वैल्यू चेन सेक्टर में एमपी में हो चुकी है थ्रू एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड। सो बेसिकली अल्टीमेट एम यही रहेगा कि किसान को अपनी फसल का मैक्सिमम प्राइस मिले, बेस्ट प्राइस मिले, और ट्रेडर्स को भी एक 24/7 ट्रेड करने का ऑप्शन मिले, सो दैट कि वो फ्यूचर्स में या जैसे भी मार्केट में अपना काम कर सकता है, अपना ट्रेड करना चाहता है, वो कर सके। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Narwal. Now, may I invite Mr. Salwaraj Arwaji, CEO cum Cluster Leader, Agribusiness Innovation Platform, who will talk about the innovative research conducted by ICRISAT and with its relevance in the Gujarat.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on dais, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Government of Gujarat and Anand Agriculture University for providing us this opportunity to share some of our experiences that we have with the farmers. Next, please. So, ICRISAT ये जो है एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय एक कृषि अनुसंधान संस्थान है जो कि हैदराबाद से हम लोग काम करते हैं। हमारा मिशन है कि पॉवर्टी रिड्यूस करना एंड फार्मर्स के लिए जो है एनवायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन एंड मैल न्यूट्रिशन और हंगर जो है रिड्यूस करना, ये हमारा मिशन है। नेक्स्ट। ये मैल न्यूट्रिशन, हंगर और इन चीज़ों को एड्रेस करने के लिए हम जो है एक क्रॉस कटिंग इस्तेमाल करते हैं, जिसमें कि हम न्यूट्रिशन, एम्पावरिंग वुमेन, अट्रैक्टिंग यूथ टू एग्रीकल्चर, जो युवक जो हैं कृषि से बाहर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उनको वापस कैसे लाया जाए, इसके लिए हम काफी काम करते हैं। नेक्स्ट। तो एक हमारा मेन रिसर्च एजेंडा रहा है कि हम जो है एग्रीकल्चर और न्यूट्रिशन को कैसे लिंक करें, बिकॉज एग्रीकल्चर में काफी सारा रिसर्च हुआ है, जो न्यूट्रिशन जो है डेफिशिएंसी काफी रहा है। तो हमारे मॉडल जो आजकल जिस रिसर्च में काम कर रहे हैं वो है कि हम एग्रीकल्चर, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट, women and youth in agriculture and connecting them to women and children to address their malnutrition. So इसका एक पूरा जो है एक वैल्यू चेन पे हम लोग काम करते हैं, जिसके मैं कुछ उदाहरण वगैरह भी दूंगा। नेक्स्ट। तो वैल्यू एडिशन की जब हम बात करते हैं तो हम जो है फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर्स कंपनीज और फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ काफी काम करते हैं, जिसमें भी हम उनको बताते हैं कि क्या क्या जो है अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं फूड प्रोसेसिंग में। तो इसको कैटेगराइज कम करते हैं कि प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग कुछ हो सकता है, सेकेंडरी प्रोसेसिंग कुछ हो सकता है, और टर्शियरी प्रोसेसिंग के क्या क्या जो है अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं मार्केट में। तो इनके जरिए हम जो है उनको बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज प्रोवाइड करते हैं। नेक्स्ट। तो ये जो हम कर रहे हैं, ये इक्रिसैट में एक अग्री बिजनेस एंड इनोवेशन प्लेटफॉर्म है, जहाँ पे कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी कमर्शलाइजेशन काफी करते हैं, जिसमें कि हम 4 प्रोग्राम है। नेक्स्ट। ये 4 प्रोग्राम जो है अग्री बिजनेस इंक्यूबेटर है। इंक्यूबेटर में हम जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं, इनोवेटर्स हैं, उनकी सहायता करते हैं कि वो अपना बिजनेस चला सकें। इनोवेशन एंड पार्टनरशिप प्रोग्राम है, जिसमें हम फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनीज और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ जो है काफी सारे बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज प्रोवाइड करते हैं। न्यूट्री प्लस नॉलेज प्रोग्राम है, जिसमें कि हम फूड प्रोडक्ट्स फॉर्मुलेशंस बनाते हैं जो कि कमर्शलाइज कर सकें। और इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी फैसिलिटेशन सेल है, जिसमें कि हम जो है आईपीआर, ट्रेडमार्क, कॉपीराइट वगैरह के बारे में लोगों को जागरूक करते हैं। Next. ये हमारे कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जो हमने ज्यादातर जो है सदर्न स्टेट्स में काम किया है। ये जो है तेलंगाना में एक प्रोजेक्ट किया था जिसमें हम करीब 6000 फार्मर्स के साथ जो है उनको एंड टू एंड सीड देके उनका क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन प्रैक्टिसेस करवा के सीड का प्रोसेसिंग करा के उसके बाद जो है मार्केट लिंकेजेस भी दिया था। सो एंड टू एंड राइट फ्रॉम सीड टिल द मार्केटिंग वी हेल्प दीज फार्मर्स इन सोरगम एंड पिजन पी क्रॉप्स। नेक्स्ट, ये एक प्रोग्राम है जिसमें कि हमने जॉइंट लायबिलिटी ग्रुप बोलते हैं फार्मर्स का, विमेन फार्मर्स का स्पेशली, तो उन्हें जो है हमने फूड प्रोसेसिंग रिलेटेड यूनिट्स लगाए थे, 8 यूनिट लगा के दिए और उसमें जो है उनको फूड प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने की विधियां बताई, उसको जो है कैसे बनाया जाता है, किस मशीन के थ्रू बनाया जाता है, वो मशीन के डिटेल्स दिए, उसके बाद ट्रेनिंग कराया और अभी 1 साल तक जो है हम हैंड होल्डिंग करते हैं। 1 ईयर का पूरा हमारा एक हैंड होल्डिंग पैकेज रहता है जिसमें बिजनेस के बारे में बताते हैं, कैसे फूड सेफ्टी स्टैंडर्ड्स एडहर करने हैं, उसके बाद कैसे जो है पैकेजिंग करना है, तो इन चीजों के बारे में बता के हम ये प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं। ये भी जो है तेलंगाना के स्टेट में ट्राइबल एरियाज में हमने ये ज्यादातर फोकस किया है। नेक्स्ट, ये एक और प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें हम ट्राइबल फार्मर्स जो हैं उनको बुला करके उनका ग्रुप बना करके उनको जो है बिजनेसेस के बारे में बताते हैं, स्पेशली फूड प्रोसेसिंग रिलेटेड किस टाइप के बिजनेसेस अवेलेबल हैं एंड उनका जो है पूरा एक 1 वीक का जो है 1 हफ्ते का ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम कराते हैं जिसमें उनको बताया जाता है कि क्या क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, कैसे बिजनेस करना है, कैसे प्रोसेसिंग करना है, कैसे मार्केटिंग करना है और इसके लिए फाइनेंसेस कहाँ से आएंगे, तो बैंक लिंकेजेस वगैरह भी इसमें हम प्रोवाइड करते हैं। नेक्स्ट, ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है हमारा, इसमें जो है हम तमिलनाडु स्टेट में काम कर रहे हैं जिसमें करीब हमने 64 प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स लगाए हैं विच इज फॉर फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल्स। दिस इज अ प्रोजेक्ट सपोर्टेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ तमिलनाडु थ्रू नबार्ड and this is being operationalized in 10 districts of the state, and this is a unique project wherein we are linking up farmer producer companies to all these processing units कि जो फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं वो आके ऑपरेट करते हैं ये जो गवर्नमेंट के लगाए प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग सेंटर्स हैं। नेक्स्ट, तो इस तरह से जो है हमने काफी सारे जो है प्रोजेक्ट्स चलाए हैं, जैसे ये एक प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें कि हम एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप डेवलपमेंट कराते हैं रूरल कम्युनिटीज के लिए, जिसमें हम उनको एग्रीसैट के लैब्स में लेके आते हैं, उनको यहाँ पे बुला के उनको किस तरह के जो है हम फूड प्रोसेसिंग फूड सेफ्टी के जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं वो एडहर करने हैं, तो इसके बारे में पूरी जानकारी देके उनको जो है हैंड्स ऑन ट्रेनिंग भी देते हैं कि अगर वो वापस जाके कुछ यूनिट लगाते हैं तो उसमें फूड सेफ्टी को कैसे हैंडल किया जाए एंड FSSAI के क्या नॉर्म्स हैं वो सब जो है बताया जाता है। तो ये सारे फूड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो हम बनाने के लिए बताते हैं। हमारा फोकस जो है ज्यादा मिलेट, पल्सेस एंड लेग्यूम्स में रहा है, तो इसी रिलेटेड सारे प्रोडक्ट्स हम बना के ये टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर हम कम्युनिटीज को करते हैं, फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को करते हैं। नेक्स्ट, सो ये जो है छोटे छोटे इक्विपमेंट है, ये प्रोसेसिंग के काम आते हैं, तो इनका जो है टेस्टिंग ट्रायल वगैरह हम अपने इंस्टीट्यूट में करके जो है उसके बाद जो है फार्मिंग कम्युनिटीज में लगा के उनके ऊपर जो है ट्रेनिंग वगैरह हम देते हैं फार्मर्स को इन इक्विपमेंट के ऊपर। सो ये जो है हम काफी सारे सदर्न स्टेट्स में कर चुके हैं, तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु एंड ओडिशा के स्टेट्स में इस तरह के सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हम इक्रिसैट एज अ रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट किया है। थैंक यू फॉर द टाइम।
यहाँ पर नहीं है कुछ चेंज करने के लिए। नेक्स्ट, गुड आफ्टरनून, आई एम संजय कुमार, डायरेक्टर at ICR, Indian Institute of Seed Science. Being a man of seed, I will talk about seed in this value chain. Next, please. And we all know that the seed is the basic factor. In fact, this is the vehicle that, in fact, any improved technology in agriculture, mainly known as the variety, that is transported through the seed only. And we all know that, in fact, the seed has a very major role. करीब 15 से 20% अकेले सीड जो है उत्पादन में बढ़ाता है, और अगर इसको हम अच्छे एग्रोनॉमिक प्रैक्टिसेस के साथ मिला दें तो इस कंट्रीब्यूशन कम्स अराउंड मोर देन 15%. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. Just the last month, in fact, our fourth estimate of the production has been released. And as per this estimate, we are going to cross 308 million ton of the food production. Next, please. But ये क्या sufficient हमारे लिए होगा? अगर हम देखें दुनिया को by 2030 our population will be of 9 billion. हमारी भी जो requirement है जितना हमारा बढ़ जाएगा, in fact our requirement is in the this 2030 it will be the 355 million ton. So we are reaching in the 308 million by just next 10 years, reaching this 355 million ton. It's really a miraculous task, and the seed is the only solution. If you cannot, the only solution, the major in fact requirement. Next please. अगर हम सीड प्रोडक्शन की बात करें पूरे कंट्री में, अगर जो टोटल सीड प्रोडक्शन होते रहा है और उसके टोटल प्रोडक्शन से, सो वेरी डायरेक्ट कोरिलेशन वी हैव. as we have increased our the seed production, our total production had increased every year. Next please. The whole seed supply system in our country, in India, that start with the breeder seed production and the supply. We have a very well maintained system. So all the intent, in fact, अलग-अलग स्टेट से जो लोग देते हैं, वो फाइनली मिनिस्ट्री में डीएससी के पास आता है, वो कंपाइल करके उसको आईसीआर इंस्टीट्यूट्स में भेजते हैं और फाइनली द कंसर्न इंस्टीट्यूट जो है वो प्रोडक्शन करता है. As a role of our institute at Indian Institute of Seed Science, start from the whenever the indent receive, so we coordinate the breeder seed production of the whole country, irrespective of the crop or commodity. Finally, after the production, these will give again the total production. This record will be supplied to the DSC and the allocation, in fact, they made. उसके हिसाब से लोग अपना seed उठाते हैं, and then the further class जो अलग-अलग seed का है, foundation and certified seed में उसका production होता है. Next. If we see in the last 69 to 2019, more than 5,000 varieties, in fact, we have developed through different systems. And in this variety, in fact, during the last 4-5 years, बहुत सारी हमारी variety ऐसे हैं जो नए न्यूट्रिशन के साथ हैं, बायो फोर्टिफाइड वैरायटी. यहाँ लॉट्स ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी है हमारे नए एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए कि जो इन वैरायटीज को लेकर के अपने नया प्रोडक्शन प्लान शुरू करें और बायो फोर्टिफाइड वैरायटी में हम अच्छी अपनी प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी बढ़ा करके उसको डायरेक्टली हम मार्केट में ला सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. For whole this seed system, that in fact we have a very good public-private model also. At the national level, we have the National Seed Corporation, different state, even the 17 state had a state seed corporation. ICR having the more than 110 institutes. Out of that, even the more than 50 is engaged in the development of the varieties. Number of the agricultural university, more than 70 agricultural universities. Number of the, in fact, the seed production companies, in fact, the 50 large companies are playing for this seed production work. And we have more than 500 small seed industries also. For the testing and maintaining the quality of the seed, हमारे यहाँ पूरी कंट्री में 145 से ज्यादा नोटिफाइड सीड लेबोरेटरी है. but certainly something is lacking in fact to maintain the international standard of the seed. in fact हमारे पास अभी भी जो इंटरनेशनल सीड टेस्टिंग एसोसिएशन के स्टैंडर्ड के रूप में जो लेबोरेटरी होनी चाहिए, अभी भी सिर्फ 6 लेबोरेटरी हमारे कंट्री में है जिसको ईस्टा एक्रेडिटेड लेबोरेटरी कहते हैं. सो वहाँ हमारी जरूरत और ज्यादा है. इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सीड साइंस हम जो वर्क कर रहे हैं विद दिस मिशन to ameliorate, बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ा सकें सीड रिप्लेसमेंट रेट और वेराइटल रिप्लेसमेंट रेट. कितना ज्यादा नए सीड को हम हर साल रिप्लेस कर रहे हैं, न्यू वेराइटी कितनी जल्दी हम सीड सिस्टम में ला रहे हैं. और इसके लिए टोटल जो ब्रीडर सीड प्रोडक्शन है उसको कोऑर्डिनेट करना. नॉट ओनली द ब्रीडर सीड प्रोडक्शन, जो रिसर्चेबल इशू है दैट हैज टू बी आइडेंटिफाइड so that we can smoothen the total seed production system in the country, and economic also. So it's the most efficient seed production system we can develop. And we are doing our research activity. We are taking our the research topics in the different sector of the seed activity. Next, please. We have around 65 centers in the country under this network system. And in Gujarat, in fact, 4 agriculture university, this campus, AAU Anand, in fact, we have 2 components. One is the quality seed production, another is the seed technology research. So this campus, this university, this has, in fact, both the component quality seed production as well as the seed technology research. Similarly, the Junagadh University also have this both component. And the SK Nagar and Navashari, they have the only quality seed production component, but we have ICR Institute at the Junagadh, that's also under the, so 5 in fact the center in the Gujarat working under our this network system. Next please. Seed जो जनरेशन सिस्टम है इसकी अगर हम बात करें तो न्यूक्लियर सीड से शुरू होकर ब्रीडर सीड पे आता है और उसके बाद अलग फाउंडेशन स्टेज 1 और रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से फाउंडेशन स्टेज 2 एंड देन द सर्टिफाइड हम प्रोड्यूस करते हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। पूरे कंट्री में अगर हम ब्रीडर सीड प्रोडक्शन की बात करें तो हम करीब करीब जितनी हमारी जरूरत है उससे हम हर साल ज्यादा ही प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। बायोफोर्टिफाइड वैरायटी इन फॉर द लास्ट 5-10 ईयर हमने काफी अच्छी वैरायटी प्रोडक्शन किया है सीड को। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। टोटल ब्रीडर सीड जो हमने लास्ट ईयर प्रोड्यूस किया है इसको अगर हम मनी टर्म में इनफैक्ट इसको एक्सट्रापोलेट करें तो टोटल वैल्यू इट्स कम्स फॉर मोर देन 76,000 करोड़। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। बट स्टिल जो प्रॉब्लम जो हमारा है वो मिसमैच में है। जो वैरायटी हमें चाहिए, जो फार्मर्स को चाहिए, वो वैरायटी ना प्रोड्यूस करके कोई दूसरे वैरायटी प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं। पिछले 4 साल 5-6 साल पहले जो 30% का मिसमैच था उसको हम 16% पे ले आए हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। Similarly, जो हम varietal replacement की बात करते हैं, so our criteria is to what in fact the 5-year-old and the 10-year-old variety, what is the share? So most of the crop, in fact, still we are lagging very behind this target. If we see the total requirement in the Gujarat state for the most of the crop, in fact, the wheat, major crop, wheat, chickpea, groundnut, soybean, and cotton, we are meeting. Next, please. These are in fact our 6 centers in the Gujarat that are producing the breeder seed. Next, please. And these are the breeder seed production figure. In fact, the last 3 years we have produced. So for the most of the in fact crop, we are meeting whatever our requirement is there, except some crop and some year. In fact, next please. If we maintain the quality, in fact, these are the quality parameter where our concern is to maintain the seed quality. Next please. And to maintain this quality, in fact, a number of the enhancement techniques for which we are working, all the partners are working for the seed enhancement, maybe through the coating, pelleting, encrusting, use of the micronutrient in the seed itself, some use of the biological microorganism. Dormancy is, in fact, sometimes problems of breaking dormancy, use of pesticide, priming. These are the different techniques. Next, please. So all this, in fact, the seed enhancement of the seed quality is required, in fact, the combination of all the physical science, the molecular tools, plant science, and the computer science, and now the new science like IoT or the AI is playing very important role, and we are working on that system also to develop a good mechanism for the seed development system. We have very good regulatory mechanism in our country. Next, please. So these are some challenges, and the prospects are still there. So challenges are to face this, in fact, to deal with these challenges. In fact, we can grow our whole seed industry, and there are lots of scope to develop entrepreneurship in the seed system, not only directly, but indirectly also by making some different processing and the different units. Thank you very much. So now I think Mr. Francis Vargad is joining virtually. Yeah?
Yes, right.
Okay, okay. So Mr. Vargad, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, do you hear me? Excuse me? I would like to know, to be sure you hear me correctly.
Yeah, it is audible.
You are audible. Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Moderator, all participants, first I would like to tell you clearly how I'm sad not to be with us today, with you today. I participated in 2019 at your event. I was very impressed, and I was on that time in summit in the name of ADEPTA, which is a French organization gathering close to 200 companies dealing with agro-food industry. To go to our subject, and it's linked to the development of agriculture and agro-food. We are totally convinced in France that the seeds, the genetic progress is clearly the key for any development of agriculture and agro-food sovereignty. First of all, I would like to remind you, but you know, of course, that France is a very small country. We compared to India, we have close the population of Gujarat. We have an area which is 3 times the Gujarat area, but we are similar, Gujarat and France. And we have to say that the seed sector of France is one of the first in the world. We are the first exporter of agricultural seeds worldwide, with close to 2 billion of euro of export each year. We are the first producer of seeds in Europe, and we are also, and it's important to know, the second importer of seeds, because we are totally convinced that what is important with seeds is to be sure that our farmers have the best varieties and seeds at any moment. And even if these seeds are from foreign countries for us, or the varieties, it's not a problem. We need to bring these varieties to the farmers. Why we have this position regarding seeds? We have 3 pillars: plant breeders' rights, registration of varieties, and control and certification of seeds. Regarding the control and certification of seeds, regarding registration, we have some quite similar organization. Even if in France we have to say that all the seeds, all the varieties, except 1%, are created by the private seed sector. And the Public Research Institute is very small regarding the creation of varieties. On the third pillar, plant breeders' rights, we have a strong difference between India and France. And I need to give you a testimony about why we think that plant breeders' rights is so important. In the 50s, and for 100 years, the yield of wheat in France, the average yield was 1 ton per hectare. In the 50s and beginning of the 60s, we organized all the system in France with plant breeders' rights, registration and certification. And in 30 years, between the 50s and the 80s, the rate of yield of wheat was multiplied by 7. And today, in the small French country, you have 7 tons of wheat per hectare each year. This progress was the same in all the production. And why this progress? Because we have plant breeders' rights. Thanks to plant breeders' rights, intellectual property rights for breeders, we have till now 53 totally French breeders who work to have new varieties on the French market. And of course, we have the presence of all the multinational companies which are interested by France and European market. These breeders, they spend each year 400 million of euro in the research. So you may compare. I don't know what is the investment in research in breeding in Gujarat, but you may compare with this investment in France. Why they invest this 400 million? Because they are protected by plant breeders' rights, because they have some money back. And thanks to that, we introduce breeders, French breeders, introduce each year 600 new varieties for a total varieties registered on the catalog, on the registration list of 7,000. It means that each year we give to the French farmers 10% of new varieties with new resistance, with new to disease, with new resistance to climate change and so on. And in 10 years, all the varieties potentially are replaced. So this is very important. And I have to add also that because of European market, French farmers have access not only to 7,000 varieties, but to 40,000 varieties. And this is very important. Of course, we compare to what was said with the former presentation, the life of these varieties is shorter. And that's why it's very important to give the opportunity to the breeders to have some money back on the work they are doing. To conclude, we have we had a lot of same debates in France and in India. For example, we debate during 30 years about farmers' rights and the possibility or not for farmers to reproduce the seeds of varieties which are protected and so which are in the hands of a breeder. And at the end of the discussion with farmers' organization, it's exactly the same spirit. We say, okay, and the farmers say, okay, the farmers said, the trade union farmers said, we want some genetic progress. We want that people spend time to create new variety of the cereals. And so we agree, if we use, even with farm seeds, a new variety, which was created last year or 2 years before, we agree as trade union of farmers to pay something to the breeders. And we have an agreement in France regarding the fact that farmers may continue to produce farm safe seeds, but if these farm safe seeds are of a new variety, they have to pay something. Of course, when they use, but it's 1% of the farmers in France, they use all varieties, and of course, all varieties, you have nothing to pay to the breeders. So I conclude on that, but I think that this importance of this question is fully important for the development of the seed sector and to have a strong private seed sector in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vedat, for giving a detailed insight of the seed adoption and its role in the production enhancement. Thank you very much. Now I invite Mr. Rajendra Kumar Bajaj, Director, Satake India.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, all the dignitaries and government of Gujarat, for giving us this opportunity. I represent Satake Corporation, which is a Japanese multinational. I will just spend a minute to give you the background of the company so you understand the background and the expertise. Next, please. Click. Would you please? Yeah. Satake Corporation is a multinational situated in Japan and many countries worldwide. We have about 11 factories and operations in 140 countries. We were founded in 1896. We are primarily manufacturing technologies, setting up projects right from design state to conceptualization and construction for grain industry, primarily for rice, wheat, nuts, seeds, etc. Next. In India, we started our operations in 1996 with a liaison office, and now which is a full-fledged company with branch offices in Chennai, Kolkata, and other areas. We set up turnkey projects in India. Next, please. We set up turnkey projects in India like this, what you are shown on the screen, for esteemed groups. And also we have been awarded as an award from EPC for exports of goods in India from the Make in India initiative. With this background, I would like to proceed to explain about color sorters, which is the subject today of discussion. I'm very much thankful for Mr. Vikas Narwal Sahab, who has given a great background of high-tech mandis and how हम farmer को कैसे value add कर सकते हैं post harvest technologies को pre harvest level पे farm gate level पे लाके हम किस तरह से farmer की income बढ़ा सकते हैं उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा presentation दिया high-tech mandis के बारे में उसका एक छोटा सा एलिमेंट है जो क्लीनिंग ग्रेडिंग कलर सॉर्टिंग है जो हम ये बताना चाहते हैं कि अगर फार्मर अपने प्रोड्यूस को अपने ही घर में क्लीन ग्रेड और कलर सॉर्ट की तरह हम उसको छान लेता है तो उसके पास मल्टी ग्रेड को बेचने की ऑप्शंस आ जाती हैं ये हर तरह के रॉ मटेरियल हर तरह के फार्म प्रोड्यूस में अभी तक संभव नहीं था और उसके साथ साथ अब जो टेक्नोलॉजीज डेवलप हो गई हैं वो उसमें काफ़ी ग्रेन्स को हमने कवर कर लिया है काफ़ी सीड्स को कवर कर लिया है जिसका मैं अभी आपको प्रेजेंटेशन में दिखाता हूँ टेक्नोलॉजीज भी काफ़ी एडवांस हो गई हैं और जो स्टैंडर्ड्स यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड्स या यूएस एफडीए स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं जो प्रोड्यूस के क्लीनिनेस हाइजीनिक और सैनिटाइजेशन को कंफर्म करते हैं कंप्लायंस मांगते हैं उनके लिए टेक्नोलॉजीज को फार्म लेवल से ग्रेडिंग लेवल से हमको एडवांस करना पड़ेगा वही मैं आपसे आज डिस्कस करने के लिए आया हूँ प्लीज नेक्स्ट एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे ये सोयाबीन का प्रोडक्ट है जो एक फार्म से निकला है और इसमें आप देखेंगे काफ़ी तरह के कंटेमिनेशंस हैं डिसकलर्ड है ब्रोकन्स है शेप डिफरेंट है इनको अलग करने के लिए हम ऑप्टिकल सॉर्टर को यूज़ कर सकते हैं दो तरह के ऑप्टिकल सॉर्टर मेनली माने जाते हैं शूट टाइप और बेल्ट टाइप इन दोनों का काम करने का तरीका सेम होता है सिर्फ मटेरियल को फ्लो कराने का और मैकेनिकल डिज़ाइन थोड़ा डिफरेंट होता है नेक्स्ट प्लीज एक दबाइएगा इसको प्ले कर दीजिए सॉर्टिंग मैकेनिज्म मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूं जो बेल्ट जो शूट टाइप होता है इस तरह से एक शूट के अंदर ग्रेन्स आते हैं और इसको दो तरफ से जो कैमरा लगा होता है वो देखता है अगेंस्ट ए बैकग्राउंड लाइट और जो ग्रेन डिसकलर डैमेज या खराब होता है उसको हवा के एक नोजल से फायर करके पीछे गिरा दिया जाता है इस तरह ग्रेन की छनाई हो जाती है और जो ग्रेन आप सामने आता है वो एक्सेप्ट माना जाता है और जो ग्रेन पीछे जाता है उसको रिजेक्ट बना देते हैं आपसे बहुत सारे लोग इससे ऑलरेडी परिचित होंगे लेकिन कुछ लोग जो नहीं जानते उनके लिए ये बहुत लाभकारी होगा नेक्स्ट प्लीज बेल्ट के अंदर अगर आप इसको चला दीजिए प्लीज बेल्ट में अगर आप देखेंगे तो यही मैकेनिज्म हम एक बेल्ट कन्वेयर पे करते हैं एक हॉपर के अंदर मटेरियल आता है जो फीडर के थ्रू एक बेल्ट पे गिराता है और बेल्ट आगे उसी तरह से उसको फ्री फ्लो के अंदर कैमरे के थ्रू हम उसको देख के रिजेक्ट कर देते हैं बेल्ट होने का एक सबसे बड़ा बेनिफिट ये होता है कि कन्वेयर पे किसी भी तरह का प्रोडक्ट चलाया जा सकता है चाहे गोल हो या राउंड हो या सिलेंड्रिकल हो हर तरह का प्रोडक्ट इस पे चलाया जा सकता है ये स्लो मोशन में आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से ग्रेन्स को फायर किया जा रहा है फॉर योर बेटर अंडरस्टैंडिंग नेक्स्ट प्लीज ये कुछ सैंपल्स मैं आपके सामने लाया हूं दिखाने के लिए कि किस तरह से हम डिफरेंट ग्रेन्स को कलर सॉर्ट करके उसमें से कंटेमिनेशन को निकाल सकते हैं और उसमें से हम ग्रेड बना के अपने मार्केट में बेच सकते हैं फार्मर के पास दो तरह के ग्रेड होंगे तो उसको वैल्यू एडेड दाम मिलेगा जो वैल्यू एडिशन एक प्रोसेसर आगे ले रहा था या मिलर आगे ले रहा था उसका कुछ पोर्शन फार्मर की इनकम में जा सकता है नेक्स्ट प्लीज हमने सीड्स को भी सॉर्टिंग किया है पैडी सीड्स एक एग्जांपल आपको दिया है सीड सॉर्ट करने से सीड की जो क्वालिटी है वो ओवरऑल बढ़ जाती है और अच्छे ग्रेड के सीड को आप जब फार्म में डालेंगे तो उसका प्रोडक्शन भी बढ़ेगा पीनट्स गुजरात में काफी बड़ा प्रोड्यूस है यहाँ पे हमारी काफी मशीनें हमने दी हैं मोट बीन्स स्प्लिट मूंग बीन्स इन सबको हम कलर सॉर्ट करते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में ज्यादा नहीं जाऊंगा लेकिन हर तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करने का संभव प्रयास किया गया है ये जो कलर सॉर्टर्स आप देख रहे हैं ये सिर्फ ऑप्टिकल कलर सॉर्टर्स नहीं है इसके अंदर अब एक्सरे सॉर्टिंग और साथ साथ इंफ्रारेड सॉर्टिंग भी ऐड कर दी गई है उससे क्या रहता है कि जो फॉरेन पार्टिकल्स होते हैं फॉरेन मटेरियल्स होते हैं उनको हम देख पाते हैं उनको अलग कर पाते हैं यूएस स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से और यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है ग्रेन्स के अंदर जो आजकल क्लियर ग्लास और इवन ओपेक ग्लास की काफी बड़ी समस्या आ रही है उसको दूर करने के लिए अगर आप अच्छे कलर सॉर्टर्स यूज करते हैं जिसमें आईआर इंफ्रारेड टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज किया जाता है तो उससे हम ग्लास को भी निकाल सकते हैं और जो फॉरेन पार्टिकल स्टोन्स जो बच जाता है वो भी निकाला जा सकता है प्लीज एक मैं वीडियो आपको दिखाना चाहता हूँ सिर्फ छोटा सा 1 मिनट का वीडियो है जो आपको एक टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में अवगत कराएगा प्लीज प्ले कर दीजिए। एक सिंगल मशीन में तीनों टेक्नोलॉजीज को यूज किया गया है। ये वर्ल्ड में पहली मशीन है जो तीनों टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज इकट्ठे एक मशीन में करती है। हर तरह के प्रोडक्ट को इसमें से सॉर्ट किया जा सकता है। आलमंड्स, नट्स, इनफैक्ट इवन इसके अंदर हम एफ्लाटॉक्सिन को भी निकाल सकते हैं। अंदर के जो इंसेक्ट्स है उनको भी दिखाया जा सकता है, बिकॉज हमारे पास एक्सरे है। तो आपका जो फाइनल प्रोड्यूस है वो बहुत अच्छा बन सकता है। शेप सॉर्टिंग, साइज सॉर्टिंग, एक्सरे क्लीन सॉर्टिंग, फॉरेन पार्टिकल सॉर्टिंग, सब तरह एक ही प्रोडक्ट में एक ही बार चलने पे हो जाएगा। आपको बार बार डिफरेंट प्रोसेस के लिए डिफरेंट मशीन लगाने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी। ये आलमंड्स का एग्जांपल दे रहे हैं आपको। कैलिफोर्निया के आलमंड्स आप खाते हैं, वहां पे ऐसी बहुत मशीनें हमने दी हैं जो शेप सॉर्ट करके और अंदर के जो एफ्लाटॉक्सिन्स हैं उनको भी निकालती हैं। जो इंसेक्ट डैमेज से जो होल रह जाता है उस ग्रेन को भी हम निकाल सकते हैं बिकॉज ऑफ एक्सरे। ये मेड इन जापान मशीन है। ऑफ कोर्स थोड़ी एक्सपेंसिव है, लेकिन इसको जब मास सेल्स में और इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल्स में डाला जाएगा तो उसकी कॉस्ट कॉम्पिटिटिव बनाई जा सकती है। शायद 30 सेकंड्स का वीडियो और बचा है, आप थोड़ा बियर कीजिए। यू विल गेट लॉट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन इन दिस। इस तरह से ये एक फ्लो करेगा। इसको हमने एक हाइब्रिड तरीके से बनाया है, शूट प्लस बेल्ट दोनों को इंटीग्रेट कर दिया है। 300 mm 600 mm की बेल्ट्स भी आती हैं जिसमें कैपेसिटीज का भी एडवांटेज लिया जा सकता है। जी आप सेपरेशन देख रहे हैं। इस तरह के ग्रेन्स भी हम निकाल सकते हैं, इंसेक्ट डैमेज ग्रेन्स भी निकाल सकते हैं। ये 6 तरह के आपको कंटेमिनेशन एग्जांपल के तौर पे दिखाई गई है, जिसमें श्रिवल्ड, शेप सॉर्टिंग, साइज सब कुछ हो गया। आप इस तरह से फार्म लेवल पे भी अपनी प्रोड्यूस के अंदर वैल्यू ऐड कर सकते हैं। इस ग्रेन को सीधा एक्सपोर्ट भी किया जा सकता है क्योंकि ये स्टैंडर्ड्स को मीट करेगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। मैं आगे बढ़ता हूँ। नेक्स्ट इन प्लीज। एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल दिया मैंने कैपिटल आउटले का एक फार्म लेवल पे। सबसे छोटी मशीन जो होती है वो शायद 1 टन पर आवर की एक शूट सॉर्टर होगी, जिसको लगाने में लागत जो आज की डेट में आती है वो करीब 30 लाख के आसपास आती है। 3 टन की मशीन एक सिंपल बेल्ट सॉर्टर जिसमें एक्सरे या वो सब नहीं होगा लेकिन सिंपल कलर सॉर्टिंग होगी, उसका जो लागत मोटा मोटी आज की डेट में आता है वो करीब 60 लाख के आसपास आता है। और इसको देखते हुए हमें लगता है कि फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट जो गवर्नमेंट्स और बैंक्स दे रहे हैं, कुछ भी कोऑपरेटिव्स इसमें हेल्प करके हमारी फार्मर के लेवल में वैल्यू ऐड की जा सकती है। मैं और भी एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ना चाहता हूँ इस प्रेजेंटेशन पे, सिर्फ 1 मिनट और लूंगा। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हम पैडी की बात करते हैं, जो विकास जी ने बोला कि किस तरह से हम हाईटेक मंडीज में डिफरेंट ग्रेड्स ला सकते हैं। डिफरेंट ग्रेड्स के साथ साथ विकास जी उसके अंदर हम शायद बाई प्रोडक्ट को भी कंसिडर करें कि फार्मर के पास बाई प्रोडक्ट की वैल्यू भी आएगी। मैं आपको जापान का एग्जांपल देता हूँ। जापान में शायद आपको जानकारी होगी पहले से, लेकिन मैं फिर भी ऐड कर देता हूँ कि जापान में कोई भी राइस मिलर पैडी नहीं खरीदता है। कोई भी राइस मिलर जापान में पैडी नहीं खरीदता है साहब, वो सब ब्राउन राइस खरीदते हैं। फार्मिंग लेवल पे ही पैडी को डी हस्क करके ब्राउन राइस में कन्वर्ट कर दिया जाता है बाय कोऑपरेटिव्स, और ये कोऑपरेटिव्स ब्राउन राइस को बेचते हैं मिलर्स को। इसका सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज क्या होता है? पहली बात, 20% हस्क आपका फार्म लेवल पे निकल गया। उसके निकलने से वो हस्क जो है एज ए फ्यूल फार्मर यूज कर सकता है, पावर जनरेशन हो सकती है, ड्रायर्स में यूज किया जा सकता है, घर का उसका फ्यूल पैदा हो गया। आपका विलेज सेक्टर पे पावर की रिक्वायरमेंट दूर की जा सकती है। प्लस 20% वेट निकल गया, प्लस आपका जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है उसमें डेंसिटी डिफरेंस की वजह से जो 40% के आसपास है, आपका एक बैग जो 50 किलो पैडी लेता है वही बैग 100 किलो ब्राउन राइस ले सकता है। तो इस तरह से आपकी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, लॉजिस्टिक और स्टोरेज रिक्वायरमेंट्स आदि हो जाएंगी। और ये जो मॉडल है ये जापान में करीब 100 साल से सक्सेसफुल है। तो हम लोग अपने फार्मर्स को, अपने कोऑपरेटिव्स को क्यों नहीं डेवलप करते कि मैक्सिमम पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट के जो प्रोसेसेस हैं उनको फार्म गेट पे लाया जाए, ताकि फार्मर को ना कि उसका वैल्यू एडिशन मिले बल्कि साथ साथ हमारी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को भी हम कम कर सकें। इस तरह करने से हमारे फार्मर्स को नेचुरली इकोनॉमिक एडवांटेज तो मिलेंगे ही, हमारे प्रोड्यूस को जो फाइन और क्लीन होके मिलर्स के पास पहुंचेगी उनको भी वैल्यू एडिशन करने में आसानी होगी। दैट्स ऑल। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Bajad, with lots of information regarding this machinery and its mechanism. So now So now I invite Mr. Dhaval Rawal, Chairman, Agro Food Processing Association, Gujarat Council. Please, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, representatives from the farmer groups, FPOs, and stakeholders from the agro-food processing sector. I am very much pleased today to welcome you all on behalf of the ASSOCHAM. ASSOCHAM is a National Chamber of Commerce, and we are a national partner today in this vibrant summit. Today, the topic what we are discussing is a smart value chain, and I am giving some thoughts on single window tracing for boosting our exports. Next. This is about my company. We are a PMC in agri and food processing sector, and we work from last 20 years in this sector. Next. 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 We are empaneled as a PMC with the MOFPI. We are also a PMC to the Gujarat government for their some schemes, and we work for the banks also. Next. We have completed more than 69 projects on agro and food processing, which are cluster-based projects in 21 states in India, starting from Northeast to Gujarat and from UP to Kerala. We have done all these projects. Next. Next. We have in-house team of various multi-domain experts, and so we give these all kind of in-house one-roof solutions. Next. So my topic is the need of the hour, that is a traceability throughout the supply chain. We can say farm to fork. Next. I have very much limited time, so I will not go on very detail. But as we all know, this is a normal our procedure for the exports, that after harvesting all these fruit and vegetables goes to pack house where pre-cooling, sorting, grading, packaging, and stuffing is done. Now there are several documents required like phyto certification, certificate of origin, bill of lading, invoices, lab reports, insurance copies, and all this process is done manually today. What I propose is the single window tracing, and all these activities should be done online. We know that now we have all the farmers and their learned, their all their son, daughter, they have all these mobile phones, and this can be a app-based solution. Next. These are some latest news items that recently China rejected our 1,000 containers for shrimp, and in Punjab, the basmati produce that was exported to EU, that was also rejected. The main reason of these rejections is, we can say that contamination in food or the higher values of the pesticides and chemicals into that. Next. So if we take only example of the fruit and vegetable supply chain, any exporter whom I know or where we are working with in some we can say that frozen IQ vegetables they are exporting. Some people are exporting their snakes and ready-to-eat products. So they don't have any reliable source of the supply. So what happens next? When they take the orders, now in the morning session, Mr. Bajaj has already said that these agencies or the importers, they frequently change their goalpost. they change their criteria frequently based on the various kind of the experience they have. So if we want to export our products without any rejection, we should have one online platform. And this is not a new, this is already done in the grape sector in Maharashtra very successfully. In some vegetable like chili also, they are trying to make these compliances. So as Mr. Narwal has said that in MP they are going with these high-tech mandis. So not only for the procurement, I will say that from the procurement to the end cycle, that is reaching to the final destination at the export place, we should follow this single window online tracing that we can say farm to fork. So this is a one illustration that what should be there in this number, that like we have a unique Aadhaar ID of 16 digits. So we can create this where we can start from the localization, then farm tracing, then harvesting date, then you can make the packaging details on that. You can also add the who is a supplier, who is a clearing agent, and who is a customer, and expiry date of this I will say that packet. So what will happen, that all the various stakeholders involved in all the process, next we can say that next, from the farmers to exporters to shipping agent, labs, government agencies who do the compliances, financial institutions, banks, insurance companies, and the importer who is your client. So this one document which can be available online, you can use blockchain for that also to ensure the safety. But this one online tracing document can be a very much handful to the exporter as well as importer and farmers. Next. So this will increase the implementation of the food agriculture practices. It will also provide value addition. It will be, it can also identify the grading and zero paperwork and total accountability we can fix. Next. So farmers will have direct access to the international market. They can go for more scientific cultivation. They can also learn new logistic ways, and this can also be a like digital mandi. It can be a demand-led agriculture, and more seasonal cultivation. Like in pomegranate, now we have some seasons that 6 to 8 months because of this kind of the transparency in the system. Next. And the exporters will have the reliable source available. They can also do some data research, and they can also have the knowledge what they are buying, saving of time and money, and the initial cost reduction due to the less manpower and time. So I think if we want to become in top 5 in fruit and vegetable export, we should implement this traceability from the source to the export market. That means from farm to fork. Next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raval, for providing information how to improve our efficiency of this whole food chain system. Thank you very much. So now I invite Mr. Pankaj Dadania, founder and director, A Innovative. Mr. Dadania, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and all the friends who are invited in this hall. Today, please take the next slide. I'm going to talk on the processing of food grains and improving the agri-value chain. Next one. See, a lot of us have seen that food grains used to be sold in open, and then it got packed, then again processed to atta, then made into branded processing activity. And ultimately now all the products of finished goods are converted, which are coming into basically bread or toast, or you have ready to eat pani puris, or you have fried bhakri pizzas. Now this is also, next one please. Bhakri pizzas are really available in the outlets in US where they are made from wheat flour. So grains can be processed from grain to the end product where you have value addition. Next please. Now, so ultimately what we are doing is that we have to focus on the value processing proposition of the product that is going to be processed. If I take the example of our industry, we have processed wheat flour into, ready to eat pani puri. So in this case, we have been seeing a lot of fuss and buzz about the food product of pani puri. And we have tried to make it in a hygienic pani puri, where right from raw material feeding to the finished goods that are packed, there is no human touch in the entire process of the manufacturing. During this process, we have also taken care of, choosing the right partners so that the raw material that is sourced to us is in a quality base. Also, we help our partners, suppliers as a partners to improve their processes. Once their processes are clear, there will be no hiccups in our production process. Next important thing is to create a target market. Now, when we have India, which is the biggest target market, we need to first focus on our Indian market. To enter to this Indian market, we focused on, going into modern trades, which are reachable to the very end consumer. So right now we are present in DMart, Walmart, Reliance, and Metro, all these stores. During this process, we have to create a distribution channel, which we have established in all the cities. Now our purpose is to create this as a global brand. We have been seeing that pizza, we have Pizza Hut, Domino's, and other brands. Whereas if you see in burgers, you have McDonald's, Burger King, and everything. But when we talk of Pani Puri, we have not even a national or a local brand in a statehood presence. So our focus is to create a national and an international brand of Pani Puri with a Sherit brand. Please, next. At Sherit, our focus is to empower women in the country. The women in our country is still not the sizable portion of our workforce. In the step towards this, we have developed a modernized model of hygienic Pani Puri kiosk, which can be operated and managed easily by a woman. With a lot of government incentives, we plan to install 1,251 such kiosks in next 2 years. All the raw materials in the kiosk would be supplied by the company, which is processed in an industry. The attendant would have to just fit the pellets into the automatic frying machine, and puris are available at the other end. We have 6 flavors of pani over there, which are available to be dispensed in the kiosk. We have the aloo chana mash, which is processed, so you just feed water and it is ready. Next, please. This is the view of the kiosk that is available in the food court over here. So this kiosk is easily managed and operated, and it can be taken for any marriage function or any other activity of such. Please. At present, there is, if we talk of the role of the government in the present scenario of the development of the industries, government is making a lot of proactive policies and implementation at national level and state level. Adoption of technology to curb the leakages in the finances. If we talk of, 10 years back, we used to, do business and of interstate by giving C forms, but into coming GST coming, there is no C form and there is no cost for it. If we see recently, we heard that 4 crores ration cards were removed. So this is another leakages which has been curbed. There is a lot of skill development training programs which are there in the government side. And with the help of the Gujarat Agro Industries Corporation, we have been able to develop our industry. Please. These are our products which are available in the retail market with an options of, flavors of pani. Next, please. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Dadania. So with this, we have completed all the presentation. So now I invite questions from audience. So first you introduce yourself and then please ask and also mention to whom you have asked asking this question. Yeah, please.
Sir, my name is Dr. Kalandra, working as a assistant professor in seed science and technology. My question is with respect to SATEC company. Sir, with respect to seed purpose, if any internal damage is there, external it will look very good. Particularly in case of soybean, there may be internal damages. Because of that reason, the seed will not germinate. There may be a mechanical damage with respect to embryo position. Is your machine will check that also with respect to separation point of view?
If it is detectable by a particular X-ray or infrared wavelength, we can definitely detect that. Plus, if the demand of such an application is quite high and reasonable, we can customize the sensor wavelength for you. So please send us the sample and we can test in our laboratory for that.
Thank you, sir. Actually, this is a major problem nowadays.
Yeah, I know. I understand that what you are saying about. Like, so on the seed industry itself, we have to work on it. But everything, whatever we develop, has to be justifiable with the economies of scale. So we can do it at laboratory level and show it to you, and probably you can then help us to scale it up.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so no questions, and thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists for your valuable suggestion, valuable presentation, and the point you have made is really it will be useful for all these participants here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, for moderating the session precisely. At the end of this particular session, we would like to acknowledge our speakers with the memento. I would request Registrar of Anand Agricultural University, Dr. G.R. Patel, to present memento to all the speakers present here. May I request him to first present memento to Shri Vikas Narwal, IAS Managing Director, State Agriculture Marketing Board, Madhya Pradesh. Kindly present memento to Shri Selvaraj Aravazi, CEO cum Cluster Leader, Agribusiness Innovation Platform, ICRISAT. Kindly present memento to Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Speaker and Moderator of this particular session from Indian Institute of Seed Science. Presenting memento to Shri Rajinder Kumar Bajaj, Director, Satake India Engineering Private Limited. Kindly present memento to Shri Dhaval Rawal, Chairman, Agro-Food Processing, SOCHM Gujarat Council and MD, Abhyuday. And requesting to kindly present memento to Shri Pankaj Dadania, Founder and Director, A Innovative. I request all the knowledgeable speakers to come forward for the group photograph. With the memento, please. Thank you all. We'll continue with the next session, plenary session 4, modernization, revamping of agriculture curriculum including unified agriculture, integrated farming, and other modern techniques to enhance the employability and relevance of agri-curriculum. University Anand, Dr. G.V. Ramanjanailu, Executive Director, Center for Sustainable Agriculture, and Shri Anupam Jalote, CEO, iCreate. May I request all the eminent speakers to kindly take their seats, and I request Professor Sukhpal Singh to kindly moderate the session. Please. So our first speakers, Dr. R.C. Agrawal and Dr. Prabhat Kumar has joined virtually. May I request them to share their views, please? Share.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And we are sorry that physically we could not come because of some other pressing engagements. We have made 8 slides as per your format. And I would like to just share those slides. I hope you can see these slides. Is it visible?
it is visible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So in this session, I'm going to talk on behalf of Indian Council of Agricultural Research about the modernization and revamping of the agriculture education curriculum, in which we have taken a lot of steps recently. And as you know, that agriculture education is a state subject, but for quality and for the uniformity across the agriculture universities, the ICR through its agriculture education division takes a lot of steps. And the steps which recently we have taken, I'm going to present before you. The important thing which happened in the recent past is that these 12 courses under these UG programs, they have been all declared as the professional degree. When we say agriculture, most of the persons, they get confused that agriculture means only the crop science. But the agriculture includes your fisheries, it includes the animal science, veterinary, sericulture, many more things. So its horizon is very vast. And in this process, by converting these into the professional degree, which we converted in the year 2016, the importance of this agriculture education has really increased. The information which we provide now students is more oriented towards the practical exposure, the practical skills, the entrepreneurship, and more for the self-employment. That's what now we are trying to do through this revised course curriculum, which we have done. Another thing which we introduced through this fifth Dean's Committee for the revision of UG programs was the Student Ready program. And when I say READY, R-E-A-D-Y, that means Rural Entrepreneurship Awareness Development Yojana. And under this, we have different components. And one of the component is the Rural Awareness Work Experience. And through the latest data which we have analyzed, we could find that 80% of the students, they prefer to go for the RAWE, the Rural Awareness Work Experience, which is very good sign. So they want to connect to the farmers and they want to know the problems of the farmers. And sometimes they also inform to the farmers about the latest technologies and the latest findings. So both way it helps to the farmers. And then we have around 15% industrial attachment and 5% around the in-plant training programs, which are preferred by the students. And then we have several other components of this. But the key thing which we have to share with all of you is that now we have around 485 experiential learning units in these 74 agriculture universities, which are supported by the ICR. And under this, we have the business mode, and our motto is that earn while learn. So when the students are learning through these experiential learning units, they also get some kind of earnings as their pocket money. And that earning also sometimes it varies from 3,000 rupees per month per student to around 15,000 rupees. So that helps both way to these students. Another key thing which happened through this course curriculum revision was that we introduced a lot of new courses of the national importance, of the national priorities. Like we have more emphasis now on the organic farming. We have more emphasis on the precision farming, protected cultivation, dryland horticulture, the biotech, sericulture, food nutrition. ICT has been made as a compulsory course now. And now we are giving more emphasis on the AI also under this, as per this new recommendations. Now, if you see how we are improving this course curriculum for the relevancy and the flexibility, as you know that we have the NEP 2020 in place. And for that, now again we have to revamp, again we have to reorient our complete course curriculum for UG programs, mainly for UG programs. For PhD and PG programs, already I think on 4th of this month, 4th of December, we launched the new course curriculum for PG and PhD programs through a committee which we say as a BSME, Broad Subject Matter Area Committees, where we had 19 committees, subcommittees. And over 2 years of time, they deliberated with different experts, and then they come out with these 6 volumes of these 19 different domains. So under this UG program, for which we have already constituted a committee, we are trying to have the provisions now for the multiple entry and exit systems. We want to reorient this student ready program. We want to have some certificate courses of the national priorities. We want to have now diplomas also. And we want to have this 4-year degree program as a multidisciplinary bachelor's programs. So for that, already we have started deliberating, and now we want to see how best we can do. And for the PG and PhD programs, we have already introduced the intensive program for the PG program. The name of that intensive program we have kept as the IDEA, Intensive for Development of Entrepreneurship in Agriculture. And we are also allowing students for the teaching assistantship, so they can take part in the teaching. They can also take part in the project assistantship, and they can be evaluated now as per this new academic regulations for the multi-level evaluation. So that's why now we are trying to focus. More and more changes now we want to do. We have made a roadmap up to 2035, and under that, in the present academic year, we have already asked the universities to have the multiple entry exit system, and to enhance more gross enrollment ratio. We have asked the universities to increase the 10% seats, and accordingly, every year we cannot have more residential facilities. We cannot construct immediately the hostels, so we have relaxed. We have asked the university that they can relax the residential requirement. And similarly, we have spoken to the Ministry of IT also to implement this academic bank of credit. Very soon we are going to implement this ABC also, academic bank of credit. And our centralized exam is also being used by 10 universities now for their state council. Similarly, we have plans for up to 2030, some plans for next year, some plan up to 2025, like that. And that's what we have submitted to the different vice chancellors. We have submitted to all the governors who are the chancellors of the universities through our Minister of Agriculture, so that it is implemented. And we also circulated to Ministry of Education, and I got a confirmation from Ministry of Education that they have shared it with all the government departments, this roadmap which we have developed. The challenge is now that how to convert our 4 deemed universities into the Meru, and that's what now we are trying to convert, make a blueprint for this. And another challenge is how to have the more GER by keeping a balance, that we should have the equal opportunity for the employment to the students. The another thing which we are trying to do under a project which we are operating with the help of World Bank, the Government of India and World Bank, they are operating this project, NAHEP, National Agricultural Higher Education Project. Under this, because of this COVID, we got a new idea that how best now we can reorient our education towards a resilient agricultural education system. And to begin with, we are investing around 110 crores, not only for the digital infrastructure, but also for digital contents and digital capacity building. And already in these 3 components, infrastructure, digital content, digital capacity, we have invested a lot of funds. We have put a lot of efforts also. And already we have a cloud computing center in place. We have already a platform of AI, VI, virtual reality. We have virtual classrooms. We have the digital contents of PG, PhD programs. Already they have been around 60% have been already converted. So like that, ultimately what we are thinking is that in the universities, we should not have the digital divide. We should have the equal facilities in all the universities, the same kind of facilities in all the universities. The students should have the equal opportunity for getting any kind of digital device. for their all kind of learnings. And another emphasis now what we are trying to do is to have the global access for the learning, and for which again we are putting a lot of efforts through this NAHEP and through this education division also. For the agriculture landscape and emergence of the agri startups, now what we are trying to reorient our course curriculum is from the productivity driven to the market driven program we are trying to address. And because now we see a lot of potential for the agri startups, agri techs, and you can see that they are mainly oriented now towards the market linkages. You can see in the quality management, you can see in the financial services, and a lot of opportunities are there for the young minds. And that's what now we are trying to reorient ourselves. Now what we are trying to do is we want to assess that what is the human resource requirement in the agriculture education for the next 20 years, for which we have given a study to the third party. And we are trying to see that in which disciplines, how many students are required, at which level, whether UG level, whether certificate, whether diploma courses. So what are their career opportunities in these different courses, and how best in different sectors they can be placed, or how they can have their own entrepreneurship, how best they can have their own startups, and what are the opportunities. So all that now we are analyzing, and maybe within next 6 to 7 months, we will have a report in place, that study in place. And the NAHEP program which we are operating, we have around 60 parameters on which we are just seeing the progress of different universities. And we have found very encouraging results, not only for the H-index, not only for the project beneficiaries, the revenue generation, but also for the faculty diversity, for the student diversity, and many other fields now we are trying to target on this. I can just end by saying that we can have these interventions, the challenges in 3 broad categories. And those key areas can be the people, process, and the technology. If you talk for the people, when I say people, that means we have to attract more and more rural youths for the education and training. We have to address the skill relevancy as per the industry requirement. And for the industry requirement, already, as I told you, we have the intensive program with the support of industry. In the PG programs, the advisory committee member can be from the industry. And similarly, many more things now we are trying to address this particular issue. And one thing I want to just share, if I compare the data of 2016 with the current data, then we have found that there is an increase of 3-fold in the number of students who are appearing in the ICAR exam. So number of seats are fixed. So that means you can see that more and more students are competing for the agriculture seats now. And that shows that the quality students are coming. The students are coming by the choice now to the agriculture education. That's really a good phenomena. The second point is the process. Again, we are putting a lot of emphasis on the process. And we are reducing the lead time in revising the course curriculum. Normally, we revise the course curriculum after 10 years. And the last report for this Dean's Committee was in 2016. But again, we have constituted a committee. Ideally, this should have been in 2026. So now that also we are trying to see to have the new processes in this course curriculum. And we have to have the flexibility in the course selection. We have to have in the technology more use of the IT infrastructure, for which again we have allowed 20% of the courses can be through the online mode. And we are creating a lot of infrastructure. But again, this is key area of discussion. These 3 areas, the people, process, and the technology. And we need a lot of input from the persons like you who are sitting on the dais, who are sitting in the audience. We are always open for the suggestions in this particular area. And I just end by saying that as our national father Mahatma Gandhi has told, that be the change that you wish to see in the world. So let us be the part of this change let us see how best we can reorient ourselves, how best we can reorient our education system, our course curriculum, so that we can compete with the requirement of the future. We can grow more from the less, and we can have the more use of the technologies. And we have to always move with the challenges. And the challenge is now that every resource is shrinking, but our pressure for the food production, for the nutrition security, and for many more things is increasing. So that's what our young minds have to take a challenge. Something like we have done for the Uber, something like we have done for the Ola, we have done for the Oyo, we have done for many more things. And all those innovations have been done by the young minds. So I use this platform in requesting the young minds that they can bring such revolutions by use of AI, by use of drones, by use of all kind of technologies to help the farmers by getting the proper platform in the agricultural universities, proper learning in the agricultural universities, so that we can see a bright future and we can have the fulfillment of our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and thank you once again for this. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative speech and managing to join us despite your tight schedule. Now I invite our next speaker, Dr. P. Chandrasekhara, Director General, National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management, Manage. Please, sir.
Dr. Prabhat has to say something. You can request him also.
Thank you very much, sir. I think most of the parts you have taken care, and I'm not going to present my slide. But the thing is that you see, agriculture is at very transformating stage, and we have to find out those transformation must align with the course curricula, and that is a smart farming and agriculture must be seen as a system. That is one of the important aspect we have to see, and how those higher technologies like our artificial intelligence, then blockchain, then your SAS. So these technologies must be integrated in our course curriculum, and the thing is that it should be enterprise orientation that you have already taken care. So we were thinking that for the presentation, but I think the time schedule is already running fast. So without going into a detail, but we have developed a framework in our this particular NAHEP project. We have developed a framework for the course curriculum revision, and we have developed a one already guideline for the best global practices, what happening in and around. So internationalization, that is one of the important aspect we have taken care. And one thing we are promoting, like a STEM to go to STEAM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. There must be a STEAM, that is a science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics. So that thing should be there in the course curricula, and it should be very flexible. That is one of the important aspect. That's why in NEP, if you see this learner centric approach is there, and sir has already talked about the credit bank. That is there, means that should run with the pace of the learner, not from our side. It should not be teacher centric, but it should be a learner centric approach must be there in the course curriculum. And we thought that way forward, what we have given for the way forward, that I would like to just tell you in the 1 minute. That is a transformation generally would require the Indian Agriculture University to revamp or modernize their offerings in the following areas for college ready, career ready, and future ready curriculum. That is technology, industry, enterprise ecosystem, global collaboration, and flexibility. In the technology, then skilling of the stakeholder, action research, influence policy, centralization of the research and innovation, and in industry global best practices can be updated in the course curriculum. Industry collaborated research and process innovation, support implementation, industry global best practices. Then enterprise ecosystem, that is one of the important aspects that has to come in Indian agricultural education system. Once we talk about the MIT, if you see the MIT's beauty is because if you see most of the alumni are they are the self-entrepreneur. That is lacking in agriculture because we are talking about the high-tech technologies. Who will consume those technologies? That is one of the aspects we have to see. That type of mindset we have to develop, how our graduates are going to become entrepreneur. Then only they can consume that knowledge, that technology. Then only the policy intervention coming in the form of the technology support and finance, that will be translated. That is the need of the hour. We have to promote and develop such type of ecosystem in our campuses. That is very much important. Then global collaboration, that is one of the important aspect we are talking about. That's why we are promoting a global university that we sir has already talked about, but I will add upon that. Now we have already floated one consultancy, and it is in a mature stage. We are going to map our one of the candidate university, and with the dynamic document where we are and how much we have to go ahead for the to find out the global benchmark, so that the transfer of knowledge and transfer of the people in per se will not be a barrier once there is a balance and equilibrium in the global institutions and our institutions. And the flexibility that I talked about, curriculum that allows contextual variation, blended learning techniques, and introduction of common courses, practical learning content by combining classroom relation with the real life cases, enrich region specific course content in driving. That was from my side. I thought I must share with you people, and anything if required. Sir has given already that website, and our detail is there. If any student or any academician or the industries are interested, because you see time is limited. Otherwise, we have done a very good job. Not only a course curriculum, but the content we have created in the form of establishment of the Center for Advancement of Science and Technology. We have established 16 center. They become a source of the knowledge. They have created a lot of knowledge in the cottage areas like conservation agriculture, market intelligence. Then we have a climate smart agriculture that is highly talked about in today's context, where we are talking about the pro nature agriculture production. Then we are having the digital agriculture one center, phenomics and genomics is there, secondary agriculture is there on the animal sciences. So those are not only centers, they have created a lot of human resource and knowledge, tangible and intangible form. Lot of technologies have been generated. Now we are at the edge to go for the commercialization. So and moreover, not only we have actually come across with the certificate courses. Because time was less, that's why sir has not actually mentioned all these things. Otherwise, we have piloted more than 100 certificate courses in our cottage areas where people are coming and joining. Even in our Rahuri, we are taking charge of that, even though there is a no slot, backend. So that is the demand of the high tech technologies. And high tech technologies are important for optimization of resources and addressing the SDGs. So thank you very much for giving me opportunity and time to share my thoughts on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the nice speech. Now I request our next speaker, Professor Sukhpal Singh, Professor and Chairperson, Center for Management in Agriculture, IIM Ahmedabad. Please, sir.
Thank you. And good afternoon to all of you. I am an outsider to the system. So whatever I say, you may take with a pinch of salt, but I'll talk some truths and half-truths. When we are talking about revamping or reorienting agricultural curriculum for undergrad students or learners, I think we need to recognize what times we are living in. I would take the 3P approach or triple bottom line approach, because there are a lot of corporates interested in this domain now. That is of caring for people, planet, and profits. In that order, in some other order also one may look at it. So we have to then recognize what are the challenges of this and how do we attend to those challenges or convert those challenges into opportunities for the future. Now, the first question I would like to ask myself is, if I am an undergrad student or a teacher teaching those undergrads, who is my boss? Yeah, if the teacher in a university or college or the student learning there does not know whom someone is preparing someone and who someone is, who that student is who is getting prepared to work as a career option in agricultural sector. I keep asking this question because I keep going to a lot of agriculture university campuses and I keep asking this question. I have not got an answer. Do our students know who the Indian farmer is? Do the students sitting in Gujarat universities know who Gujarati farmer is? I asked this question bluntly. I never got an answer from 400 students, 1000 students, 400 faculty, 200 faculty, 20 faculty. So unless we know who the ultimate boss or ultimate stakeholder of our learning and teaching is, we are not going to make a difference to the situation. And to top it all, the kind of environment we are getting into now, we have three kinds of farmers. If we are still mistaken and saying there's only one kind of farmer, we are living in a fool's paradise. There are three types of farmers. Some we call small farmers, family farmers, subsistence farmers, peasant farmers. And then there are entrepreneurial farmers, maybe 2%, 5% today in India, but may grow very fast. And then you have corporate farmers. We need to decide whom we want to prepare our students for all three or for a particular type of farmers who matter more, who are the mainstay of this country's agriculture. If we don't take that call, we are again not doing justice. To me, small farmer is the most valuable stakeholder in agriculture in India. Whatever we may say about such problem, its challenges, size of the farm and so on, to me, farm size is not a problem. India's small farmers are the most productive farmers on the earth, including in India compared to their medium and large counterparts. There's secondary as well as primary evidence on this. So let's not try to leave him or her behind and try to talk about agriculture without talking about the farmer, that too small farmer and marginal farmer being the focus of that kind of learning and teaching or research. So if that is what the agenda we have, then how do we look at some of the issues in this domain? For example, I would quickly go to, because I have only 5 minutes, I don't want to take others' time. Do we have the faculty which is qualified and upgraded to teach modern courses in the changing and challenging environment? If I give you this data, it will be quite shocking to some of us that 51% of the faculty in the agriculture universities have all their degrees from the same university where they're teaching. It's called inbreeding. It's called inbreeding in English. Yeah? Do we want to continue with that kind of thing? You learn there and you start teaching there. You never go out, even for a single year, throughout your career. That is the recipe for disaster if you want to talk about learning and teaching in agricultural sector and agricultural colleges and universities. Do we encourage critical thinking that question whatever is being taught? I don't think we encourage that adequately. Yeah? Do we teach beyond the textbook? Do we teach beside the textbook? So unless we encourage our students to question the teachers and the instructors, we can't generate fresh thinking, thinking which is innovative, thinking which is more than the ordinary. Do we revise the curricula frequently? I come from an institute where we do it every 3 years. Every 3 years, without any discussions, meeting, every 3 years, simply done. And all of us have freedom to change the curriculum up to 10%. And we have the complete freedom to use the kind of material we want to use to teach that course. No textbooks, no prescribed chapters, no prescribed sections. Yeah, so we own the courses we teach. And we are responsible for that, whatever we teach. I don't want to say too much about the mandatory field component, which is there now in all places, but not actually field. Yeah. Even Irma next door, which was known to be doing very significant field work, making students spend 40% time in the field, has diluted it quite a bit as I learned from my friends there. Do we encourage a lot of interaction with the students with the agricultural entities or agri-business entities, including farmers? A lot of students may be doing experiments on the farms in the university. A lot of students may be going to farmers' fields, but do they talk to farmers? Do they talk to farmers frequently? Do they talk to farmers intensively? Unless we do that, I think we will not be getting to that point where we are trying to be. So student exposure, both in the industry as well as outside the industry, in the field, with the farmers, with the real stakeholder or the boss, I called earlier, is must. Finally, I will not reduce this point by not saying this. What is the policy thrust and relevance of what are we do? Is there a disconnect between what is being propagated as policy and what is being taught and learned in the university campuses? Can we connect the dots between policy and what is being taught, what is being learned? That is research and teaching and training. Then only we can take the sector forward, take the country forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sukhpal Singh, sir. Now I request Dr. P. Chandrasekhar, Director General, National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management. Please, sir.
Presentation. Honorable Vice Chancellor, thank you very much for the opportunity. Respected moderator, co-panelists, and delegates. Next, please. Modernization of agriculture curriculum at the outset. I think that the existing curriculum is well researched and it's a broad-based, robust curriculum, but it need to change regularly because farmer is changing, agriculture is changing. The agriculture curriculum must change to cater to the needs of all the important stakeholders. Some of the important issues like climate change, nutritional security for the population, and income security for the farmers should be part and parcel of agriculture curriculum. What is the basic purpose of agriculture curriculum? Which is a good agriculture curriculum? The agriculture curriculum which makes a confident farmer when he goes out of agriculture college, he should be a very successful farmer and the curriculum should prepare him. That is the best agriculture curriculum. For that, hands-on experience and some project-based learning ecosystem is very, very important. And more the hands-on experience is made part and parcel of our learning process. I think the effectiveness of this agriculture curriculum will be, it will increase more. In fact, we need, at least 16,000 scientific manpower for our R&D system. Only 50% is available and another 50% is a gap. Can we bring little bit of more research orientation in undergraduate curriculum so that, even the undergraduate graduates who are coming more in number, they can also cater to the needs of R&D system in the country. Technology should not be taught in isolation. Keep the farmer as a central to all our thinking and action and relate the technology to him. Now, instead of individual farmer, we in group dynamics comes into picture. Yes, faculty level interventions are also very important. In fact, faculty should adopt the case study as one of the important methodology. Talking out of experiences, the communication will be very effective, changing the mindset of the students. And in faculty also, at least 1/3 of the faculty should come from the progressive farmer, industry or NGO representative. They bring different experiences. So that is very, very important. And when different kinds of changes are taking place in different parts of the world, the faculty should have access to all the changes. Then only I think they can bring the best practices to the classroom. So we have to keep opportunity for faculty members to get exposure to global good practices. And one of the important aspect which we have to consider is faculty should lead the innovation. Now, for example, in IIT Madras, faculty members promoted 94 startups worth of 1,400 crores. In our ICR system as well as SAU system, we have at least 10,000 qualified professors. Even if we initiate one agri startup, probably every year we are initiating around 10,000 agri startups. And this kind of establishment of an innovative system and mainstreaming in our curriculum is very, very important, and it has to be institutionalized. Next, please. And a lot of changes are taking place in technology that has to come to agriculture and also to agriculture curriculum. So we are talking about data analytics, we are talking about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and generating lot of field level data which we can use it for multiple purpose. Blockchain technology which can help us in traceability and transparency. And today we are, especially in extension, we are talking about how we can use mobile as a very effective extension tool for promoting farmer to farmer extension. Next, please. Yeah, for result driven approach, I think we need to have very constant interaction with the industry and all other stakeholders while deciding the curriculum, involve all important stakeholders, attach the students to startups, agribusiness companies and farmers producers organization. In fact, managed took initiative for attaching around 500 more students in Maharashtra state along with farmers producers organizations for 1 month, so that they can understand how a farmers producers organization functions with a 360-degree understanding. So that is a lifetime opportunity for students. So I think this plays very important role. Rural based startup should also be encouraged. Next, please. Of course, new age learning technologies, many things are there. Digitization of courses, dedicated platforms, and a very flexible digital learning opportunities like Coursera, module based learning for diploma and certificate, which our new education policy emphasize, creation of new courses which are on digital platform, which are very flexible in nature, which IIT Hyderabad is trying. And of course, now it is part of our institutional mechanism. New education policy use a lot of freedom and flexibility and to bring practicality into our curriculum. Next, please. Next, please. So I represent, National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management. These are all some of the important courses which we recommended to include in, PG and PhD programs. I don't want to, make a big list of this. Even it includes policy engagement and extension. Recently, what are all the things happening? Probably we got to be very, very sensitive. We cannot keep away from even policy formulation and implications of the policy also. Next, please. Next, please. Next, this is repetition of that. These 4 points I would like to emphasize. See, the technologies are developed, generated, which are also certified by public extension. The technologies developed by private sector are also certified by public extension. In public extension, we have hesitancy for promoting private technology. A technology which is generated by agribusiness company or from NGO, I think we have to, eliminate that hesitancy. Whether it is coming from public or private, but whether it is good for farmer is important or not. That is very, very important thing. So we have to promote this. And state agriculture universities and KVKs, we have plenty of land. We have to make a policy decision to keep at least 10% of the land, which can be given to agripreneurs so that they can also earn and it is also a learning opportunity for other students. We have to support PPP models, and while giving research priorities, we need to consider priorities of private sector also. Next, please. Yeah. So just another 3 slides are there, but I would like to conclude. When we tried, how to increase self-employment opportunities, basically this is the model which talks about a consortium, not by giving training, not by giving loan or subsidy alone will not suffice. I think a consortium approach is required. So like that, just I would like to conclude, as Dr. Sukhpal Singh said, regularly we need to change. Otherwise, this inertia in changing our curriculum bring inertia to agriculture sector itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your short but explicit presentation. Now I invite our next speaker, Dr. K.B. Katria, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Anand Agriculture University. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. Dignitaries sitting on the dais, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I also again welcome you all in Anand Agriculture University because as a host institute, this is my duty to welcome you, all the delegates and the participants from other institutes, from other states, and from abroad also some of the delegates are there. So welcome you all again. As far as agriculture, education and curriculum are concerned, lot of things have been talked because Dr. R.C. Agarwal and Prabhat Kumar both are leading all this education system in ICR, and they have done a lot of efforts when this national education policy is going to implement in particular in the agriculture field. So some of the points which I would like to tell, because briefly I will tell because a lot of time have been passed and we are lagging behind. So next. So we all know the whole scenario of these agriculture institutes and other things. So 74 university institutes are there, and 63 SAUs, central universities are there for deemed universities, and central university with agriculture faculty. So this is the whole scenario about the all this agriculture education institute is concerned. So as far as the courses is there, undergraduate 11 courses are there. In PG, 79 disciplines are there, and in PhD, 78 disciplines are there. This is the whole scenario about the different undergraduate and postgraduate subjects are concerned. Next. So the important these disciplines, we know very well that agriculture and allied, particularly, there are 11 these important subjects are there that we know, because I don't want to discuss much more, but here you can see the different disciplines are there. So why revamp of curriculum is needed? So there are few points which next. Which needs the revamp or we can say improvement in the curriculum, and particularly the enhancing employability, increasing employment potential, entrepreneurship development, science-led transformation of India's food and agriculture system, enabling our graduates to become job providers rather than job seekers. So these are some of the important points which really needs to have the improvement in the course curriculum in agriculture this system. Next. For quality assurance in higher agriculture education can be attained by these different points. First is the policy support, because this is the most important part. because when anything should be decided at the higher level, then it is percolated to at the end. Then only how it is useful and how practically it is implemented. That is the most important part. Second is the accreditation standards, because we know very well that a lot of these private players are also coming in the field that yes, they would like to start the private colleges in agriculture and allied subjects. But here there is a what we can say restriction, or there is a ban is there, because if any college or any institute is not accredited by the ICR, then they cannot continue that type of these study in agriculture and allied these fields. So that is also important. That's why these standards should be strict, so that other than there are so many institutes where very what we can say standard of accreditation is little bit the poor, so that if it is continuing agriculture, then we cannot allow, so that these private colleges which have bigger these facilities and they are interested to open the new colleges without any standards, without any facilities, without any what we can say this bigger staff, then it will not help to what we can say continue or parallelly to our these public sector institutes. Framing of minimum standards for higher agriculture education. Next is the academic regulation and review of course curriculum and delivery systems. Development support for strengthen infrastructure and facility, because this is also important, because Dr. Agarwal also told that the smart classes and during the COVID period also we have realized that if such kind of facility is not available with all the institute, then it is very difficult to take such kind of these classes online. So such kind of facilities should be available in all these institutes. Improvement of faculty competence. Previous our this talker also told the competency of the faculty should be there, so that they can deliver all kinds of knowledge, not only the theoretical. Because in agriculture we know very well that as per the curriculum, if we can have different kinds of these knowledge delivery system, then and then it is what we can say important to the students, and it will what we can say go up to the farmers and end users. Admission of students through all India competition. So this ICR system is there, but in other than the state level this system, generally we are doing at our own level. But if competitive examination is there, then we can get the very good student. Next. Now, in this 3 days pre-vibrant this summit, a lot of discussion is going on about the natural farming. So here also we are talking about the natural farming, but what about the teaching and about how it can enter in the real system of the education? That is also most important part. Otherwise, in one way, if we are implementing this thing, then I think it will create a lot of problems in future also. So for that also, these agroecological based diversified farming system which integrates crops, trees and livestock with functional biodiversity. So in natural farming, we know very well that a lot of things are there. Then what is the natural farming? That we must have to understand first, and then we can go ahead. Why natural farming is needed, and third is the how to do natural farming. So these are some of the important points for the natural farming is concerned. One more things I would like to tell that in our Gujarat particularly, one organic agriculture university is established in 2017, and for that also very well these infrastructure and other facilities are going to be established. And here what are the next, what are the objectives and other things I have already given here, because this is also one of the important part of these agriculture. And once the agriculture university is established, we must have to think about that, and we will have to go there. And as in other cases also, the course curricula, when we are defining for that also, this organic farming is also have a very good place to what we can say have the new course curriculum. Need of inclusion of cutting edge technology already. These things have been discussed, so I don't want to discuss much more because my previous talker has already talked. Yes, one slide is more, just next. Next. So one here, our Anand Agriculture University taken this initiative for the agriculture analytical these studies. This year we have made the MOU with the this Dhirubhai Ambani Institute of Information and Communication Technology and Indian Institute of Remote Sensing at Dehradun. So with three these institutes have come forward together, forward to have one kind of this PG 2 years to PG courses for the agriculture analytics. And next year it will be started at national level, and all the courses, course curricula and other things have been already defined very well, and next year it will be implemented at national level. So this is one new thing. And another thing, one I would like to tell that we have very good two faculties. One is agriculture information technology, and one is food food technology. These two faculties we have very good strength. So if such kind of things have been there at national level, I think this is the need of the day, and in future also, if agriculture information technology and food technology, these two faculties have been enhanced, and these course curricula and other things can be implemented at national level, then I think the farmers and the other these stakeholders will be benefited. So these are the few points which I would have narrated. So with this, I'm ending with this new this NEP already talked, so I don't want to talk anything about this. But when we are going to implement this NEP at that time also, some difficulties are there because some of the points, very difficult points are there, and in future also we will have to cope with this. So in this way, I conclude and end my this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. G.V. Ramanjannayulu, Executive Director, Center for Sustainable Agriculture, for sharing his inputs.
Can you put up the presentation? Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be part of this conference, sharing our experiences about education. I did my PhD in agriculture, and my PhD from Indian Agricultural Research Institute was about looking at education management. And I tried to look at how students take decisions, how teachers take decisions, and how the board of education, they take decisions, and then what actually farmers needs. And from then onwards, I'm seeing that there is a lot of contradictions between all that. So what farmers expect is different from what students expect, what teachers try to offer as courses from what as an institution we offer. I think there's a lot of contradictions. And the crisis in agriculture which we are seeing for last several years is a crisis of failure of institutions. I think that's something which we need to accept. The crisis which we are seeing, the ecological crisis, the economic crisis which we are seeing in agriculture, is a failure of the institutions. We are unable to understand the crisis. So if we are not able to understand the crisis, we cannot find a solution. So how do we understand the crisis and then design the courses so that we are preparing students for future? Today, whenever we are teaching here, if the students are doing about 4 years or 5 years, 6 years course here, you are preparing them for the next 30-40 years. So are we preparing them to deal with the challenges of the next 30-40 years is what we need to look at when we are talking about the course curriculums and modernization. And so let's look at what is going to be the future, how future looks like. I think the global agriculture is moving towards more agroecological and sustainable production systems, low input agriculture, low energy, low water, low chemical based production systems. But today we are increasing all the three. So in the last say 20-30 years, if you look at the high water intensive cropping systems have been increased significantly. So we have more than half of the area in the country under paddy. We have not even tried to reduce the water use in agriculture, though there are a number of alternatives available. We are somewhere we fail to see the innovations. So innovations coming from institutions is what we see. Beyond agricultural universities, can we see the innovations happening outside? So institutions are not just in the institutions. Outside, practitioners do a lot of innovations. Contemporary innovations are also very, very critical. We talk about traditional innovations, traditional knowledge, but why are we not looking into the contemporary innovations? A lot of innovations happening around across the country. That is something which is very, very important, particularly looking at the low water, low energy, and low chemical based production systems. Similarly, more than the yield, quality becomes very important. In 1960s, where we had deficiency of food, the parameters of success of research was very different. But today that's not the case. We have excess production. In fact, we have no place to store. And then we are seeing that the prices are falling for farmers. In that situation, how do we transform our agriculture so that quality and farmers' income becomes more important than the productivity-driven approach is something which is very, very important, which means actually we need to look at the cost efficiency. So in our technology generation and the knowledge which we are generating in the students, are we going to focus on how the cost consciousness is becoming very, very important? We never look at when we are recommending practices at the cost efficiency. Similarly, farmers collectives are going to be the future. Farmer producer organizations, already there are more than 7,000 farmer cooperatives in this country, and then government of India is talking about establishing 10,000 FPOs in the next 5 years. There is no single course to which is offered on FPOs. Say all these FPOs, say nearly about 20,000 CEOs you require, and where are the courses offered for that? These 20,000 FPOs require extension people. Where are the courses offered for that? So local value addition is going to be the major feature in the future. It's not going to be a very centralized value addition. So it will be more local value addition. And small farmers are in absolute numbers are going to continue. We are going to have at least 100 million farm families even after 50 years from now. If that is the case, are we going to target all our research and extension towards that is something which is very, very important. Digitalization certainly makes a big difference. So can we look at how this digitalization can change the extension services, learning, problem diagnosis, and markets? Because today we are not going to be the agriculture universities are not going to be the only players. Knowledge comes from various sources. Everybody has access through internet to everyone. So how we are going to play that critical role in the changed scenario is very, very important. When Dr. Saab was mentioning about the universities, 74 universities were mentioned. There are private agriculture universities also in this country which are also offering the courses. We are not actually taking cognizance of what is happening outside the NARS system. I think that is something which is very, very important we need to look at. Quality assurance becomes important. No agricultural university course has this as quality assurance, how quality assurance can be built into these entire practices. Yeah. And then we need to take a farmer-centric, farmers income-centric approach. Even the Farmers Commission was talking about it. Next. I only have 2 slides. Next slide. So the core challenges is today no basic courses in schools. So nearly about 60% of the students drop out after 10th class. But till 10th class, nobody studies about agriculture. Most of the farmers today were the students yesterday. And why can't we look at introducing agriculture education in the schools? That is something which is very, very important. So can we blend courses into the course curriculum, school curriculum, and also promote schools to grow their own vegetables kind of thing? And agricultural science also should be making a transition towards agroecological and sustainability framework, what Sukhpal was mentioning about the triple bottom line. I think that is something which is very, very critical. We need to make a transition towards that. And who are going to be our stakeholders? If you look at producers, consumers, skilled labor, environmental sustainability. So all these becomes very, very critical in the future. So are we preparing students to take up these challenges is something which we need to ask ourselves when we talk about this one. Next, please. Quickly, I'll talk about what we are doing. We work with many schools in incorporating agriculture into the course curriculum. These are residential schools run by government of Telangana, where school students grow their own vegetables. So every day 150 kg of vegetables are grown, and the entire planning is that their menu is converted into a production plan, and they produce. And then we also do an entrepreneurship training for those students so that they can learn, and then after the schools, if they want to take it up, they can take up. Next, please. Similarly, we started something called as a Society for Agroecology, which is a scientific network across the country. Scientists who are working on agroecological approaches. We do regularly research. We share the learnings, etc. And we are also trying to develop a curated practices, because today most of the practices are also promoted by emotion rather than actually a scientific approach. So we are also trying to do that. And then we are planning to come up with an open access journal. With Calcutta University, there's a partnership which we are running a course on agroecology. It's a diploma course of 6 months, which is now done. And the future, I think more about hybrid courses will be coming up next. One more slide, sir. This is a Grameen Academy, is something which we started where the courses, online courses are available. GrameenAcademy.in, you can see there are a lot of courses which are already up and running. Next. This is a Center of Excellence in Agroecology, something we are starting near Vijayawada in Andhra Pradesh, which is a 36 acres campus for research and education on agroecology. So these are some of the initiatives which CSA has began in the last few years. Thank you. Next, please. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. Our next speaker is Shri Anupam Jalote, CEO, iCreate. Please, sir.
I heard the very, very interesting talk given by all the learned colleagues, and I was completely missing one very important stakeholder, one boss, Professor Singh. One boss was missing from everybody's conversation. That was me, you, the people who eat and drink what agriculture produces. We live in times where cancer has visited every home, where people like me are terrified of buying ghee, milk, mithai, salad, because we don't know how much color has been put into it, how much other blending has been done into it. We talk about increasing the productivity of farmers, we talk about increasing the income of farmers. We don't talk about increasing the profitability of farmers. Whether it is large farmers, small farmers, ultimately they want to eat. They want to make some money. And if the seeds are so expensive, then they are going to buy very expensive pesticides to put in so that they can protect their investment in seed and their season does not go waste. They will over irrigate in a desperate attempt to keep their crops healthy. They waste water, they put in so much poison into the stuff that grows that we die. We keep talking about education system and wanting to change the education system, tweak it, and I love the points that it must be revisited. I'm a complete outsider, so you can disregard whatever I say. But somewhere, all of us have felt the pain, the same pain. हम सलाद खरीद रहे हैं, पता नहीं उसको कच्चा खा सकते हैं कि नहीं खा सकते हैं, उसके ऊपर क्या क्या लगा हुआ है, कौन सी खाद कौन से सीवेज के पानी से लगा हुआ है. Now today, technology offers brilliant options. Those technologies are tested and available. Perhaps our agricultural folks need to start visiting and using those technologies. I think one of us spoke of in the earlier session near infrared spectroscopy and IR spectroscopy in the previous session. These machines used to cost lakhs and lakhs and lakhs. Today they cost tens of thousands of rupees. With that, you can test what is in there, whether there is contaminants, whether there isn't, whether it is purity. As our agricultural students graduate, if they stop being reactive and start being a little proactive, what is going to happen? Technology allows us to see what a very large area of a few hundred square kilometers is going to produce. That imagery is already there, that sensing is already there. We can anticipate what is going to grow. We can anticipate if too much monocropping of a certain type is happening, what kind of pests will attack. We know that. These are known elements. If we start working with what knowledge already places at our disposal, and in the minds of our bright, very, very bright and enthusiastic students, we start planting these seeds. Ki boss, you can think 2 steps in advance. You can guide farmers to think 2 steps in advance. So if the farmer is a boss, I would definitely like to say that the consumer is perhaps a bigger boss. And when you put the interest of the farmer and the consumer together, and then you craft the curriculum for students, you cannot go wrong. We have such a strong track record in increasing agricultural productivity. It is really humbling. From where we started in 1962, when Prime Minister Shastriji said, sacrifice one meal, everybody. And he was the first to sacrifice. He said, I will eat only 2 meals in a day. I mean, we still remember that phenomenal leadership because India did not have food. To a point today when we are food surplus and we are probably the most populous nation on earth and we don't have a very large land mass. So it speaks volumes of the really good work that our education system in agriculture has done. But times have changed. The requirements have changed. In the desperation to keep earning money, a lot of shortcuts are taking place, and those shortcuts are hurting all of us. In our desire to create more expensive seeds, more productive seeds, we take away the ability of the poor farmer to make money. They are so heavily risked that they will go to any extent to protect their investment. And therefore, at the end of the food chain, the consumer suffers. So I guess I just wanted to conclude by saying that technology doesn't mean just blockchain, doesn't mean artificial intelligence, doesn't mean IoT, doesn't mean embedded systems. Innovation and technology mean a certain different way of looking at things. All the solutions are already there, and tragically, very, very tragically, no textbooks are needed. Everybody spends their life inside this device now, and through this device, you can access any amount of learning and knowledge. Any solution you seek is available today. So perhaps if we teach our folks to think and anticipate and look after the interest of the two stakeholders, we will be very well served as a country, as Vasudevaya Kutumbakam, as a whole planet. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thanks to all the panelists for presenting. We have 4 minutes for maybe 2 questions. If there are very urgent questions which can't be asked outside. Yes, sir.
Curriculum, do these skill development, practical, all things we are doing and discussing. Every 5 years we are changing our curriculum, we are changing, we are including the practicals, skill development, everything. People are saying just because we have to say something, so people are saying we should do this, we should do that. Everything is to be done and it is included in our courses. Our students are going to the farms, our students are going into the rural areas, they are talking to the 1 year they are going to the Rave in the villages, they are everything they are doing. Still something will be lacking because suppose UPL people, they have taken some students, so they may not be so expertise in pesticides and weedicides and that. Something they extra knowledge they will get and they will become accustomed. You cannot make them expert for every field of agriculture. So those things are already in the curriculum, and every 5 years Dean's committee is there, and we are changing with that. So saying is something different, we are doing that.
This is a question to the organizers of this, so we will not comment on it.
No, yeah. That's why you are saying who is the boss and those things. We know that we are doing for the farmers. Question is this, that
question is that's a useless discussion.
There's no need for this session. That's what
No,
he's saying.
not needed. No. What I am saying, we are doing that.
ये कह रहे हैं कि कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आप ऐसी हर साल
No, problem नहीं है. Before suggesting, we should think over. I am saying.
Any others? One more question we can take. Yeah. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you very much. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now the concluding part of the session. For memento distribution, may I invite, please, Dr. H.B. Patel, Director of Extension Education, Anand Agriculture University, to please come up on the stage. Okay. To Professor Sukhpal Singh, the moderator of the session. To Dr. P. Chandrasekhara, Director General, National Institute of Agriculture Extension Management. Sir, please. And also to Sir, Dr. K.V. Katheria, Vice Chancellor, Anand Agriculture University. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Y.M. Shukla, Principal and Dean, BA College of Agriculture, Anand Agriculture University, to present the mementos. To Dr. G.V. Ramanjanilu, Executive Director, Center of Sustainable Agriculture. Thank you, sir. And also to Shri Anupam Jalote, CEO, iCreate. Thank you, sir. I thank all the speakers and of course the moderator for conducting the session nicely. Thank you, sir. And I request all the speakers and moderator to please assemble for a group photo along with their mementos, please. हाँ 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 Moving on with our schedule, we will be having the plenary session 5, the last session for the day. It is on agriculture waste management and agro-based clean energy. Arrangement, name arrangement, accordingly. Can you please speed up the process? नहीं वो चाय पीने गए मैं कब बोल रही एक बार कंफर्म कर लो नहीं फिर तो डांट करें ओके Okay, so we are starting our the last session of the day, plenary session 5. It is on agriculture waste management and agro-based clean energy. I invite the speakers and the moderator. The moderator for the session is Dr. K.B. Kathiria, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Anand Agriculture University. Sir, please come up on the desk. Shri Aditya Handa, MD and CEO, Avalon Energy. Shri Kuldeep Solanki, CEO cum in charge, Gujpro Agribusiness Consortium Producer Company Limited. Shri Tushar Loalikar, Chief Business Officer, Biofuel Circle Private Limited, Pune. Dr. N.K. Gontia, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Junagadh Agriculture University. I would like to inform that every speaker is allotted 6 minutes, so please try to stick with the schedule kindly. Announce करेंगे. Dr. K.B. Katria, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Anand Agriculture University, the moderator of the session. Our first speaker is Shri Vikas Khanna, Assistant Registrar, Registrar of Cooperative Society, Government of Chhattisgarh.
Has it come up? Respected dignitaries on the dais as well as off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to everybody. It's been a pleasure to be a part of this event. So the topic of the session is agricultural waste and agro-based clean energy. Through this presentation, what I would like to do is portray a case of conversion of a sugarcane-based waste molasses into a clean energy in the form of ethanol. Next. Yeah. So I'll try to keep it short, although it's a very long case, but keeping to the stricter requirements of time. So what is biofuel? Uh, Biofuels are liquid or gaseous fuels which are derived from renewable sources of biomass. Uh, Basically, there are three types of biofuels available. That is biogas is methane, bioalcohol, ethanol, as well as biodiesel. I'll just portray some of the facts over here. As per the recent study done by Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, about 750 million metric tons of biomass is available. And every year there is a surplus of 230 million metric tons added, which is corresponding to about 28 gigawatts of power, not counting the additional 14 gigawatts of power, which can be generated through bagasse-based cogeneration sugar mills. What is ethanol? Ethanol is a primary biofuel which is produced by the fermentation of sugar by yeast or by any other electrochemical processes. Ethanol basically has three types of applications. First, in the form of a biofuel, which is technically termed as anhydrous alcohol. Then there is rectified spirit, which finds its industrial applications. And then extra neutral alcohol, which can be distilled further for potable liquor. Now, what are the benefits which the government has also framed a policy regarding the same? India is a developing country with considerable growth. So in order to achieve energy security and to meet the increasing energy requirements, it is paramount to use an alternative based sources of fuel. It significantly will improve the farmer's income, taking into account the large amount of waste generated and low and irregular income of the farmers. It reduces the dependency on fossil fuels. Generally, if you look at the facts, 98% of the fuel requirement is being fulfilled by fossil fuels, and only 2% is done by the biofuels. And out of that, okay, okay. Hello, is it audible now? Yeah. Hello. About 98% of the fuel requirements are currently being provided through fossil fuels, and about 2% is of now is being provided by bioethanols. So, and also 85% of the import bill is being generated for the payment of crude oil. So, a lot of dependencies on crude oil. So, this would, if we would move towards alternative sources of fuel, it will provide a cushioning to our foreign exchange reserves as well. And the last benefit which it provides is it augments waste to wealth creation. Uh, the research octane number of a biofuel is quite higher. It's a better grade fuel and it offers lower vehicular emissions. So it has a better potential and it would be providing, it will be augmenting in the creation of wealth through waste. Next. So it all started with the ethanol blended petrol program in 2003, in which was later extended in November 2006 to the majority of the states in the country. But it had mixed results. A forward-looking and updated national policy on biofuels was released on June 2018, which allowed, other than the traditional C molasses, B molasses, sugarcane juice, sugar syrup, as well as sugar to be converted into ethanol. And apart from that, some damaged grains and damaged food grains. And later on, it has also allowed paddy as well as rice as well as maize. Because of this policy, there was an onset of a differentiated price-based mechanism for the ethanol production, and this has been extended throughout the country. But what we have observed as of now, sugarcane is the major contributor of ethanol production in the country. About 684 crore liters of ethanol was produced, to which 60% was contributed from molasses itself. There has been a push from the government indicating that more and more sources of ethanol might be required other than molasses. Next. Now we come to the case in hand. The sugarcane production in Chhattisgarh has been rising consistently. Last year itself, from 29,000 farmers, 7 lakh metric tons of sugarcane was procured, and approximately 190 crore payment was done. But owing to COVID and other measures, the payment was not done timely to the farmers. There were not proper optimum utilization of the byproducts as well. And because of the problem of excess and the stock piling up, there was a drastic reduction in the profitability potential of the mills as well. In the same time period, if we consider about a year back, the government came out with its policy. So this provided as a catalyst, and the long-term solution to solve this surplus, the problem of the surplus sugarcane available, was the diversion into ethanol. Next. Next. So these are the project key highlights. The project itself is deciphered as the development, operation, and maintenance of minimum 40 KLPD ethanol project. We went out with a tender of only 40 kiloliters per day, but it was kept technology neutral, and it depended upon the partner to how they can scale the project capacity as well. We were the administrative entity. We were the administrative entity, that is Department of Cooperation, and the sponsoring and implementing agency was the Boramdev Cooperative Sugar Mill in Kavarda. Next. So what was the problem which the farmers were facing over here? Basically, the farmers, they lack technical expertise over there. They are not a lot of literacies over there, not a lot of awarenesses over there. So because of that, they were generating, and also they were not receiving timely payment. So low and irregular income were being received from the farmer. The concern of the sugar mill was that short crushing season, inadequate sugar recovery, piling up of the stocks, problem of excess, which led to the decline in the profitability potential of the mills. In the same time, as I've discussed before, the policy measure which was provided by the central government came into foray. Now, taking into account the situation of the financial constraints on the public resources as well as fiscal space, and also acknowledging the need for going into this step, we decided to incorporate the private sector so as to meet the funding gap, as well as to harness the private sector efficiency. Next. So, because it's a public-private partnership project, there has to be some challenges. First of all, we had to decide the length of the concession period. But if a private sector partner is being interested in this project, he has to have certain amount of returns. Now, in this scenario, the selling prices is being determined by the government, and the nature of the feedstock is very volatile. Molasses is completely volatile. So there were some sorts of challenges which I will illustrate over here. First of all, the acceptance of the private sector player that regarding the feasibility of the project, because there was no guaranteed user revenue from this, so we had to convince him, and we had to convince him to procure the materials at the price mechanism devised by us of procuring molasses. The raw material price fixation for a long period of 30 years was also a mammoth task. Then we are also to ensure the balancing ground for determination of an annual concession fee, so as to provide a win-win situation to both the private sector player as well as the sugar mill in picture. Availability of feedstock was also a concern, because we also had to provide him a business model so he could scale the potential business. Next. Yeah. Just a second, please. Yeah. So what were the challenges? And initially we had also, because the Chhattisgarh Cooperative Societies Act didn't provide for development of a model through PPP project. So we had to amend the act. We had to adhere to the guidelines. There's a PPP administrative council set up over there under the leadership of Chief Secretary, who used to review the project and approve. And there is a lack of precedence in this project, because this is a PPP project, first of its kind PPP project in the entire country. In any form of sector in which one product is produced by one mill and the other is being utilized by the other unit in the form of value addition. So there were no feasibility study, there was lack of comprehensive database. So we initially set up the policy formulation, we amended it. We undertook a feasibility study to know the modalities associated with the project as well as to get the cognizance of the concept. And then we decided to float as a DBFOT model, that is design, build, finance, operate, and transfer. We issued RFQ and RFP process and illustrated to the private partners regarding the fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. And then we finalized the concession agreement. Next. So what are the key innovativeness of this project? As I discussed before, this is the first of its kind PPP project. The price discovery and ACF model, it addresses the concerns of transferring the assets to the private sector for long term and ensures balancing ground. And it is scalable as well as replicable. We intend to replicate it other sugar mills in the state as well. And initially it was for a 40 KLPD plant, but because of another sugar mills providing it feedstock, it was scaled up to 80 KLPD. Next. I would like to conclude now with the uniqueness of the project. It solved the problem of income of the farmers by procurement will be done at FRP. And if the sugar mill gets profitable, then there are further dividends and bonuses in line as well. Risk mitigation, it solved the problem of lack in profitability potential of the millers, as well as it proved to be a game changer. Surplus sugarcane has been resolved through it, and optimum utilization of the byproducts has also been done. And it has also created a new avenue of increasing income, even in such unprecedented COVID-19 situation as well. Next. Thank you. I would like to conclude.
Thank you, Vikasji, for sharing your thoughts. Now I invite Shri Shantanu Gupta, Chief General Manager in charge Alternate Energy and Sustainable Development, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, for sharing his expertise.
Respected dignitaries of the dais and in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. So it's very interesting, and I'm really happy to be here to interact with agricultural fraternity, which is generally being an oil man, we don't get this chance. But if you see, there are opportunities in the field everywhere. Because agriculture not only gives up the food, but even the waste what you are giving, that can help us getting energy independent. And also, today's, after the Glasgow summit, where our Honorable Prime Minister has committed for 2070 net zero, this can also be used as a tremendous strength for net zero emission for the country. Next, please. So, you are aware that Indian Oil, generally we are oil company, we have upstream, midstream, downstream, and also we are in alternate energy and sustainable development. This is one factor which generally you are not aware. We have renewable energy capacities, wind and solar capacities to 230 megawatt. We have retail solarization over 100 megawatts. So we are always there to give a mitigation of carbon and to make the organizations net zero and also the country net zero. Next, please. See, this is the way the world is changing and how this will look like. It's a bit complex graph, but if you can follow the lines, the black lines is coming down, which is nothing but your solid, that's the coal, and the liquids, which is oil. And then the turquoise line, and then going to that hydrogen. So this is the pathway which is going to happen is the vertical 2000 and 2050 and 2100 and beyond. So it's written on the wall. We cannot live with the fossil fuel. We have to change. We have to change our things. And the faster is better with all mitigations, because we just can't throw fossil fuel just like that. Next 20 to 25 years, we strongly believe that it will be, gases will be coming and it will be a bouquet of products. And whatever carbon you are throwing, we will go for CCUS, that carbon mitigations. But at the same time, the increase in the percentage and will finally go to the single molecule hydrogen. Next, please. How agriculture can help in doing that? See, there are biofuels. Mr. Khanna just now has spoken. The biofuel, this is going to be a key driver for tomorrow. Dependence on crude oil, we now 85% dependence on crude oil, and where from not we are bringing crude oil to our country to survive. increase in demand on fossil fuel, it is required to replace with the renewable energies. Wind, solar, and you tell any form of renewable energy, there is a huge opportunities going on. Coming to the renewable energy like biofuel, we have national energy security, boost to rural economy, and reduce crop burning. Next, please. See how agriculture can help further in getting this, because these are the options available. We have ethanol, we have second generation ethanol. First generation ethanol, we have already heard from Mr. Khanna, that's molasses, sugar, and other sugar syrups. Then grains, fresh grains, damaged grains. Second generation ethanol, which Indian Oil is coming up in the Panipat, the first plant in the country, which will be commissioned very shortly in the mid of 2022. We'll be using only the paddy straw, which is being generally burnt. Partly it goes for cattle feed, partly it's burnt. So these all things, there's a potential to convert in the liquid fuel, which is a biofuel, and also in biogas. Next, please. See, this is the ethanol feedstock, and all three grains, these have already tried, which is the generally called first generations. And the lower part, these are difficult to be converted. This is called second generation. Next, please. This is, I am just skipping it because it is the process of ethanol manufacturing. Next, please. Ethanol blending program, which is today we are blending at 8%, though 10% blending is mandated across the country. Overall, India, we have achieved last year 8%, which is highest in last 20 years, you can say, almost 20 years, because 2003 we started blending, now today is 2021, 22. So we took 20 years to reach 8%, but next traveling is much faster. By 2025, a 20% blending has been mandated. So we are all working and preparing for that. Next, please. This is, I am just skipping up, just go, technology I am not entering because time is not there. Next, please. Yeah, this is where we are going to focus today for another 3-4 minutes. This is the target for compressed biogas, which has been declared by the SATAT scheme, Sustainable Alternative Towards Affordable Transportations, which we are targeting 5,000 plants of different capacities through a private entrepreneurs. And also the companies like us, we are also in this. And which will be manufacturing 15 million metric ton compressed biogas and 50 million metric ton of biomanure. So the agricultural residue which you are otherwise wasting, and also the other residues from the municipal solid waste and press mud, this has a potential to do that. This is only the 25% of what is available today. So that much is giving this. So giving you the comparison, 50 million metric ton is 25% of our gas consumption today. And 50 million metric ton is biomanure, which is organic manure. We use 62 million metric ton of chemical fertilizers today. So you can see the magnitude, how we can become green. Next, please. See, this is not only the dream. This is already started. There are 14 plants working. This is the placements of all the manufacturing units of CBG, where Indian Oil, we are running all this out of 16, the 15 plants. CBG dispensing is also done through a branding called IndiGreen. So these are the area they are using different types of feedstock to produce CBG. Next, please. Some of the photographs, even in this state, in the Gujarat, which is to be very progressive state in that, I must say that Glow Green Surat, Bharat Biogas, Green at Surendrinagar, and Govardhan Naji, these are already processing different types of, kitchen waste, then food waste to produce biogas, which is being retailed in this state itself. Next, please. This is a manure which is going to be a game changer, because this is the biomanure which helps in the soil organic carbon to be improved, and all other facilities which with the earlier session we heard about the damaging effect of the pesticides and all the chemical fertilizers. This is going to be a solution for that. Even if you can blend with 10% or 15% with chemical fertilizers, this is going to give a lot of boost in human health prevention and the damage prevention. Next, please. See, this is where the third line, you can see 178 million metric ton of paddy straws or different straws are available. And lion's share is being burnt. You can see the Delhi, every year we go for a raid. So PM level goes up to the 350 to 400, worst polluted country in the world. But this can be very well converted to biogas. or ethanol. If you convert to the biogas, 18 million metric ton of biogas potential they are having. And the technologies and everything is available today in the country. Next, please. This is how this will be availability of India, that surplus agricultural residue, energy crops, wood waste, and forest residue. All these things can be channelized for the production of biogas or bioethanol, and which will going to give you at least 25 to 30% of your shares, reliance in the energy in the liquid fuel, converting in gas, and also in the carbon sequestrations. Next, please. This is what we are going to target. Our brand is IndiGreen. It will be visible if you pass through the Surat and other areas. Water, biomass, feedstock, these are they're available already. If you use it, it will become green. If you burn it, it will remain red. So we are going for a green future, environmental quality improvement, economic prosperity, and social equity. So that's all for the day today. So we all expect that the agricultural fraternity will take it seriously, and even in the education, the curriculum, there should be a method of study so that people start, the student level, it comes the appetite, yes, we can do this. There are a lot of things to be done. It's only the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. K.B. Katria, Vice Chancellor, Anand Agriculture University. Please, sir.
Dignitaries, pardon? वो मिलेट वही है ना? It's okay, fine. Yes, this is the same. Okay, so dignitaries sitting on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. So again, in the session, particularly the fuel and waste management, particularly farm waste management, everything is there. And one important topic is allotted to me about the millet waste, particular case study. So as far as millet is concerned, let me give you this primary information next. So our Honorable Prime Minister declared the 2023 is the International Year of the Millets. And this is the one side, and another side we would like to use it as a fuel or for the production of methane and other things. So what type of studies have been made? So I would like to just review with a few slides, and then at the end I will conclude what is the exact scenario about the millets is concerned. So millets, we know very well that it is food, use a food, feed and fuel, and it is very nutritive. That's why it is declared as a, what we can say, international year of this 2023. So here particularly, if we can see the classification of these millet next. So this is the general classification everybody knows. So here these major these millets is called these sorghum and pearl millets. Minor millets are there, but generally it is not what we can say useful for such kind of things. The smart foods particularly good for the consumers. They overcome biggest nutritional and health problems, particularly iron, zinc, folic acid, calcium, diabetes, and more. So here we all know that these millet and minor millets. Now there is a lot of awareness among the people, and everybody is interested to take more nutrients from such kind of these commodities and particularly the foods. Good for the planet, low water requirement, and survive in the hot and arid climates. Good for the farmers, can increase yields up to 3 folds and multiple uses. The choice of the plant species for biofuel generation, we general information I am giving the next. Yes. So what are the major important parameters? The capacity to grow marginal lands, short period of crop rotation, well adapted to poor soils, requires low inputs for establishment, high biomass yield per unit area, readily available, cheap, renewable, and desirable chemical composition and energy yield potential. So these are some of the important these parameters. And as far as this parameter is concerned, this sorghum and this millet, particularly, these both are considered as a good source of that. One or two studies are there. So it indicates that both these pearl millet and sorghum, they have very good these lignocellulosic these compounds which is important for the ethanol production. And if you can see the pearl millet and cellulose, lignin and hemicellulose content as compared to these other things, bamboo, rice, and rice husk, cotton stalk, corn shank, and the other this part of corn this thing. So here this amount, both the three important amounts are there, and these three amount combined, when these amount combined, then it is known as a lignocellulosic compound. As far as biofuel is concerned, so ethanol production, how it is we can expect from the pearl millet particularly, that is also important, because the sugar cane and other these starch and cellulosic biomass is there, then we can produce it. But in case of particularly these two crops, how it is possible, that is also we must have to see. And here, you just skip some of the slides and okay. So varieties for biofuel production. You go ahead. Why just you saw that slide here. So specific varieties have been generated for that purpose, because without that it is not possible, particularly in case of in sorghum and bajra also. So these two types of variety. Next, next. Yes, here you can see the varieties specifically developed for this purpose. So, looking to all these things, just I would like to conclude that what about the these and what we can say conclusion about the ethanol from the major millets, facts and figures. Per millet grain gives 400 ml per kg of theoretical ethanol yield, which is comparable to barley and oat. Ethanol production from sweet sorghum is 5,600 liters per hectare, as compared to ethanol production from sugarcane, there is 6,500 liters per hectare. So now the threats and challenges, food security. So that is the major issue, because when we would like to utilize grain as a biofuel or for the ethane production, then there is a threat about the what we can say food grain security. Threat to fodder security also. Existing varieties perform well in terms of grain production. Serious threat to existing rich diversity of these crops. A threat to dry land farmers as well as small and marginal farmers, where these are predominant crops, may increase prices of millets. And last is the impact on environment. There is more pressure on fundamental agricultural resources like land and water use. And at the end, just I would like to conclude a few points. Renewable fuels and energy are a vital demand of the human beings when fossil resources are exhausted and the global warming is at the red alarming level. The production of lignocellularic bioethanol can meet the requirement of food security and the sustainable vision of the green world. Major millet crops properties to be considered as a bio energy crops, as these are rich source of carbohydrates, cellulose and hemicellulose. Biofuels should not be blindly encouraged without a comprehensive outlook on the overlook impact that will ultimately have on society, environment, and country's energy security. So intensive studies needs to be carried out in order to increase the cost effectiveness of ethanol production from millets. And last is efforts should be made toward the encouragement of the research and development in the field as well as in formulating a comprehensive and effective biofuel policy for for India. So these are some of the most important part because here in recently in yesterday also Gujarat government has also declared the ethanol production policy from the maize. So if we can think for the production of ethanol or any these product of these what we can say energy from one to another, at that time we must have to think that what is the fate of or what are the consequences of when we use as a grain. Suppose if we can use this maize as a for the ethanol, then there are so many consequences will be there because 50-60% of this maize is used as a poultry feed. Not only that, but in tribal and other areas, the major the staple food is the maize. So, what is the major production the scenario at present, and how we can going to what we can say enhance this? Then side by side we must have to think, and then we can what we can say go ahead. Then it is possible. But in case of palm millet, I think it is not that much favorable, or we can say recommend it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your expert views. Now I would like to invite Shri Aditya Handa, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Avalon Energy. Please, sir.
Namaste, good evening to everyone. Let me first start by saying that I was very happy to hear that in an agricultural summit there is going to be a session about agri-waste. It is not something you hear every day. To me, it means that the agricultural sector has woken up to this issue, has recognized that this is something that needs to be dealt with, and hence we have all gathered here today. So thanks to all the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. We as Avalon have run agri-waste based projects, both power plants, agri-based pellets, run gasifiers, basically converted agri-waste into various forms of energies for almost a decade now. In this decade, we have collected close to 1 million tons of agri-waste from farmers over this period of time. And what have we learned while doing this? Whenever we talk of agri-waste to energy, the first question is, it's too difficult to collect. The supply chain is very complex, logistics is very complex, it's very unorganized, it can't be done. What we have learned is, I think if one can convince farmers that it is both in their economic as well as in their health interest, in environmental interest, to sell this waste, then it gets done. We talk about Delhi pollution, how Punjab, Haryana, burning of crop waste causes that pollution. Then we try to put penalties, in some case even criminalize the action of burning crop waste. But what if we were to try an alternative approach to say that when crop is burned, who suffers the most? It's the people closest to it. And crop burning releases particulate matter, carbon monoxide, methane. And on the other side, if you look at it, then India has the highest incidence of respiratory diseases in the world. 2 out of 3 Indians suffer from what is called latent TB, which means that the bacteria is not active, but it is there in the body. If till the immunity is fine, it stays inactive, but it can sort of rear its head at any time. I get very surprised when both these two factors are not correlated in general discourse. On one side, we burn crop waste, we do use biomass for indoor cooking. On the other side, we have this disease burden. It seems obvious to me that both are related. And when this is explained to farmers, I think they understand it quite easily. And coupled with an economic incentive, not this alone, but coupled with an economic incentive, we have found that it's quite possible to collect this agro waste.
What is this agro waste? I like to call it agro residue instead of waste because it is what is left behind. It is not waste in any sense of the term, it's a resource. This agro residue is nothing but a stored form of solar energy. The plant underwent photosynthesis and using sunlight, water, some nutrients, it has stored this energy. On one side, we are investing in trying to build batteries to store solar and wind energy. On the other side, we already have a vast resource, more than 200 million tons a year of stored energy that is lying on our farms. So the only question remains, how can we best harness this stored energy? How can we best convert it? In the last 10 to 20 years, one form of doing this has been to convert it into electricity. That has been the need of the country. That has been the established technology, which was already stable. But now in the last 3 to 5 years, with advent of technologies, there are much better ways of converting this into higher forms of energy. It could be bio-CNG, it could be ethanol, it could be green hydrogen. And this brings us to another very interesting proposition, which is the fact that on one side, as a country, we import close to 85% of our energy needs in the form of import of crude, several billions of dollars of import bill, forex exchange outgo. And on the other side, we have surplus resources of agro residue as well as some grains, which are lying in FCI godowns. All of this together is a resource. So why not use the money that is being sent out of the country to crude exporters? Why not divert that money to our own farmers? And the only bridge that's required there is two things. One is technology and the other is regulation. And I'm happy to share, I think in the last 3 to 5 years, both have matured very, very rapidly. Technology is globally available. As a country, we have the challenge of adapting it to India because Indian residue characteristics might be different. We have the challenge of bringing down cost points to Indian affordability points, which through Make in India, through indigenization is quite possible. It's an area where companies like us have participated. Many other companies in the country are working towards this. And the other side of the coin is regulation. I think the kind of regulations we have seen in the last 3 to 5 years have really opened the doors to endless possibilities. The whole idea that today anybody can set up a biogas plant and the OMCs would offtake that, which means I don't have to really worry about developing a sales channel. I have to really worry about what I can do best, which is the sourcing channel and the conversion to biogas. I think it's a game changer. And these 5,000 plants are quite possible. In fact, they may be exceeded. Similarly, the idea that we will blend 20% ethanol with our petrol, reduce that import dependence, hopefully reduce some cost points as well. And what we will use to make that ethanol is actually this agri residue, as well as crops like maize, etc., or surplus sugar or surplus paddy. Again, is a very, very powerful idea. Instead of giving export subsidies to export this surplus sugar and paddy stocks, why not use it for our own country's requirements? I think there are many other such regulations on the anvil. I firmly believe that this will all sort of converge into green hydrogen, which will become the building block of the whole energy supply chain. At one point, a couple of years ago, I was jokingly telling somebody that one day your car will run from cow dung converted into bio-CNG. I think that's a reality today in just 2 to 3 years. And we can clearly say that all petrochemicals, all forms of energy, all the plastics that you see, a plastic bottle of water that you use today, in 5 years will be made from green hydrogen, which will be made from agro residue. So what you will be using, your textiles, your clothes, fibers, a lot of it will be coming from agro residue. I think as a country, we have started on this journey. It's underway, it's happening, it's on the ground. It's not a dream. It's something that we see live every day as an industry, as a company. We are very glad to participate in our own small way. We are very glad to contribute in whatever way we can. And we invite everyone to be part of this journey.
I think for everybody connected to the domain of agriculture, right? This is an area where both types of competence is needed. There is energy competence, but there is also agriculture knowledge and competence. And both need to converge to create a perfect solution. And that is where I think the community here at the university, the professors, the students, everybody involved and everybody sitting here can play their part. So once again, I thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts today. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, Shri Kuldeep Solanki, CEO cum in charge, Gujpro Agribusiness Consortium Producer Company Limited. Sir, please.
Good evening. Our organization, Gujpro Agribusiness Consortium, is a small group of farmers organizations working in Gujarat, especially from Saurashtra Kutch region. So actually most of these farmers FPOs, आप मतलब 2 दिन से सुनते आ रहे हैं कि FPOs, तो एक ब्रीफ में कि FPO is a form of farmer organization. वो कोऑपरेटिव भी हो सकता है और प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी भी हो सकता है या फिर और कोई फॉर्म में हो सकता है. तो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनीज हमारे साथ जो जुड़ी हुई है, तो एग्री इनपुट्स में काफ़ी सारे लगभग अराउंड 80% काम करती है. जो दवाई, खाद है, सीड्स है, वो किसानों को देते हैं. और कुछ FPOs को हम एग्रीगेशन में भी कैपेबिलिटी डेवलप कर रहे हैं धीरे धीरे. और ये जो अभी जो बायो रेजिड्यूज एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट और रेजिड्यूज की बात करें, उसका अभी हमारा ओरिएंटेशन अभी रिसेंटली शुरू हुआ है, जब हम बायोफ्यूल सर्कल मिस्टर तुषार यहाँ पे हैं, उनके साथ एसोसिएट हुए. तो एज एन एंटरप्राइज एक्टिविटी कि हाँ भाई, आप किसान को बीज देते हो, दवाई देते हो, खाद देते हो और आप उसका उत्पाद भी खरीदते हो. सभी किसान का तो पॉसिबल नहीं है अभी के कंटेक्स्ट में हर एक एफपीओ का. तो क्यों ना ये रेजिड्यूज भी, जो अप्रोक्सीमेटली 30 to 40% ऑफ योर टोटल आउटपुट जो आप उगाते हो अपने खेत से, तो वो भी एक रेजिड्यूज ही है. तो वो एक एंटरप्राइज की तरह वो कैसे देख सकते हैं, क्योंकि एफपीओस को देखा जाए कि एक अच्छा सा बड़ा सोशल कैपिटल बिल्डअप होता है कि हर एक गांव में उनके मेंबर्स होते हैं जो गांव में काम करते हैं. उनकी शायद कोई एफपीओ का स्ट्रक्चर ऐसा होता है कि उनकी कमिटी होती है, फार्मर्स क्लब होते हैं, फार्मर्स इंटरेस्ट ग्रुप होते हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स कनेक्टेड होते हैं. तो इसका यूटिलाइज करके वो कैसे जो फार्म वेस्ट है, कई केस में जला दिया जाता है या फिर वो सरप्लस है तो वहाँ पे वो खेत देते हैं या फिर किसी और को बेच देते हैं, मतलब लोकली. और ज़्यादातर एनिमल फीड में भी यूज होता है. तो वो जहाँ पे पोटेंशियल है, स्कोपिंग स्टडी करके कि यहाँ पे पोटेंशियल है, जो ये सरप्लस वेस्ट है उसको कैसे बायोफ्यूल में कन्वर्ट किया जाए, तो उसके लिए एक बिजनेस मॉडल हमने रिसेंटली एक प्रेजेंट किया था. तो 2 मीटिंग हमारी हुई थी उनके साथ. तो 2 फॉर्म के बेसिकली रेजिड्यूज है, एक फार्म से और एग्रो वेस्ट, जो एग्रो इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट है जो पूरा. तो एग्रो इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट का जो कलेक्शन है वो काफी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड है अभी मार्केट. कि आप बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज होती है जो फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री बड़े पैमाने में खरीदते हैं और फिर उसका उत्पादन प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूस करके जो वेस्ट है तो उसका ऑलरेडी डिमांड लोकली होता है, जो ऑर्गेनाइज मार्केट है उसकी पूरी चैनल बैठी हुई होती है. पर फार्म से जो सरप्लस रेजिड्यूज है तो उसके लिए कोई ऑर्गेनाइज मार्केट अभी फिलहाल है नहीं. अभी जो मूंगफली की बात करूं तो जो भी रेजिड्यूज निकलता है वो तो फीड में यूज हो जाता है मोस्टली. और जो किसान के पास सरप्लस होता है तो दूसरे किसान को बेच देते हैं जिनके पास एनिमल लाइफ स्टॉक है. पर जो कॉटन अपने स्ट्रोज है और वो सब है, तो उसमें क्या होता है कि वो जनरली वो फीड के लिए यूज नहीं होता है. तो कई किसान है तो वो प्लाविंग कर देते हैं या फिर कोई बेच देते हैं या फिर कोई बर्न कर देते हैं. तो सही कई क्रॉप्स में ये अवेलेबल है. तो आज मैं क्या करूंगा कि बेसिकली एफपीओ मॉडल पे कैसे काम करते हैं तो उसके बारे में, ताकि जो इंडस्ट्रीज है जो लोकल एरिया में वर्क करती है तो वो कैसे एफपीओस को सपोर्ट करके ऐसे प्रकार कलेक्शन मैकेनिज्म डेवलप कर सकते हैं. सेकंड स्लाइड. तो हाँ, तो किसान के लिए एक स्लाइड के किसान के लिए मोटिवेटिंग फैक्टर क्यों नहीं है एग्रीकल्चर रेजिड्यूज कलेक्ट करना, उसको बेचना, क्योंकि एक तो लो वॉल्यूम होता है, लो वैल्यू होता है, उसका बहुत कम वैल्यू होता है कि भाई 1.5 रुपया 2 रुपया होता है पर केजी का आसपास. अगर किसान के पास से कोई खरीदने जाता है तो उसके पीछे लेबर लगाना होता है, लेबर कॉस्ट इतना हाई है, लेबर अवेलेबिलिटी का प्रश्न है, तो उतनी मेहनत कौन करेगा. तो उससे अच्छा है कि जो इजियर ऑप्शन है वो जनरली फार्मर प्रीफर करता है. तो उसका फाइनेंशियल कंस्ट्रेंट्स भी है. फिर इम्प्लीमेंट्स भी अभी कई सारे आए हैं, जैसे कि अभी मैं एक एक्सपो में गया था तो अपना शक्तिमान के काफी अच्छे इम्प्लीमेंट्स है जो एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट को एग्रीगेट करते हैं, जो हेयर स्टेक है, फिर उनके बेलर है, राउंड बेलर क्रॉप बेलर, तो ऐसी कोई इम्प्लीमेंट्स कोई अपने तालुका लेवल पे या विलेज लेवल पे ऐसा कोई अवेलेबल है नहीं जो फार्मर्स उसको यूटिलाइज करे, जो बड़े फार्मर, तो वो भी इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स अवेलेबल नहीं है। और सप्लाई चेन कंस्ट्रेंट्स ओइंग टू लो वैल्यू ऑफ कमोडिटी, तो ऐसे इतने ब्रोकर्स और गांव लेवल पे ऐसे इतने होते नहीं है जो उनका एग्री वेस्ट कलेक्ट कर पाए। तो मैं 2 केस स्टडी प्रेजेंट करूंगा हमारे मेंबर से, फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनीज, वो किस प्रकार से काम करते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। एक सोमनाथ फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी है, अपने कोड़ीनार में काम करते हैं। तो उसमें जो अंबुजा सीमेंट फाउंडेशन है, तो उनको भी एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट की, मतलब जो रेजिड्यूज हैं उनकी जरूरत पड़ती है उनके बॉयलर्स को पावर करने के लिए। तो एक्चुअली दे हैव सपोर्टेड दिस एफपीओ, उनको मशीनरीज दी गई है। सेकंड स्लाइड करेंगे आप इसके बाद। तो ये मशीनरीज उनको दी है उनकी। और केवी के जूनागढ़ है, तो उन्होंने उनको एक स्पेस दिया हुआ है कि भाई यहाँ पे आप अपना ये सेटअप कर सकते हो। तो आसपास के गांव से पहले क्या था कि वो कॉटन का प्रोडक्शन था वहाँ पे कोड़ीनार रीजन में, तो अभी कम हो गया है। तो अभी दूसरी चैनल से भी वो सोर्स कर रहे हैं, कई सारे चैनल से वो एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट सोर्सिंग कर रहे हैं। तो ये पूरा परचेस करते हैं एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट, उसका श्रेडिंग करके फिर अंबुजा कंपनी है जो अंबुजा सीमेंट लिमिटेड, तो वहां से कलेक्ट करके उनको ले जाते हैं। तो एक अच्छा मॉडल है। उनके जो सोमनाथ प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी और अंबुजा सीमेंट फाउंडेशन को हर एक गांव में उसके ईवीज भी है, एक्सटेंशन वॉलंटियर्स, तो दे ऑल्सो कंट्रीब्यूट इन काइंड ऑफ मेकिंग अरेंजमेंट फॉर कलेक्शन और वो सब। तो ये इस प्रकार से सोमनाथ प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी काम करता है। अभी जो तोकते आया था साइक्लोन, तो उसमें कई सारी कोकोनट ट्रीज हैं, तो वो गिर गई थी। तो कोकोनट लीव्स जो है, पत्ते हैं, वो भी कोई नहीं देता था। किसान जनरली कोकोनट के पत्ते, ये पूरा कोकोनट बेल्ट है, तो वो जला देते हैं। जो कोकोनट के पत्ते तो गिरते रहते हैं टाइमली, तो वो जला देते थे। अभी ये लोग कलेक्ट कर रहे थे, किसान खुद ही कोकोनट के पत्ते जो इकट्ठे होते हैं, जो कोकोनट ट्री गिर गया है, तो उसको काट के वो यहाँ पे करवाते हैं। अभी 700-800 मीट्रिक टन का इन्वेंट्री उनके पास ऑलरेडी पड़ा हुआ है। तो ये सोमनाथ फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर एक कॉर्पोरेट और एक एफपीओ कैसे काम कर सकते हैं, तो उनका एक मॉडल है। दूसरा स्लाइड। एक सौराष्ट्र स्वनिर्भर खेडूत उत्पादक कंपनी जसदन में है, तो उसमें ये अभी रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड, तो दे विल बी सपोर्टिंग देम, तो उनको एक प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट वहां पे सेटअप कर रहे हैं और उनको मशीनरी श्रेडिंग मशीन्स और वो सब उनके लिए लगा दे रहे हैं। तो जसदन प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का काम है कि आसपास के गांव, कॉटन का बड़ा बेल्ट है वहां से, तो एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट इकट्ठा करके नॉट ओनली फ्रॉम फार्मर्स डायरेक्टली, पर वो जो सप्लायर्स हैं उनके पास से भी लेंगे, क्योंकि पहला साल है, उनको अनुभव नहीं है उतना कि फार्मर से एग्रीगेट कैसे करें। तो उन्होंने वेंडर्स रखे हैं, तो वेंडर्स के पास वो मशीनरीज है, तो वो मशीनरीज डिप्लॉय करेंगे फार्म पे लेवल पे, वो इकट्ठा करके उसको जो भी ऑर्गेनाइज करना है वो उनके प्लांट पे देंगे। द प्लांट विल बी मैनेज्ड बाय द एफपीओ, और वो फिर उसको शेडिंग करके फिर आरआईएल अपने जामनगर प्लांट है, हजीरा प्लांट में, यहाँ से उठा लेंगे। ओके, तो इस प्रकार से ये एफपीओ बेस्ड मॉडल है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। तो एफपीओ क्यों हम करते हैं, क्योंकि एफपीओ जनरली और एनजीओ कई 20-30 साल से वो एरिया में काम करते हैं, तो हर एक गांव में उसका एक स्ट्रक्चर बना हुआ होता है, एक सोशल कैपिटल बिल्ड हुआ होता है। तो उसी का यूटिलाइज करके दे कैन एक्चुअली डेवलप अ गुड बिजनेस मॉडल फॉर देमसेल्व्स आल्सो। तो एफपीओ अपने लेवल पे नीचे जो उनके फार्मर्स ग्रुप है, और कई सारे बीसीआई कॉटन के भी एफपीओज है कि भाई उनके हर एक गांव में लर्निंग ग्रुप होता है, तो उसी में से एंटरप्रेन्योर आइडेंटिफाई करके ऐसे कलेक्शन का एक अच्छा सा मॉडल कर सकते हैं। दूसरा जो मशीनरीज है, तो वो लीज पे एफपीओस क्या है कि खरीद के वो फार्मर्स को लीज पे दे सकता है, जो बड़े किसान है, मीडियम किसान है, तो वहां पे एग्रीगेट करके बेल में कन्वर्ट कर देते हैं, तो उसका मूवमेंट एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट काफी ईजी हो जाएगा। क्योंकि आप एक ट्रक में भरोगे, 10 टन का ट्रक है, तो उसमें मैक्सिमम कितना वेस्ट आएगा अगर आप यूं ही भरते हो तो, पर उसको बेल में कन्वर्ट कर देते हो तो काफी बड़ा वॉल्यूम भी आ सकता है, तो लॉजिस्टिकली भी वो अच्छा उनके लिए रहता है। सो दैट्स वाई, और कई सारी कंपनीज को बायोफ्यूल की जरूरत पड़ती है, तो दे शुड सपोर्ट एक्चुअली लोकल एफपीओस इन एक्चुअली बाइंग सच मशीनरीज, और उनके लिए कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करके ऐसा एक मॉडल खड़ा करना चाहिए। और आई थिंक लास्ट पॉइंट ये है कि एक्चुअली हम जो प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूस है, जैसे मूंगफली है, तो उसको मिनिमम 100 किलोमीटर तक उसको ट्रांसफर करते हैं, फिर वहां पे वो प्रोसेस करके उसको हस्क अलग करते हैं और दाना अलग करते हैं। तो 30%, 28 to 35% इज हस्क, तो हम एक्चुअली वेस्ट को 100 किलोमीटर ट्रांसफर कर रहे हैं। तो हमारा ये एफर्ट है कि हर एक एफपीओ लेवल के प्राइमरी प्रोसेसिंग तालुका विलेज लेवल पे ही हो, ताकि ये दोनों वहां पे सेपरेट हो जाए, ताकि लॉजिस्टिकली भी काफी कन्वीनियंट हो जाए। वैसे हर एक क्रॉप के लिए ये एक मॉडल एक अच्छा साबित हो सकता है। थैंक यू।
Thank you for nice presentation. Now I invite Shri Tushar Lavlekar, Chief Business Officer, Biofuel Circle Private Limited, Pune.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable dignitaries here and experts sitting in the audience. I would like to also thank the government of Gujarat and Anand University to create this opportunity and invite us to share our thoughts. Very briefly, I think Shantanu ji, Aditya ji, and Kuldeep ji have already highlighted the opportunity. We are a marketplace which is essentially creating a market access for the farmers and FPOs to participate in this sector, and that is what I would like to bring about through my presentation. To give a background, we are a marketplace for the supply chain of bioenergy, which is purely based on agri residue, and we are servicing larger industries on one side who need these agri residue based products for their energy generation on one hand, and on the other, the processors up to the end where the farmers and the FPOs can also participate. We started our operations in Pune early this year. We finished our trials about 6 months back. Companies like Thermax Industries, companies like Marico, companies like Arvind in Gujarat are now our customers, and we are now present in 3 states. Gradually planning to get to the 10 major agri residue producing states of this country. This is the agri waste scenario. I don't want to delve further on this. These are statistics which all of us have seen. An estimated available surplus residue of around 230 million tons, which if it is utilized effectively can address about 17% of the energy requirement of our country. And that's the problem that we are trying to solve. But why is it that we believe that a marketplace will help solve this problem in a slightly better way? Next slide, please. So one of the key reasons is that agricultural waste, as Aditya ji mentioned, it is not agricultural waste, it is agricultural residue. I would like to add to it that it is not produced, but it is actually generated as a byproduct of the agricultural activity that happens in the farms. The typical farm holding in India is around 2 acres per farmer. This is more in the north. As you go south, these statistics change. But if we stay with this number, typically 1 acre of farm produces around 2 tons of agricultural residue. Now, for these 2 tons or 3 tons of waste that or the residue that the farmer has to dispose, he has a limited time frame and a limited window. So it is not the question of willingness or the intent, but it is the question of the ability. And that's where we believe that an intervention like a marketplace can help the farmers dispose not just the agricultural produce that they generate, but also the waste that gets generated. So that's the main challenge that we believe is the problem this industry is looking at. Next slide, please. So what are the problems that we have seen in the marketplace? The key problems are it's a very fragmented source. You can't move the farm from one place to another. So the farmer has to essentially get the agricultural residue to a place where there is commercial requirement. Burning of agri residue for the simple reason that the farmer can't find a buyer, and then he thinks it is best that I need to clear the farm in the shortest time, so let me simply burn it. The third is seasonality. The agri residue is not available round the year. It is not generated round the year, but it is only during the harvest season that it is produced. And the priority of the farmer then becomes first to sell the agricultural produce and then clear off the farm. And access, that even if a farmer is aware of what to do, how does he access this market? So these are some of the key challenges which we are trying to solve. Next slide, please. We believe that what is needed is a mechanism for creating a rural to industrial connect. And if you see the slide, this basically shows the supply chain mechanism which exists today, starting from farmers and FPOs to the processors to the various steps when eventually this residue is converted into energy and then consumed by the final energy. So it's a fairly complex kind of a supply chain which exists in the market today, and this is something which needs to be addressed. Next slide. So what we are attempting to do is, we have created a marketplace which brings all the participants of this place at one central unit, which is a digital marketplace, from farmers to processors, to rural enterprises, to bioenergy companies, to industries who use this. And we are also aggregating transport mechanisms and financiers. So these are things which are needed essentially for anybody to effectively work in this area. Next slide, please. What is also needed for any market? I mean, forget a digital marketplace, but when you go to a certain market, what you need is the ability to discover, the ability to deal, the ability to schedule what you have dealt with, the ability to transport what you have bought, and the ability to invoice and settle. And this is the entire value chain of every step that we have brought about on the platform. Next step. As Kuldeep ji mentioned, we also realize that typically, a local market is what is needed for the effective disposal of agricultural residue. What we believe is about a radius of 150 to 200 kilometers is the ideal kind of a local marketplace, which can be supported by maybe one large anchor biomass consumer. So as Shantanu ji was mentioning, maybe a CBG plant can be a large consumer, or any other larger industry like Ambuja Cement, what we have in Saurashtra. Apart from this, some 15 to 20 other industrial units who consume biomass. And today, with rising coal prices, there are a lot of companies who need this. All the way up to farmers. So if that's a circle that we draw, and that's what we then look at addressing as a marketplace, I think that we believe is one of the most effective way of solving the problem. Next slide, please. So what are the opportunities here that we see? Once we define this marketplace, what are the opportunities that we see for the FPOs and the farmers? So one is the agricultural residue can be sold during the harvest season. Two, the farmer's income can be increased, because the agri residue which gets burned is also destruction of economic value. If we are able to create a mechanism by which they can sell this residue and generate some income, our estimate is one can look at increasing the farmer's income by around 10 to 12%. And why not? I think it's a compelling enough reason for us collectively to try and solve this problem. Next, please. So this is an interesting picture. This is one of the participants on the platform that we have. It's a briquette making unit based in a small village called Kudal in Sindhudurg district of Maharashtra. 60 women work here, and all the women together manage this. I think this is a classic example of sustainability and women empowerment coming into the bioenergy space. And I think we believe that more of such opportunities exist in our rural areas if we are able to integrate the farmers and the FPOs increasingly into this segment. Next, please. So when I'm talking of all of this, what is it that we are essentially trying to do, or are we doing something there? That's a question which would come to your mind. So we are currently working in a partnership with BIF. BIF is a foundation which is almost a 50-year-old foundation. BIF works across 24 states in this country. So we are creating a circularization of economy model with BIF, whereby the agricultural residue which is generated in these farms will be put to use, and enterprises are being created by BIF to create opportunities for the farmers to then dispose this waste. So we are looking at creating about 20 enterprises in the state of Maharashtra in the next 18 to 24 months, where aggregation storages, or even processing of this bio waste agricultural waste will happen. Our project has been funded by GIZ of Germany because they, along with MNRE, are very keen to see how this can be implemented and how this can be scaled up. So that's one of the initiatives that we have, which I thought I would like to share. I would like to thank all of you all once again for this opportunity. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawlekar, for nice presentation. Now may I invite Dr. N.K. Gotia, Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Junagadh Agriculture University. Please, sir.
The dignitaries on the dais, learned faculty and students. I have a talk about the agricultural residues. These people, they have talked much about the industries. I will talk more on what we can do at the farm level. Please. So this is the scenario of the biofuels and the bioenergy which is available in India. We are saying that the 80% of nearly people have access to electricity and 100% village is electrified in India. Even though there are shortage of energy, 175 gigawatts are the renewable energy capacity we have, the ultimate potential we can say. And these are the sources of agricultural residues: wheat, straw, cotton, related residues, switch grass, then rice, straw, sugarcane, coconut. Earlier, few of them, they were used as feed for the cattle, but now cattle are also not at that much with the farmers, and they are going in dairy instead of each farmer having cattle. So these residues are increasing at the farmer's field. And around 700 million tons of agro waste or agro residue, what somebody has suggested, good, each year at 178 million to 200 million tons of surplus crop residues available in our country. This is a good source of energy, can be, as we know, it is ultimately stored energy available at the farm level. Next. This you can say if the utilization of surplus agricultural residues, crops in say cereal biomass burning in few, particularly Punjab, Haryana and UP is affected more. And then oil seed biomass burning, Gujarat and Rajasthan is affected more. And if you call sugarcane biomass burning, then UP, Karnataka and Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and some parts in Gujarat and the Andhra Pradesh, we can say we are affected with this. But overall, if we can see, the northern part of the India is more affected, where 90 million tons of surplus crop ready use burns every year, and it becomes a problem. Even not in India only, but nearby our Pakistan also almost the same is the scenario in across the Punjab here in Pakistan. Next, please. These are the adverse effects of agricultural crop residue burning. Already so many people have talked the loss of nutrient, impact on soil properties, emission of green gases and other gases, and we are suffering with these problems daily. Next, please. The total primary energy demand, if we can see the demands from 2000 to 2020, we are almost reaching to the goal or a demand of the energy in India, but the maximum is through the coal or oil, least from the modern renewable energy or traditional biogas energy. Maximum is from coal and some part is from the oil, what we are importing from the other countries. Next, please. And this is the India's greenhouse gas emission inventory data. If you can see, India is second. Other countries, they are producing more than us, but we are also contributing somehow in per capita emission, and electricity generation is also in India and in the top axis. Next. If initiative were India for reducing these gases, if we can say, we have reducing import. Make in India program is started by the central government, then demand substitution from the solar energy and the wind energy. Energy efficiency norms, better LED bulbs and other are utilized to reduce the energy consumption. Adopting biofuels and renewables, that is also ethanol and other things as we are seeing is going on. An improvement in refinery process also. The advanced refinery processes are coming with better efficiency. So we are trying to reduce these gases effect on for climate changes, which is for mitigating these climate changes. Next, please. These are the sources of biogas in India. Cattle dung is also one source, then press mud, spent waste and baggage, then forest residues, municipal solid waste, agricultural residues from cereals crops also, and from the shrubs and other forest trees also. Next, please. These are the advantages of biogas production. We are saying socio-economic empowerment is there, import of substitution for imports, environmental friendly, energy scrutiny, safe. So these things I will not talk much. Please go ahead, because these all the people have talked. Time is less, so let us talk about what we are doing. So it is all types of biogas plants. Next, please. And this Govardhan one is a scheme which is started by the government of India. Next, please. These are the biogas which is available at our university, and we are generating around 260 meter cube of biogas, and we are utilizing for energy generation at our the cattle breeding farm. Next, please. The biofuels, first generation biofuels, second generation, third generation, fourth generation, already somebody talked about it. Next, please. National policy on biofuels, this is also somebody talked, so let's go ahead. Please, next. Various crops and their uses as a fuel. Source of ethanol, already from today we are saying that these are sugarcane, bagasse, sugarcane bark, corn cob, corn husk, and corn molasses. These are the sources of the ethanol. Paddy straw, this suppose in Charotar area of Gujarat, lot of paddy straw is there. So produce material for industrial uses we can use as a biofiber, as a fuel of rice processing industries. We have rice processing industries in in this region also, so they can use as a fuel. Next, please. Our university has a clean energy transitions for zero carbon emissions. We whatsoever the cotton is the major crop, as we know, in the Saurashtra. So the collected cotton stock utilizes as a field stock for the gasifier for production of producer gas and biochar. So a plant is there, and you see where we are producing biogas, so fuel is available, and simultaneously the biochar is produced, and the biochar is a byproduct actually, but it is very good for enhancing the carbon content in the soil. Next, please. So this is the biochar, how it is produced there, and it is utilized for the increasing carbon content. Next, please. Then this is something, baler we are talking on, balers are available now. Shaktiman is producing very good balers, and it is utilized also in this region, Charotar region, and the bundles is made, and around 2 rupees per kg, it is sold in the brick manufacturing industry also. The mobile shredder, it can also be used. This is another work done by the Junagadh Agriculture University, in which clean energy transition of zero carbon emission and the agro-photovoltaic system is used, where the energy is generated through solar energy and crop can be grown below these panels. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. So in our university, maximum it's a green buildings are there, and we are around 100 kilowatt in almost each building. We have 3-4 colleges. Each building is producing around 100 kilowatt of energy, and in the whole year. Next, please. Next. So the green energy we are producing, all the building is the green buildings, and almost 50% of our energy we are producing from the solar energy, and all the cow dung which is available through the cattle breeding farm, that is utilized for the making the biogas energy, and that biogas is utilized for the development of the energy. So in that way, we have received the Clean Energy Award also from the district, Green and Clean campus for the for Junagadh, and we are contributing in that way at farmers level, how we can support the farmers for developing the energy at their own farm and getting some energy for utilization in their agricultural works. Thanks.
I think we have completed this session very nicely, and really I'm thankful to all the speakers because I think this is high time and everybody is tired. So again, I take this opportunity for each of you, all the speakers, for giving their time, and diverse subjects were there, and at the end, if there is any question, one or two, then we can discuss. Okay, bhai, Kapil bhai.
My only worry is what will happen to soil health and organic carbon required while we are talking about natural farming, and from where the soil microbes will get energy if all will be utilized for fuel and emitting more carbon into the environment. This is my worry. So let us think holistically. Earlier we were thinking about production. Now we are just thinking about energy only. Soil fertility also matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kapil bhai. Is any more? One? Yes. Shailesh, Dr.
I
Shailesh.
also feel like Dr. Kapil sir. So when we are sending the agro waste, so we are sending the nutrient from our soil to the factory, and again then when they burn this residue, there will be this byproduct will be create a problem of residue. Thank you, sir.
So is there any question, or you are just...
This is my concern.
Okay.
If you say all the farmers send their byproducts
It's
to the
okay,
factory,
fine.
then they are sending their nutrient, rich nutrient to the factories.
Yeah.
This is my concern.
Yes,
I
you
think this should be
please,
be taken in mind when we design or when we.
Let me try to answer. I think it's a very valid point, very valid concern. In any agro residue, basically you have carbon, you have hydrogen, you have some oxygen, right? The energy carrier is actually hydrogen with a little bit of carbon. Now, what most new technologies are doing, like gasification, pyrolysis, or digestion, anaerobic digestion, they are utilizing the hydrogen for energy. The elemental carbon still remains as biochar or as the substrate, and that should and does go back into the soil. And when that goes back into the soil, it actually provides 20 to 40 times more nutrition because it is pure, right? Instead of, whereas if crop is burnt on the farm, then char is left, but the energy is lost, and it is lost in a very environmentally bad manner. So this model is the best of both worlds, where energy part goes to energy, and the soil nutrition, which is basically carbon for microbes, soil health, all these things, that goes back into the soil. This is where the policy is going. This is what the industry is also doing. So we should not see this as a conflict between both sides. Thank you. We can discuss offline.
Okay. You personally just right? Discuss. Any? Yeah. Okay, thanks. છે ભાઈ કઈ પ્રશ્ન બીજો? Yes. બોલો ભાઈ. Yes, please. Bhai, 1 minute.
Actually, all the residue is very difficult to collect from. આપણે એને વધુ થોડી કલેક્ટ કરી શકીએ. થોડો રેસિડ્યુ તો રહી જાય છે. જે કાપવાથી રહે ત્યાં જ રહે છે. જ્યારે આપણે કલ્ટિવેટર ચલાવીએ કે રોટાવેટર એ ત્યાં મિક્સ થાય છે. ઉપરના જે છે પેડીને સપોઝ એ જ આપણે કલેક્ટ કરીએ છીએ.
Hey, one last question, because from gallery nobody asked any question. That's why.
It's a very good question. There is a mandate, blending mandate, which BIS is giving a specification. So far, BIS has given a specification for 10% blending, which has been accepted. Now they are working for 12% and 15% blending, which is expected to come very shortly. This year only we are going to start. And 20% blending mandate, BIS has also approved. So up to 20% blending in ethanol has been permitted by regulatory authority. That you can do in this country, not more than that. Unless there is a flexi fuel comes, when the flexi engines comes, then this mandate will again change to accommodate higher blend of ethanol. And for your information, Brazil and US, both the countries, they are doing flexi engines. Yeah. 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 Residue. And that becomes a resource now. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we start our memento distribution session. For that, I invite Dr. D.R. Kathiria, Director Information Technology and Principal and Dean, College of Agriculture Information Technology, Anand Agriculture University, to offer memento to Shri Vikash Khanna, Assistant Registrar, Registrar of Cooperative Society, Government of Chhattisgarh. I again request you, sir, to offer a memento to Shri Shantanu Gupta, Chief General Manager in charge, Alternate Energy and Sustainable Development, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. I again request you, sir, to offer a memento to Dr. K.B. Kathiria, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Anand Agriculture University. Now I invite Dr. P.M. Chauhan, Director of Research and Dean PG Studies, Junagadh Agriculture University, to offer a memento to Shri Aditya Handa, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Abalone Energy. I again request you, sir, to offer a memento to Shri Kuldeep Solanki, CEO in charge, Gujpro Agribusiness Consortium Producer Company Limited. I again request you, sir, to offer a memento to Shri Tushar Lavlekar, Chief Business Officer. I again request you, sir, to present a memento to Dr. N.K. Gontia, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Junagadh Agriculture University. Thank you, sir. Now I request all the speakers to come forward for a group photograph.